Hello everyone, I'm Jeevan Raj, a certified data science coach at Imaticus Learning, where I've been recognized as the top one trainer at data analytics. I have closely 5 years of experience at data science. Closely, I've been worked on various projects at data science from Python, SQL, by using Tableau, Power BI on various streams I've been worked in terms of data science. So today I will be helping you to have a clear understanding of what is programming language and why you want to learn a programming language. Welcome back. Today you will be learning what is programming language, why you want to learn a programming language, and what is Python, right? So without wasting further ado, we'll start with today's agenda. In this today's agenda, you will be learning various aspects: introduction to programming language, introduction to IDE. IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. Which environment will be best useful to you to work with data science? I'll be explaining you in detail. And you will be learning what is loops in Python and what are the various types of loops in Python, why you want to go for loop and while loop. And then you'll be also understanding in detail of what is functions, what is user defined functions, built-in functions, and lambda functions. Along with that, you'll be understanding what is pandas, how do you manipulate the data by using the pandas. Along with that, you'll be also learning what is data visualization and what are the various libraries helps you to do more data analysis and visualization. And last but not the least, you'll be also learning what is OOPS, object-oriented programming. So let's start today's topic. What is programming language? A programming language is a formal set of instructions that you can be used to produce the various kinds of input and as well as output. For example, consider you're cooking some dish. So while cooking the dish, you have some certain procedure that you want to follow, right? So the same way, while performing any programming language, you want to start following the certain steps and the procedures. For an example, consider while communicating with you, I'll be using an English as the language. While communicating in English, we follow the certain set of grammars, right? So in the same way, while performing in programming language, you want to follow the certain set of syntax that is also called as grammars, right? So a programming language is a formal set of instructions that can be used to produce various kind of outputs. Programming language allows to developers to write the algorithms, manipulate the algorithms, and as well as to perform various specific tasks. Now we'll talk about what are the various IDEs that can be used to perform Python operations. Before that, let me ask you, what is Python? What do you mean by Python? In simple word, if you ask me what is Python, I can tell you Python is nothing but it is an high-level programming language, and it is also an interpreted language and object-oriented language. What is high-level language then? High-level language is nothing but where humans can understand. A low-level language is where only computer can understand, which is binary coding, right? Which consists of zeros and ones. Whereas high-level language is where human can also understand those programming, and then we can try to solve how to work with doing an analysis rather than how we can do it. We can do what analysis we can do. That is what a high-level language is. If you want to talk about interpreted language, yes, Python is an interpreted language. What is interpreter here? Interpreter is nothing but rather than executing entire code at once, interpreter executes the code step by step or the line by line. So whenever you get any error, the kernel will get stopped and then it will give you an error output so that you can tackle or debug the error so easily. That is what interpreter is. And also we call Python is an object-oriented programming language. So what is object and what is class, we'll be learning in detail in the coming session, right? So let's talk about what is IDEs. So IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. It is a software applications that provides the tools to write, test, and debug the Python code effectively. It helps the programming or it helps the programmers by offering the features like syntax, highlighting the codes, and debugging the tools and integration with various control system. We'll check with various different IDEs that Python supports. So before that, let me talk about why do you want to learn the good understanding of IDEs in terms of data science. So different IDEs supports different paradigm. The first thing, if you want to talk about better code management, it helps to organize the complex project effectively, build and debug your code. It tries to fix your errors very quickly and easily. Data visualization supports. They're essential for analyzing your data. Libraries like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, Seaborn, all the different libraries it allows and it supports. And it also collaborates with different cloud supports. So here we go, we have different IDEs that is displayed over here. So you can choose any of the IDEs. I will be helping you which IDE is used for what task. So the first IDE that has been displayed here is Jupyter Notebook. And the second IDE is Google Colab. And the third one is Visual Studio. And the last is Spider. So as a beginner, you can start with a minimal IDE such as Jupyter Notebook or else Google Colab. As a machine learning enthusiast or as an AI analyst, you can use Google Colab as the platform because you'll be using a lot of GPUs and TPUs, right? As a software developer, you can use VS Code and as well as you can use PyCharm. And if you're working with MATLAB, you can use Spider as the IDE. So what is Jupyter Notebook, right? A Jupyter Notebook is nothing but it is same like your notebook where you can maintain all the codes along with the information in the one scripted files. It is an interactive web-based coding environment that runs the code in the cell instead of a script. It supports the Markdown for documentation and as well as visualization by Matplotlib, Seaborn and Plotly. The key features of Jupyter Notebook, if you want to talk, it is an interactive coding, runs small code snippets at a time. It Markdown supports the explanation of the code, and along with that, it works well with the libraries like NumPy, Pandas, and Matplotlib, Seaborn, etc. The limitations of Jupyter Notebook, if you want to talk, it is not ideal for large project where it will be slightly difficult to you to create an environment and deal with bigger project. It is not great useful for debugging the complex errors. It is used for only for the limited script files or else for the basic users. That is what Jupyter Notebook is majorly used. So let me show you how the interface of Jupyter Notebooks looks like. So I'm just clicking on this Jupyter Notebook. So that will redirect to my command prompt of Anaconda. So now Jupyter Notebook is visible. You can create your own folder or else you can select any of the folder that is present in your path. For example, I will create my own folder in the desktop. I will click on desktop. If you want to create your own folder, there is an option called new. You can just click on this new and below that there is an option called notebook where if you want to write any script file, you can just select the notebook or else terminal, console, file and the folder. First, I want to create a folder. Inside the folder, I will create a notebook file of IPYNB file, that is Jupyter file, and then I will start explaining you what are the commands that can be used in Jupyter Notebook and how to access it. Let me click on this new folder. By default, it is referred as untitled folder. Let me rename this folder as Intro to IDE. I'll click on enter. Can you see here the new folder is created called intro to IDE. Let me double tap this. So it is in the desktop folder. In the desktop we have intro to IDE folder. In that I will start creating a new file. Let me click on new and select the notebook. So the notebook is opened. So this is the file name. By default the file name is untitled. Let me modify my file name. So let me modify this file name as intro to IDE using Jupyter notebook. Let me click on enter. Can you see here the title of the particular script file got modified. So we have various tabs on top. So for an example, if you see the first script file or the first cell where it is asking you to write a code elements, you can see on the top, you can see this cell is for performing some code. How do you understand whether it is a code cell or else it is a markdown cell? Markdown cell is nothing but to maintain any notes, right? So now it is in the code cell. How we can distinguish is where you can see square bracket here. That helps you to understand this is an code cell, or else you can see on the top it is toggled as code. If you want to change this to markdown, you can just click on this drop down and select the markdown. So your square bracket that was appearing is disabled, right? So if you want to again go back to the code file, you can just select this code. So let me write some code as print. Print is a function. I am trying to print hello, I am Jeevan Raj, and let me close my bracket. If I use control enter, where it executes and my kernel will remains in the same particular cell. Control enter is the shortcut for executing the particular cell. What happens if you use control enter? The entire code or the entire line will get executed and my kernel will remain same in the same particular cell. You can see the cell number was 2, it has been changed to 3. If I use control enter once again, it will provide you the what is the recent call that we have performed. So if you want to print any other output, like for example print intro to IDE, and if you start executing it, can you see here you get the output. If you use shift enter, the output will be executed and the kernel will move to the next cell. So if you use control enter, the output will get executed and the kernel will be remains in the same cell. Shift enter will execute and move to the next particular cell. Now I want to make a new cell on top of this particular cell. I want to add a new cell on top of this cell. To add a new cell on the top of particular cell, the shortcut you can use is A. A is the shortcut to create a new cell on the top, that is nothing but above. So you can see if I click on A, the cell will be created on top. So if I want to change this code file to markdown, rather than going here and changing it into markdown, what you can do, you can just simply go back to this particular cell. You can click on execute to go back to the cell. You are not in the editing of the cell. You can just click on yum. That will convert the code cell to markdown cell. Yum is the shortcut for converting the code cell to markdown cell. If you want to get back into the code cell, you can just use Y as the shortcut. So Y is the shortcut for the code cell and yum is the shortcut for markdown cell. So let me give a markdown as intro to IDE. So if I want to execute, I will use control enter. So it is executed, but you can see the main title is very small, right? If I want to increase the size of my font, what I can do, I can use 1, or there is nothing but first hash. That means it is a title. If you want to create multiple subtitle, what I can do, I can just write as subtitle I'll click on escape and I will click on 2. That means 2 hash will be get created. That means the above title is the main title. This is your subtitle. If you want to create another cell which is smaller in font compared to the previous cell, you can use 3 hash and you can specify as subtitle 1. You can see subtitle 1 is a smaller font compared to the subtitle. So this is how we can start creating your documentation. Now I want to provide some pointers, right? So if you want to provide some pointers, what you can do, you can just use hyphen and you can provide as point 1, point 2, point 3, right? You can see here this talks about what is the different pointers that you want to specify. Along with that, if I want to create a new cell below, the shortcut key that you can use is B. B is the shortcut key to create a new cell below and A is the shortcut key to create a new cell above. And you can see here, if you want to cut this particular cell or if I want to remove this particular cell, I can use a shortcut key called X. X is nothing but a cut shortcut key. Can you see here, if I go to this cut this cell, there is a shortcut key that is assigned as X. X will help you to cut the particular cell. A will help you to create a new cell. So this is the functionalities of IDE, that is Jupyter Notebook. If you want to save your file, you can just use Ctrl S and let me minimize it. So the new folder will be get added in the particular desktop where I have saved. If you want to understand like where you have saved the particular file, just you can go back to the previous Jupyter Notebook and you can write as pwd, print the working directory or present working directory. So that will print you the current or present working directory where the file is getting saved. So in the desktop, we have an intro to IDE as the folder. So this way the file is getting saved. So as we talked, the major problem in this particular Jupyter Notebook where I cannot debug my code, and as well as if once it comes to complex project where Jupyter Notebook will not help you to deal with more complex debugging strategies or the analysis, right? So as I mentioned, Python is called as interpreter. So how do you understand whether the Python is an interpreter or not? Just you can go to the particular cell, you can write some code. For example, I'm writing an follow for in range print. So if you just execute this, here I have mentioned some errors. I have not included iterable here, and along with that I have not included what should be the range of the particular cell. I have not specified the colon here because I am writing in statement. So I have missed out lot many functionalities, but if you execute this, the Python will throw an error where my kernel has started from 4 and it has stopped in I. The kernel is not moved further, right? Because there was some invalid syntax. As I mentioned in the programming language, you want to specify or you want to follow the syntax. Syntax are nothing but a grammar or the certain rules that you want to follow while writing a query or writing a code or writing a program. So first thing is I want to specify the iterable. So let me give any of the name like I or iterable, that is completely your wish. So let me talk about a range of 5. Always keep one thing in mind, Python starts the indexing from 0. Let me provide as colon here because I am writing a statement. So if you are writing multiple statement, you want to write colon here, and here you want to specify the 4 space, that is nothing but 1 tab. So include I. So you can see the output is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I want to debug this, where Python or where my Jupyter Notebook will not allow me to debug this code to understand what is the process that is happening in the step-by-step analysis. So Jupyter Notebook does not have that functionality to debug the code step by step. So these are the limitations of Jupyter Notebook. So I will be talking in detailed understanding of Jupyter Notebook in the next session. So let me talk about the next IDE, that is Google Colab. So what is Google Colab? A Google Colab is a cloud-based Jupyter Notebook, which is exactly the alternative way of Jupyter Notebook. Whereas in the Jupyter Notebook, you want to download it as the external source, as the software. But Google Colab, you need not to download any software, where it completely works on cloud. It runs on cloud platforms where installation is not at all required. It provides you free GPU and TPU to perform various machine learning and deep learning techniques. The key features of Google Colab is that it works directly in your browser. It may be any of the browsers. For example, it may be Chrome, it may be Mozilla Firefox, or it may be Opera. Any of the browser, it will work, and it is free accessible, where it provides you free GPU and as well as TPU to generate a greater amount of projects or to create greater good projects which require IS processing unit. And it is very easy to share and collaborate within the team. But the limitations of Google Colab is that it is uses the limited session duration, and whenever your internet connection will get cut down, where you want to again rerun the entire code file, where you want the internet connection to work with Google Colab. So let me explain you how Google Colab the interface looks like. This is same replica of the Jupyter Notebook. So let me create a new tab here. So let me search for Google Colab. So the Google Colab is open to you. So you can just select this Google Colab. So this is completely sitting in the cloud platform, where I have not installed or I have not downloaded any software externally, where it is asking two options. One is open the Colab or create a new notebook. So I don't have any notebook at present. So what I want to do, I want to create a new notebook. So click on new notebook. If you want to work with already worked notebook, you can just click on open Colab. So it will ask for the particular file. So you can just select the particular file and you can play with it. So you can see this is the same replica of your Jupyter Notebook. So while working with Google Colab, you want to make sure that you are connected. So in the right top, there is a connection access. So it is not connected yet. If you want to connect to your Google Colab, you want to click on this. So it is asking connecting to the server, and it takes 1 minute or less than 1 minute to connect, and you can see it is successfully connected, and where you can have the free access of RAM and as well as disk size, where I got the free 12 GB of RAM and 107 GB as disk size. Let me close it for now. Now if I want to write a code, I can just write as print hello, I am G1 Raj. So if you want to execute the same shortcut, you can use as shift enter. So you can see it has successfully executed and thus printed the information. So if you want to comment some information, so you can use hash and you can provide some comment. Printing and even numbers. So this is your comment. So this will not considered as a code because you have used hash at the beginning. So if you want to provide the even numbers, I will provide it with basic list comprehension. later on stages I will be explaining you what is list comprehension and how you can use this list comprehension. So I am providing for I in range of 10 and I am writing some condition. If I modulus 2 equals to 0, then I want to provide the I. So the output will be even numbers. It starts from 0, 2, 4, 6 and 8 because I am asking for 10, range of 10. So if you want to break down this particular code, what you can do, the first thing is what is the range of 10. So range is a inbuilt function. While talking about the function, I will be explaining you various different types of functions that are already a developer has been created. So if you want to create your own function, you can feel free to do it. I will explain you the step-by-step process of how to create your own function. So if you want to print the range of values, consider range of 10. The output will be displayed as range from 0 to 10. Range is nothing but it gives the values from the minimum to maximum value. That is nothing but the start size is for range, the starting position and colon, step size and then stopping position. Stop and as well as step. This is the syntax that it follows from range. So you can provide it as range of, I want to start from 1, I want to stop till 11 and I want to print the step size of 2. So the output will be 1, it will skip the next value because they have given the step size as 2, by default the step size is 1. So it will print 1 and it will skip next element and print the value of 3 and skip the next element 4 and print the value of 5 and same it goes. But if I execute, the output will be like same range of 1, 11, 2. Why it is printing just the range of 1, 11, 2? It is not giving me the right output, right? To see the right output, you want to enclose with an list or an tuple. So I am explicitly writing it as list. I want the output in format of list. So now we can see here the output is like 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. That means your starting position is 1 and stop position is 11 and the step size as 2. Always you want to make sure that the starting position is implicit and the stop position is explicit. That's great, right? Where Jupyter Notebook will also work similar as Google Colab as we discussed. But what is the advantages of using the Jupyter Notebook is that where you will get the free runtime access of GPU and TPU. If you want to change your GPU or TPU, you can just go to this runtime. There is an option called change runtime type. You can just select it. You can just select any of the GPU or TPU based on your requirements. Let me select the TPU for now. Whenever you are dealing with complex programming operations like by using the convolutional neural network, so at that particular time you want GPU to be utilized. So you can select GPU and you can just click on save. So now the data is again reconnecting it. Can you see here? The information is reconnecting. So whatever code that I have run before will everything has got removed, right? So again you want to re-execute the entire line of code. That is the other problem that is in Google Colab. That's what I have discussed here. So limited session duration. It disconnects after inactivity, right? So if you want to change the name of the particular file, you can change the name of the file as day 1 and your file got changed. If you want to save your file in the local system, you can just download it. You can just click on the file and then you can start saving or start downloading your file. If you want in IPYNB, you can download it, or else if you want in the Python file, you can just click on this download py file. So it will start downloading both IPYNB or .py file. Again, as I mentioned, how to create a markdown in particular Google Colab. To create a markdown, you can just click on this text. So the new text tab is open to you. This is not a code file, this is a text file. Whatever information you provide in the text file or text cell, that is not considered as a code. So I can just print it as welcome to Imarticus learning. So if you execute this, this will not throw me any error because this is a text file, this is not a code file, right. So consider I will click on code and I will provide the same thing like welcome to Imarticus learning. So if you execute, it will throw you an error because this is your code file rather than your script file. So whenever you provide the code information, you want to make sure that you are providing the codes while executing it or while printing the information. So if you want to load any of the different files, you can just go to this files and you can explicitly load the files. For example, you can click on the files, so that will ask for what is the files that you want to download. If you have any files that you want to download explicitly, you can do that. It will ask you for the path. You can just provide the path details, so that will get downloaded in the particular Jupyter notebook. For example, let me load any of the file like vehicle performance. Let me click on OK. So the vehicle performance file, CSV file is getting loaded. Can you see here? These are successfully loaded. If you want to run this particular file, first I want to copy this path, and now let me import some libraries to load the particular CSV file. Let me import pandas as PD. So I'm giving the shorthand notation for pandas as PD. Well, we have separate session on pandas. In those topic, I will be explaining what is pandas and why it is useful. So to display the data frame, I can just write it as pd dot read underscore CSV because it is the CSV file. So I have provided read underscore CSV. Here you can provide the path details. If you execute control enter, can you see here the data is getting loaded, right? Now you can give some data frame name as the variable, and then you can execute this, and then you can perform some operations like you can give the function called add that provides you the top 5 records. Yes, now there is a question. As I mentioned, I am defining into the variable called df. What do you mean by variable, right? What is variable? So variable is nothing but it is a what do we call it? It is a placeholder of the particular values, right? So for example, I want to specify some values and I want to store in particular bucket that is called variables. So let me create multiple cell here. So whenever you store any information in the particular variable, so the variable itself has some rules and conditions that you needs to be followed while inserting the records. So the certain set of rules and conditions while defining the variables are, the first thing is variables should not contain any numerical values at the beginning, right? For example, now I am providing the variable name as name is equals to G1. It will accept successfully. Can you see here? If I want to print name, it is successfully executed. But if I print as 1 name is equals to G1, it will throw me an error because while defining the variable itself, you should make sure that you are following a certain set of rules and regulations. So name cannot start with, or the variable name cannot start with number. That is your first rule. The second rule, or you can also say in this way, variable, if you want to define some name 1 and name 2, you can do it. But the number should not be beginning. You can write as name 1. It will accept the information, right? So as I told, the number should not be your first character, right? Variable name should not define by number. Now the second procedure or the second step or the rules that you want to follow is where while defining the variable, you should never give the space in between, right? I cannot give a full name. Full name is equals to G1 Raj. So if you specify this, again you will get an error by stating that there is an instead of space, what you can do, you can use underscore. You want to make sure that variable should not contain space in it. Instead of space, you want to write as underscore, full name, right? So along with that, let me explain you what are the other rules and regulations. While defining the variable, uh, you should not give the special characters. So no special characters are given. For example, now let me specify the variable name like @G1 or @name is equals to G1 Raj. So it will throw you an error by stating that there is a special character that is present. So you want to make sure that there should be no special characters while defining the variables. Can you see here? The question mark that indicates what is the documentation of the particular data. So if you write any special characters, so that will throw you an error. Variable should not contain any special characters. Along with that, it's always a best practice to you to keep entire data or variable in the lowercase rather than keeping it in the uppercase. For example, now I am specifying rank is equals to or ranking is equals to, I will specify as 32nd rank. So while calling the data or while calling the variable, by mistakenly if I call it in the lowercase, it will throw me an error by stating that ranking was not defined. Can you see here? It is throwing an error by stating that name ranking is not defined. That means the variable information what you have mentioned on the top, that the same information needs to be called, right? Why? Because a Python is an case sensitive that treats both uppercase and lowercase as different information. The last thing is, whereas while defining the variable, you want to make sure you are not giving any of the predefined functions or predefined objects. Consider like globe, or else you cannot write as bool, or else you cannot write it as break. So if I specify break is equals to 100 and if I execute it, it will throw you an error by stating that break is an built-in object. So you cannot give any object name or else built-in function name while defining the variables. These are the 5 certain set of rules and regulations that you want to follow while defining the variables. So now you have had a clear understanding of how to use your Jupyter notebook and Google Colab as the IDE. So now let me talk about different IDEs that is present in the market which uses Python programming language. The next is VS Code, Visual Studio Code. So it is a lightweight and it is more powerful IDE, what I can call for Python. It is high level of programmers uses Visual Code as the IDE. It is more highly customizable and which uses some extensions for debugging your Jupyter or Python file. The key features of Visual Studios are integrated terminals where it runs the Python scripts in VS Code, where you can also perform some GitHub integrations by using the VS Code. You can also perform some interactive modes by using the Jupyter cell instead of the script files. But the limitations is again here, it needs the extensions for full functionalities and as well as slight learning curve for beginners. So it will be slightly complicated compared to the Jupyter notebook. So let me open your VS Code and explain you how to use VS Code in real life. So this is your Visual Studio. Once you download and install your Visual Studio, this is how the application looks like. If you want to download and install Visual Studio, you can just write as download VS Code for Windows 11. So you can see here the first icons, you can select the first link. So you can just click on this Windows 11. So the VS Code is start getting downloaded. Can you see here? It is downloaded, right? Visual Studio is got downloaded. So then you can just install it by your own. So if you want to access your Visual Studio, the interface looks like this, where you have different extensions can be downloaded here on the left hand side. So this is your welcome toggle bar, where you can click on this start a new file. They're asking what should be the file name. Let me provide the file name as introduction to IDE using VS Code. So let me click on enter. So it is asking for the path where I want to paste it. Let me click on desktop and create a file over the desktop. So it is in the text format. If you want to change the extension, you can feel free to change the extension of the particular text, or you can create a new file by stating that Python file or Jupyter notebook file. By default, it is in the text file on the top. If you want, you can just specify as intro.ipynb. So that will, by default, it creates the Jupyter notebook file. If you specify intro.py, so that creates the Python file. This is your Python file. So extension is very most important while defining any of the VS Code files. So .py stands for Python file, .ipynb stands for Jupyter file, and this is your text file. So let me go back to the Jupyter file. So as you see, this same terminal like Jupyter notebook is visible. You can just click on this code to access multiple code files. Here you can specify some code like, as I mentioned, print hello, I am Jeevan Raj, right? So you can use Control Enter. So it is executing it. Can you see here? It is go to the terminal. It is searching for the terminal to execute, and it is searching for the kernel to execute. So once it is connected, it will say that it is successfully connected. So this is your terminal. If you want to access your terminal, you can just select this particular icon. So your terminal will be opened here. So let me select the base Python file .py file. Let me execute this information. So can you see here? This is your output. For example, if I want to print a range of values like 1 to 100, you can just specify for I in range of 1, 101. As I mentioned, 1 is nothing but your starting position, 101 is your stop position, where it is explicit in nature, and the step size by default it is 1. So if you write print of I, can you see here it is printed from 1 till 100. So this is how you can use VS Code as an interpreter or an IDE to perform your PyY or IPynb files. So let me minimize it. And now let me talk about the last IDE, that is PyCharm. So PyCharm is one of the more powerful IDE, what I can say, where most of the professional uses the IDE, that is PyCharm. So this IDE PyCharm is created by JetBrains. These are the founders of PyCharm. So the key features of PyCharm is the advantages is you can debug the errors very easily, and it is the smart way and more effective way of writing the codes. So it creates your virtual environment by default and packages, and it manages all the packages. So why you want to create a virtual environment in the sense, consider you are a developer, you have developed the entire project. Now if you want to deploy your project, you are sharing your entire code to the next person who is working in your team. For example, if that X or Y person is using different packages, then there will be an error, because some modules uses the specific packages. If you are using some different versions of packages, so there will be an error. To overcome that, what you can do, you can create your environment. In that environment, you can create an requirements. In the requirements, you can specify individual modules along with their version control, right? So to overcome this version control, we create a virtual environment. So the limitations is it is heavy in the system resource and as well as pro version is paid. So let me explain you how to use PyCharm. So you can just search for PyCharm code editor. So you can see the JetBrains, these are the founders of PyCharm. So once you open the PyCharm, the interface looks like this. So if you want to create a new project, you can just click on this file and you can just click on new project. So here is the path or the location that has displayed where it is in the PyCharm project. In the PyCharm project, they are asking what should be the file name. Let me provide the file name as intro to IDE using PyCharm. So here is your virtual environment. By default, it is created. No need of externally creating your virtual environment. Just click on create. So it is asking we should apply for the new windows or the same windows. For example, let me click on this new window. So new window tab will be created for you of PyCharm. So can you see here? It is creating your virtual environment. It takes few seconds to create your environment. So your environment is successfully created. Can you see here? This is your environment. So it is successfully created. Now the file that is present is main.py file. So if you want to zoom in, just you can click on control and you can just increase your cursor. That will be zoomed out, and zoom in and zoom out you can do it. Now if you want to perform some certain task, consider I am printing it as print Jeevan Raj. So once you have executed, you can just go to this particular run icon. By default, the shortcut key for running this particular script is Shift and F10. So if you use Shift and F10, the shortcut key, can you see here in the terminal you got an output as I am Jeevan Raj. So if you want to perform some operations like for I in range of 10, print I. So again, if you use Shift and F10, so you got the output as I am Jeevan Raj and here is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the output is printed successfully. Now I want to debug my code. So PyCharm is mainly used for debugging analysis. For example, now I will write it as A is equals to 0, and what I want to do here is A plus equals to, or A is equals to A plus I. A is equals to A plus I. So I am asking to print what is the value of A. Rather than 10, let me keep it as 5 to make it simple. So if I execute it, I will get a result func Shift F10. So you got the result as 0, 1. Let me remove this as well. So individually it is printing. First time it will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and it is printed as 10. So if you want to directly see what is the output of this, you can just click on F10. So the output is 10 for the particular query. Now if I want to debug how the output as 10, what I can do, I can select this particular cell, that is first cell, and I can go here in the drop down. There is an option called, there is a tab called run. In the run, there is an option called debug. So to debug your entire code, you can use Alt Shift plus F9 is the shortcut. So it is asking the data is present in the main.py file. Yes, the data is present in the main.py. So now it is already set. Can you see here? There is a debug or restart your main kernel, it is displayed. If you want to execute the code step by step, you can use F8. So once I click on this F8, can you see here? It is printing the output of what is the value of A. The value of A is 0 for now. If you execute again F8, it will move to the next particular cell. Now the terminal is in the third cell. So it is telling the value of I is 0 at present. Again, if you click on F8, so again it is redirected and the value of I will be changed to 1 and the value of A will also get changed to 1. So can you see here? The debugging is very simple again now if I execute F8, the value of I will become 2 and as well as the value of A will become 3 because that is 2 plus 1. So the value of A is 1 and the value of I is 2. So now the A value become 3. So if I execute again F8, the value of I will become 3 and if I again execute F8, the value of A will change to 3 plus 3, that is 6. So can you see here, you can debug your code very easily in step by step. So finally you have ended up with 10 as your output. I hope everyone understood very easily how to debug your entire code by using the PyCharm. This is how useful PyCharm is to debug your code, that what I have mentioned in the slider. So this is the overall understanding of IDEs. What are the various functionalities of IDEs and which functionalities can be used, and which for an intro or as a beginner you can start your journey with Jupyter, and once you are very good at using the Jupyter notebook, then you can go for Google Colab. So you can have an access of cloud based services where whenever you are dealing with complex project by using the convolutional neural network as an images or else text analysis. So at that particular times where GPU and TPU is most oftenly used, and you can use VS Code for high level projects, and if you want to debug your code you can use PyCharm as the terminal. That's all for today's session. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome to very interesting topic on functions in Python. So what is functions? Functions are nothing but a block of code that you want to execute multiple number of times. In the other way, if you ask me what is functions, I can say that functions are basically a organized set of rules and instructions that you wish to perform multiple number of times. That is what function is. Without further ado, let me explain you in detail what is functions, what are the types of functions, and how you can practically implement functions. As you can see, a function is a block of reusable code that runs when we call, right? So functions are nothing but sum, print, min, max. These are all various different types of functions. So functions are basically separated or divided into multiple different types. One is built-in functions, user-defined functions, and as well as lambda function. We also call this as anonymous functions. So now we'll talk about in detail of what are the various types of functions. As I told you, built-in functions. What is built-in function? Built-in functions are nothing but as a developer, I already created a function, right? Some of the functions are like print, input, and type, sum, count, min, max. So these are the various functions we have already discussed before as well. So that is built-in function, right? So now we'll try to perform some built-in functions. So let me execute some of the queries of built-in functions. So if you see my screen where I will write as print, right? So you can see I am writing here open and close bracket. That indicates this is a function. Whenever you see that open and close bracket, that means it is a function. So if you use shift and tab, that provides you the documentation. Inside the function, it takes multiple n number of arguments. So let me print it as G1, right? So it has taken as input in the function as G1 and it has printed the output. So now let me write another function called sum. Sum is also a built-in function. So let me provide n number of elements, 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, etc. Some n number of elements, right? So if you execute, it is telling that sum takes only 2 arguments, right? But 6 argument was given. So what are the 2 arguments? If you use shift and tab, it is talking about iterable and as well as starts from which index position. That means it is taking an iterable. What is iterable here? As we saw, list is an iterable, right? So let me give the element inside the list of values and let me execute it. Can you see here? Now it is performing the sum of all the elements. So have we used functions before? Yes. If you have worked in Excel, you have used a function called sum, or if you have used SQL, you have used a function called sum, right? Sum is a function where it takes multiple argument and it combines or it adds all the elements that is present in the iterable. So this way, we have discussed various different types of functions. One is print, sum, min, max, count, etc. So while defining the function, be very clear that you can only perform addition or concatenation between two strings. If you try to concatenate between string and as well as integer value, it will throw you an error. So you want to make sure that you cannot concatenate between the strings and integer. So now we'll talk about the user defined functions. So these are the built-in functions where we have a print, input, minimum, maximum, and as well as type. So these are the various types of functions. So consider there is a scenario of where you want to find the tax of the individuals. So at that particular case, user or developer cannot create a function. Why the developer cannot create a function for the taxation? Why? Because the taxation may vary on different years, right? Different financial years. For example, consider in India the threshold, or else we can say that in India the tax slab is completely different compared to different countries. Even for every 5 years the tax slab may vary in India as well. So we cannot directly create a slab that helps to understand the end user. So what we do, we want to create our own function which calculates the taxation of the particular employee needs to be paid. So we'll try to use, or we'll try to define our own functions. So let me go back to the script file. So let me write down functions. So function, as I mentioned, basically it is three different types. One is built-in function, user defined function, and as well as lambda function. So one is built-in function, and second one is user defined function, and third is lambda function. So we call lambda function as anonymous function. We'll try to understand, talk about in detailed understanding of what is anonymous functions and why we call lambda function as anonymous function. So everyone understood what is function, right? Function is a block of code. It is used to execute whenever you call it. So steps involved while creating the function, they have two different steps that we have while creating the functions. One is creating a function and the other one is calling a function. So steps involved in a function. So the first step is you are defining a function, and the second thing is you are calling a function. So this is a major thing that you want to understand while defining the function and as well as while calling the functions. So functions itself has various different types, what you can see, different arguments. So various different types of functional arguments. So one of the functional arguments, let me print it as functional arguments in Python. So first one is position argument, and the second one we have a keyword argument, and then we have default argument, and we have variable length argument and as well as keyword variable length argument. And keyword variable length argument. So these are the different types of functional arguments in Python. So we'll try to discuss each of the arguments one by one. So positional argument. What is positional argument? While defining a positional argument, the position matters a lot. You want to properly define it, or you want to properly call the information while defining a function. So now we'll try to understand how to define our own function. To define your own function, first you want to write it as def. Def is nothing but def keyword, that is nothing but you're defining a function. This is your definition, defining a function. So always while defining a function, make sure that you want to provide the function name. So let me provide the function name. Consider I'm providing the function name as, so you can see here where they have also provided the function called sum, right? Sum is an inbuilt function or built-in function where it takes the n number of argument and it will calculate the addition. How did they perform this operation? We'll try to break down it step by step. So we create our own function like total. So now total is my function. So now I'm giving two argument, or the user is giving two argument. One is A and the other one is B, right? So this is your defining the function. This is your name of the function. And always while defining the function, make sure that you are writing open and close parenthesis. In the open and close parenthesis, you are defining the arguments. So I have given two arguments here. One is A and the other one is B. And I am using colon. Why colon is used? Because I am writing a statement below. So I am asking the user to function to print the output. The output should be A plus B, right? Let me make sure that, let me also write it as output, right? Output is equals to A plus B. Awesome. So now I've created the function. So always make sure once the function is created, you also want to call the function. How will you call the function? We'll call the function by using the function name. So for me, the function name is total. So how many arguments does the total takes? It takes two arguments. One is 4, 6. So I've given two argument. So it is telling me the output as 10. Awesome, right? How good it is working. So if I provide A, B, C, so how many argument it is asking? It is asking 3 argument, 1, 4, 6, 7. So it is performing the certain operations. But what if I provide more than 2 arguments, or what if I provide more than 3 arguments? Here is the catch. If I provide 4 arguments, can you see here? Now I am providing 4 arguments. But if I execute it, I will get an error. Why is that error? This error tells that it takes 3 positional arguments, but 4 were given by the user. Can you see? It is taking 3 arguments as A, B and C, but 4 arguments were given. So it does not accept. Understood? So how will we deal this? To deal with this, you want to have a good understanding of various functional argument. So in this various functional argument, our first topic I will be going to cover is positional argument. So let me write as position argument. So in the position argument, position matters a lot. So first you are defining the function def, and then you are writing the name of the person, and let me write the name as first name. So user should provide the first name. Along with that, user is providing the last name, right? Last name. So I'm taking 2 arguments. One is first name and the last name. So I'm using colon. Here I'm printing print first name, comma, last name. So I've defined the function, I've executed successfully. Now I want to call the function. So while calling the function, I want to call the function name. I want to provide first name. So the first name is G1 and the last name is Raj, right? So it is successfully executed as the function name is G1 and as the last name is Raj. So there is no error in this, but if you call the function, consider there is an Rahul Kumar. So if he is mentioning his first name as Kumar, and Rahul. So can you see here? It is printing it as Kumar Rahul, but actually his name is Rahul Kumar. But by mistakenly he has mentioned the last name first and the first name last. But our position argument cannot able to recognize it, right? Or else consider it is taking three arguments as age parameter as well. So you are asking to print three information. One is name, first name, last name, and as well as age. So by mistakenly, if I provide this is fine. Here I will provide some age. So it is accepting successfully. But here if I provide age in between somewhere here, right, 55. So it is telling first name is equals to your first name, and then last name is equals to your last name, and then let me also provide age is equals to your age. So it is successfully working fine in the first argument, but in the second argument it is telling where the first name of the person is Kumar and the last name is 55 and the age of the person is Rahul. So sounds bit odd, right? So you can see here a Python is unable to understand what is the position that I have provided, what is the position I have printed out here. To overcome this, what the user can do, user wants to switch from position argument to keyword argument. So in the keyword argument, the specialty of keyword argument is where the user can also provide the key for the particular value that he is going to print. For an example, I am writing name. So in this name as a function, so here is providing the key as what is the key here you want to print? First thing is first name. So let me write as first name is equals to, and I am providing the first name as Rahul. That's great, comma. Now I will provide the age of the person. So age is also another parameter. How will I see what are the parameters that are available? Use shift and tab. This is your first name, that's fine. So the next argument I wanted to provide is last name, but I want to provide, let me provide age. So this is a keyword argument. How it works, let me see. So age is equals to, let me print the Rahul's age as 30, and then last name is equals to Kumar. So let me close it and let me execute. Can you see here, whichever position that you provide, but if you provide the function argument before the defining the values, if you provide the keyword before defining the values, it will properly arrange based on the function that you have called. So first name, last name, and as well as age of the person. This is how the information is properly tagged. So this is what functional argument, this is what position argument and as well as keyword argument is all about. But now again there is a problem that arises here, where if the user does not able to provide the age, so what happens? If the user is providing the name, that is, let me copy the same thing and paste it here. So name is Kavya, and here Shri, and I will not provide her age. So let me see what happens. Can you see here? It is getting an error by stating that missing one required positional argument, where which argument is missing? Age argument is missing, right? To overcome this, what I can do? To overcome this, I want to go for default argument. So slight changes that you want to do it while defining the function. So while defining the function itself, what I will do? I will provide the age of the particular person. Consider age is equals to 25. So if the user does not provide his age, by default it should take it as 25. So now I will not provide the age of the particular person, but I provided the first name and last name. So what it does, it by default it is taking it as 25. So this is what default argument does. So it will not throw any error. If the user has not mentioned particular argument, it will taking it as default argument. So next we'll talk about keyword argument. So what is keyword argument? Keyword argument is nothing but like number of keys that you are going to provide, right? So as I mentioned in the sum, it was taking some keyword like 3 parameters that has asked, but the user has provided 4 arguments, so it is unable to take. But you can see in the sum function, it takes multiple number of arguments. So how did they do? They have done based on the keyword argument. So let me provide the keyword argument. First thing what you want to do, you want to define the function, that is def, defining the function. So I am providing the function name called total. So this total should take n number of argument as an input without throwing any error. So to do that, you want to first provide star and then provide what is the iterable that you want, you can provide that, right? So now print a. So okay, so let me write as total. So let me print multiple number of argument. Can you see here it is taking multiple number of argument in the tuple format without throwing any error. That's great, it's working fine. So there is no restrictions like I want to provide only 2 argument or 3 argument, I can give multiple number of argument, that's good. But still I am not getting the sum as the output because I have not created any statement here. So let me perform some operations here. Let me make it as adding is equals to 0 and let me loop this through a for I in a, right, and adding plus equals to I. So now let me print adding, right. So can you see here? So what happens here? First I am defining adding as 0. So I am looping this through entire different elements that is present inside the total, and then I am iterating it and I am adding this particular information or particular variable. At initially it is 0 and then it will be like adding plus I. Adding plus I is nothing but 0 plus 3 and then 3 plus 4 and then 7 plus 5. So this is how the calculations will be added for each and every iterations. I hope that's clear with keyword argument. So the last argument is keyword variable length argument. So let me write it as 5th argument, that is keyword variable length argument. So what is this keyword variable length argument and when it is used? So keyword variable length arguments are nothing but, consider you also want to provide the keys while defining the values. At that particular time you want to go for keyword variable length argument. So let me define the functions here, defining a function by using the def as the keyword. So I am providing info as the information. So if I just provide star info or star data, so here I have given star data is nothing but, star is a variable length argument, I can give multiple information, and here let me write as print data, right. So I will call the function called info. Now if I want to provide the name of the person like first name, last name and location, so I am writing first name as G1 and last name as Raj and location as Bangalore. So it takes successfully, but if I provide first name is equals to G1 and the last name is equals to Raj and then location is equals to Bangalore. So at that particular time it is throwing an error got an unexpected argument, keyword argument called first name. Can you see here? Why? Because the data that you provide in the variable length argument, it will convert into tuple, but here you are providing keys and as well as values. So you want to convert that tuple into dictionary which accepts keys and values. To do that, what you want to do? You want to write star star data, right? Can you see here? Now the data has been converted from keyword to variable length to keyword variable length argument, where it accepted both keys and as well as values that is aligned for the particular argument. So this is the various types of functional arguments in Python. So I hope you understood what is arguments and as well as what are functions basically, what are built-in functions, what are user-defined functions, and what are the various types of functional arguments in Python. So consider there is a scenario where you want to create a function such that the function should take n number of input and provide some output. For example, create a function where if the tax or if the income is, if the income of the person is 10,000, for first 10,000, if the income of the person for first 10,000 is free of tax, so you should not pay any tax, so tax free, okay. So for the next 10,000, for next 10,000, how much percent tax? For example, consider there is a new slab by stating that if the person is earning first $10,000, he should not pay any tax amount. If he is earning next 10,000, you want to pay the tax of 10%. Okay. Remaining, else you want to pay the tax of 20%. So consider there may be questions in this way, right? So for the first 10,000 income, the person is not paying any taxes, so he is tax free. Where 0% tax, that means it is 0% of tax. If the person is earning next 10,000, consider if the person is earning 15,000 as the salary, $15,000. So what is the percentage of tax you want to pay? For first 10,000, I want to subtract it by 10,000. So what is the remaining amount? That is 5,000. For the 5,000, for this 5,000, you want to pay how much percent of tax? You want to pay 10% of tax. So 10% is nothing but 0.1. That is nothing but for 5,000 it is 500 rupees tax you want to pay. Consider the person is earning 25,000. 25,000. So in this 25,000, the first 10,000 is free of tax. That is, the remaining amount is 15,000. For 15,000 you want to pay tax. So how this amount is divided again? For first 10,000 it is 10% tax. So that is nothing but 15,000 minus 10,000. Therefore, remaining is 5,000. For 5,000 you want to pay how much? 20% of tax into 0.2, and for 10,000 you want to pay, for 10,000 you want to pay 10% of tax into 0.0, 0.10, that is nothing but 10%, right? So let me keep it in bracket. So totally how much is paying tax? Is paying the tax like roughly 2,000 rupees, right? If the person is earning 25,000, roughly is paying 2,000 rupees as a tax. So you want to create such system, whereas if the person earns like 5,000 rupees, no tax. If the person earns 15,000 rupees, 500 rupees as a tax. And if the person is earning 25,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees as a tax. So based on this slab rate, you want to create a function. So let me start creating a function. So the function name here is, I'm defining as tax So that takes input from the user as A or as an income. So I am telling if income is less than equals to 10,000 for first 10,000. So you want to print it as tax free. That's great. So let me execute it. So this is totally working fine. So let me call the function name called tax and let me make it as 5,000 as the income. So can you see here the output is getting tax free. That's awesome, right? But what if the person is earning 15,000? There is no output. So let me make it as elif. So if you have multiple condition, you want to write it as elif statement in Python. Elif income is less than equals to 20,000. So if his income is less than 20,000, that means it is greater than 10,000 and less than equals to 20,000. If this is the case, what should be the tax that the person needs to pay? He needs to pay first 10,000 it should be free of cost, and then for next 10,000 10% of tax, right? So what I will do, I will make it as income minus 10,000 into 10%. So I am removing first 10,000 because for first 10,000 the tax is free, and then for the remaining amount I am applying the 10% of tax, that is nothing but 0.10. So if the person is earning 15,000, what is the tax amount you want to pay? 500 rupees. Awesome. This is working fine. But what if the person is earning 25,000? So there is no such details, right? So now let me write it in the else statements. Else that is nothing but if the person is earning more than 20,000. For M, what I want to do, I want to print for first 10,000 income minus 10,000. What I want to do, I want to make it as free of cost, right? For first 10,000 it is free of cost into 0% and plus so this is your first condition, right? Income minus 10,000 into 0% of tax that he is paying. So next what I will do, I will make it as for next 10,000 10% of tax. Here I perform no same thing I will print. For 10,000 into 10% tax 0.10 plus for the remaining amount, that is nothing but income minus how much? That is you are removing first 20,000 and then you are performing 20% tax into 0.2. So you can just close it in this way. So everything is successfully working fine. So let me make it as, let me execute this. So this is totally working fine. If you see here, if the person says that tax, if the person is earning the income as what 10,000, so is tax free. If he is earning 15,000, he want to pay 15% of tax. If the person is earning 25,000, he is paying 2,000 as the tax amount. So this way, defining function is very most important in the real life. So this is what function is all about. So in the next session, you will be learning in detail of what is lambda function, and we'll try to work upon various different types of lambda function. Thank you. Yes, as we saw what is function and what are the types of function in the last session, today now we'll be dealing with what are the various types of lambda function and what are the functionalities can be used in lambda function, right? So lambda functions is nothing but it is called as anonymous function. What is anonymous function? And anonymous functions are nothing but they function without a name. It's called anonymous function. We'll try to understand what is a lambda function in detail. Lambda functions are also called as anonymous function. They do not have any name. Lambda keyword to be used to create a lambda functions. Simple one line of functions can be created by using the lambda function. So every lambda functions begins with lambda keyword. A lambda functions can have multiple arguments which is separated by comma. A colon represents the expressions in lambda function. The expression always returns the objects. So here are the examples that we have provided with actual functions and as well as the lambda functions. Can you see? If you want to provide the actual functions, we are almost utilizing 4 to 5 different line of code. But in the lambda functions, we are able to write all the information in single line, right? So without further ado, let's understand in detail of lambda functions, how to write this type of codes. So let me move on to the Jupyter notebook. So now we'll talk about a lambda functions. A lambda function, as I mentioned, it is an anonymous functions. Lambda functions. A lambda function is an anonymous function, that is where it defines without the name of the function, defined without a name of the function, right? That is called a anonymous functions. It's all about. So let me write a syntax for lambda function so that you'll be very familiar to how to create a lambda functions. So the syntax is very simple, where you're providing a lambda as the keyword, lambda, and you're using a colon here. Before colon, you want to specify the arguments. So number of arguments, and also you're going to specify the what is the expression that you want to perform. So this is the syntax of lambda function, where lambda is the keyword that you are specifying it, and then you are specifying the number of argument it takes, and then also you are specifying the what is the expression that you want to perform on top of it. So let me write as info as the variable. I am providing the lambda function, lambda is the keyword, lambda of a comma b. So how many arguments I am providing here? I am providing 2 arguments, one is a and the other one is b. So here I am performing some certain set of expression, that is nothing but a plus b. So if I execute info, info takes how many argument now? Info takes 2 argument, one is a and the other one is b. So for a, let me specify it as 7 comma 3. So the output is 10. Awesome, it is working totally fine. I can also provide multiple expression here. For example, plus b, that is nothing but what is the output that we get? That is nothing but we have 7 plus 3 plus 3. So the final output should be 13. Can you see here? The final output is 13. That's awesome, right? That's working totally fine. So this is your lambda functions. So now we'll try to move to the advanced topic in lambda functions and try to do some complicated queries in lambda functions. So let me try to perform some operations like squaring the numbers. So how do you square the numbers? So let me provide the variable name as output is equals to lambda. I am providing one argument. I want to see the square of the particular arguments, right? So how do I print the square? Double star 2, right? Exponent 2. So now if you write output, output takes one argument, that is consider like 5. So 5 square. So it is telling output is not defined because the output spelling is wrong. Yeah. So can you see here? It is performing the square of the particular elements. That's great. So this way you can perform various different types of functional arguments, and as well as different types of lambda functions and expressions. So let me go for example 2. So we'll solve more complicated query now. So let me write power is equals to, let me define lambda function, so which takes base comma expression, exponent, and as well as some addition, subtraction you can perform on top of it. where it takes 3 arguments here, and here we are doing some expressions where we are telling base plus or base to the power of expression plus addition I am doing here. So now 3 argument it has been taken, and then it is expecting the 3 argument that the user needs to be provided. So power open bracket. So 3 arguments you need to provide. The first thing is base and expression, and as well as some addition values. So base, let me provide as 2, comma, expression I am providing it as 2, and then I am adding with 8. So what happens? 2 to the power of 2 plus 8 will be the output, that is 12. So base, let me provide it as 5. So the output should be 33. Understood, everyone? This is how the lambda function works. It can take one argument or multiple arguments. So let me compare normal regular functions, user defined functions with the lambda functions. So whereas in the user defined functions, let me provide sum of multiple elements, right? So how do we provide the sum of multiple elements? We did last time, right? Where we took multiple number of elements and we perform some operations. So we do the same thing to make it more complicated, where we use functions, user defined functions with the lambda functions internally. So let me write as user defined functions as def as my keyword, and this is my functions. And now let me provide the function name as argument as n. So it is taking single arguments. Now inside the argument, let me provide the lambda function. So I will write as return some lambda function, that is lambda of a colon a plus n. So what happens? Where inside the user defined functions, I am providing the lambda functions. So let me see what will be the expected output. So let me write as inner functions, that is nothing but my doubler is equals to, that is nothing but my function of 2. So I am giving 2 as the value for the my function, that is nothing but for n, and then I will provide my tripler is equals to my func of 3. Okay. So it is successfully taken. So let me print here my doubler, that is nothing but this function as another argument it takes, which is for a. So let me provide here for a as 6. So if you execute, what happens here? You can see here this value is assigned for n and 6 is assigned for a. So that is nothing but n value will become 2 and plus 6 for a value is, that is you have provided as 6. So your output is 8. Alright. So if you want to change that n value as 9, so that is nothing but 9 plus 6 will be the output, that is 15. So this way you can use a user defined function inside the lambda function. You can use lambda function inside the user defined function. So now we will talk about major parameters of lambda functions. So the major parameters that we use in lambda functions are something like map. So we'll move on to the PPT so that it will be easier to you to understand what are the various map operations that we can perform. So what is map? Map function expects the functional arguments. So in operation to perform some iterables. For example, consider like you're providing map as a function. So it takes lambda expression and sequential orders. So the expected query looks like this, where it is taking map and it is taking a lambda function, whereas this is your lambda expression and here you are performing your list of elements. So instead of giving 1 or 2 elements, you can provide the list of elements. So what it does, it iterates to the list of elements and performs some certain task. So let me go back to the script file. Let me provide map. So map takes the 2 argument. One is function and the other one is iterable. So let me perform the practical examples for map, where I am providing number is equals to some random list of elements. Let me provide 2, 4, 1, 90, 3. So now I want to perform some operations for all these elements. So lambda function used to perform for only individual elements, right, before. Now I want to perform for list of elements that is assigned. So at that particular case, I want to go for map. So as I mentioned, map takes 2 arguments. One is your function and the other one is, that is, functions are nothing but the lambda function, and the other one is iterable. So list is an iterable where it iterates with multiple elements inside. So you can write your map of function that is nothing but lambda of x colon. I am writing some expressions such that for each argument I want to perform square. So to perform square, what I can do, x into 2. So for each argument I am squaring the values, comma, I want to provide the iterable. What is the iterable here? The list of elements, that is num is the iterables. Let me provide num. If I execute, I won't get any output. I will get the map as the output because I have not told my Python to print an list or tuple format. So explicitly you want to provide which format your output is expected. So explicitly you can provide it as list format. So what this does, this is explicitly converting your map output into list format. So here you can see here, whereas for each and every item or the iterables, the data has been squared. So 2 square is 4, 4 square is 16, 1 square is 1, 90 square is 8100 and 3 square is 9. So this is the functionality of map. So again we have next functionalities, that is filter. So what filter does, let me discuss with you. I hope everyone understood what is map. Now we'll talk about filter. So filters are nothing but, filter is a function that performs some operations on top of the lambda functions, where it tries to filter out the number of records based on the conditions. So here what I have done, here it has taken n number of elements and then it has filtered out only those records which is divisible by 5. Alright. So how do we perform filter? So whereas same arguments where it filters takes the lambda functions and as well as iterables. Filter and function comma iterable. So let me provide here list of elements. The same list I will take as num. So I am writing here list. I want list in the output. So I am providing filter. I am filtering the records which is less than 5 records. I want only those information where the value is less than 5. So I don't want the 90 to be printed out. So I am telling filter lambda as a function x. I am providing if x is less than how much? Less than 5. You can provide in this way, comma. I also want to print the iterable. So before we are printing the iterable, you can see here, you are writing this condition. So you are writing this condition as x is less than 5. So if you have multiple condition, you can write also use if and else statement. Here I can write just if statement to perform certain operation. So no need of writing if here, just I can remove it. I can provide the iterable as num. So it is expecting another bracket. Yes. So I can see it is extracted only those elements which is less than 5. So always make sure that whenever you use map function, the number of input is equal to the same as number of output. Whereas in filter, it reduces the records based on the condition that you have provided. Now finally we have reduce is the functionality. Always in reduce, it will give you an output of only one value. So whenever you want to use reduce as the parameter, you want to first import from the libraries. Here I have mentioned from func tools, you want to import the library as reduce, then only you can perform some certain operations. So we'll start importing the libraries from func tools. We'll start importing the reduce and then we'll start performing some certain operations for reduce. Reduce function. So as I mentioned, I want to import the libraries from func tools or nothing but functional tools. Import reduce. So reduce is successfully imported. Now I'll perform some operations like number is equals to, where I'm specifying random numbers. So I've specified the random numbers for number. So now if you want to perform some operations like maximum values that is present inside the what particular list, to do that I can just write as max num, right? So that is an inbuilt function. So inbuilt function is totally working fine. But if I want to create my own lambda function, what I can do, I can just make it as function that is prints the maximum value. So max vals is equals to reduce. I'm reducing it to the only individual element. So I'm providing the lambda function here, lambda of x comma y. I'm taking two argument at the beginning and I'm writing colon. If x is greater than y, if x is greater than y, I want to print it as x, else I want to print y. So what happens if 2 is greater than 4, it prints the value of 2, else it prints the value of 4, and then 4 will compare with another 4. Then 4 and 2, where 4 is greater than 2, right? So it remains 2 here. Then 4 will compare with 11. So 11 is greater, then 11 will compare with 4, then 11 is greater, 11 is comparing with 6, 11 is greater, 11 is comparing with 7, 11 is greater, 11 is comparing with 221, 221 is greater. So it will print the 221 as an output. So this you have mentioned it. Now we also want to print the expression, that is nothing but the iterable, that is num as the iterable. So let me close this bracket and execute. So let me write as max vals. So your output is 221. This is how this entire map function works. If you want to also sum up the records, all the records that is present inside this num, you can simply write a variable called summed up is equals to, I can write as reduce of lambda x comma y. Here I am taking again two arguments, one is x and the other one is y, colon x plus y, and I also provide the iterable, that is num. So summed up, you can see here it is summing all the argument that is available inside the iterables. So by default we have a inbuilt function called sum that also does the same task. So the resultant you can see here, this and this is one and the same. So now let me also print the minimum value. To print the minimum value, what I can do, I can just write as minimum of num. So the minimum value that is present inside this particular list of elements or iterables main vals is equals to reduce lambda of x comma y colon if x is less than y, I want to print the value of x, else I want to print the value of y from where? From num. So your output will be 2. So this is how the inbuilt functions are built. So you can also provide the same information by using the lambda function. So here is the detailed analysis of lambda functions, what all functionalities can be used, and how we can solve various complex queries using lambda function. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back to the data visualization using Plotly. So what is data visualization? Data visualization is nothing but converting your raw data into pictorial format. So once you convert the raw data into pictorial format, there may be chances that you can find the hidden patterns that are present in the data. Without further ado, we'll go deep dive into the data visualization using Plotly. We have various data visualization library in the market like Matplotlib, Seaborn and various. But why Plotly? I'll be explaining you today in this session. Without further ado, let me start. So Plotly is one of an open source Python visualization library used to create interactive and high customizable graphs and dashboard. It is widely used in data analysis, machine learning and business intelligence because of user friendly and as well as it is very interactive. So why you want to use Plotly compared to Matplotlib or Seaborn? So here I have been bifurcated into different categories. The first thing we are talking about features. If you want to talk about interactivity, so there is no interactive between Matplotlib and Seaborn. It is just the static visuals. But if you go for Matplotlib and Plotly, where you can just see the trend analysis, but when I hover on top of it, there is no dynamic view. But if you use Plotly, you can also do the interactive between the charts. If you hover onto the particular line, you understand like what is the sales that was generated on the particular axis. Easy to use? Yes. Matplotlib is very simple. Seaborn is built on top of Matplotlib, so it is high-level API, whereas Plotly is intuitive. If you go to the customization, Matplotlib is highly customized and Seaborn is medium and Plotly is also highly customized. If we talk about 3D chart, whereas both Matplotlib and Seaborn will fail, whereas Plotly can also outperform with 3D charts and as well as a web support, both Matplotlib and Seaborn will fail here, but Plotly will do its excellent job in web supports. That's why I'm here to help you to understand how to use Plotly to perform various visuals and charts. Firstly, let me introduce about a line chart. Everyone knows what is line chart, right? You have been used in the stock market analysis. So the line charts are nothing but you want to see the sales that was generated over the period of time. At that particular case, you can use line chart. So this is how the Plotly visuals looks like in the line plot. A line plot is type of charts that displays the information as a series of data points connected by continuous line. It is commonly used in visualizing the trend over the period of time, such as stock price analysis, temperature changes, along with that fuel price over the period of time. Before going to the bar chart, let me help you how to perform this type of analysis using Python notebook. So let me open my Jupyter notebook. So I will create a new notebook. So now I'm in the Jupyter notebook file. Let me rename the particular file as Plotly visuals. So the first and foremost thing that you want to do is you want to import the necessary libraries. So step 1 is importing the libraries. So what are libraries that is required for this particular session is, you want to import NumPy as NP. NumPy is nothing but it is an scientific computing. If you want to perform any scientific computing, you can use NumPy as the library. Next, we'll try to import Pandas to perform the data manipulation operations. Import Pandas as PD. Now, I also want to load the stock dataset. So let me load the Y Finance so I can generate the stock analysis on the live. So let me import Y Finance as YF. This is the just the shorthand notation I've given. So now let me import the Matplotlib so that I can compare you with Matplotlib, Seaborn and Plotly. Import matplotlib.pyplot as plt. Now let me import Seaborn library. Import Seaborn as SNS. Let me also import Plotly library. Import plotly.graph object as geo. So these are the libraries I've imported. If you get any error while loading this dataset, you want to install some of the packages. So for me, it is successfully loaded. So now let me create multiple cells. So let me load the stock dataset. To load the stock dataset, what I can do, I can make help of Y Finance library to load the stock data analysis. So step 2, fetch stock data through online. So this is your step 2. So let me go and download the Google and Apple sales analysis. So stock symbol, I'm giving the variable name as stock symbols. Here I want to provide the, which is the stock price I want to take it. I want to capture Apple sales and as well as Google sales. So here let me write as for Apple sales, Apple stock price AAPL. So that is for Apple stocks price, and for Google stocks price, you want to write as GOOGL for Google. So along with that, let me just want the 15 days of analysis rather than taking all the days. I don't want all the day analysis. Just for our explanation, I will take just 15 days of analysis. So let me write as start date is equals to from 2024 01 and 01, and the end date is equals to 2024 02 with 15. So let me execute it. It is working totally fine. So now let me download the dataset. Let me give it as variable name as stocks. Let me write it as YF, that is nothing but Y Finance. That is the shorthand notation I've given here while loading the library. Dot, I am asking Y Finance to download the stock price. So it is asking what are the different company stock price I want to download. I want to download the Apple and Google that is present in the stock symbols I have created. Stock symbols, comma, what is the start date and end date they are asking. So my start date is equals to this start date, that is 1st of January 2024, and my end date is 15th of February 2024. So let me provide end date. So let me take the closing price. Rather than taking all the price, let me only extract the closing price. If you don't provide this closing price, what all information that you can see is stocks. Rather than stock, it is stocks. Can you see here? All the different analysis has been displayed. One is closing price, high price, low price, open and volume. But I don't want all the information. I just want the closing price only. So let me provide closing. So can you see here? I have the details of only closing price of different days from Apple and as well as Google stocks. So this is done. So next what we can do, we can extract the analysis still more better. Whereas dates is equals to stocks dot index. So that is for x-axis I've used this date dot index, that is as dates, and then your Apple sales, Apple stock sales is nothing but from stocks data you are extracting only the Apple AAPL sales. So let me save it, and as well as I will do the same thing for Google sales. Google is equals to, well, let me copy paste the same thing. So this is the stock price for Google. And now let me print the head of stock head, stocks.head. So this is the top 5 records, whereas Apple and as well as Google's have extracted. So Apple data looks like this. This is your Apple sales analysis, and as well as your Google sales analysis have extracted it. This is your Google sales analysis, and dates are nothing but the index position. So these are the dates. So once this is done, let me perform the data visualization. Data visualization. So firstly, let me talk about line chart. As I told, line chart will provide you the detailed analysis of sales over the period of time. So by using Seaborn, let me perform Seaborn plots. So I can compare the Seaborn plot with Plotly. So to perform the plot by using the Seaborn, let me write as SNS dot set the themes. So I will write as set theme. So I will provide the style here. That's fine if you don't provide any style as well. So it is better to use style, so the chart will look more appealing. So style is equals to, let me provide it as dark red. So if you want to see more on this, go to the documentation of Seaborn, and then you can check different style that is available in the Seaborn documentation. So let me plot plt dot figure. Let me provide you the width and height of the figure. The figure size is equals to 10,5. So I provide the width and height of the particular figure. So now I will ask the Seaborn to perform the line plot. SNS dot line plot. So in the line plot, let me provide my x axis is nothing but your dates. X is nothing but your dates, comma. Y is your Apple sales, and label I will provide this as Apple, and let me provide the marker is equals to O as the marker, and let me provide the color as blue color. So if I just plot it, you can see the sales that was generated by Apple. Can you see there is a sales that was generated from Apple? So this is the analysis, but what is the issue is I can see the details, but I cannot understand what exactly is happening in this particular marker, right? When I hover, it is static, it is not displayed. What is the sales that was generated? I will also try to do the same thing for Google sales. So I want to perform the same thing like SNS dot line plot. I want to provide what is your x-axis and as well as y-axis, where my x-axis is dates, comma, where I will change my y information to Google, right? Google, and let me provide the label here. Label as Google, and I will also provide my marker. Let me provide my marker as something like star, and let me provide color as red color. So can you see here on the top I can see the sales of Apple, and on the bottom I can see the sales of Google. So this is the trend analysis that is between Apple and Google. That looks good. So if you want to provide the X label and as well as Y label and the title of the particular chart, you can just write plt.x label. You can provide this as date, and plt.y label LABE y label as, let me provide this label as stock price. It is provided as APP Apple stocks. Let me rename it with stock price. So can you see here I have replaced the Y label as stock price and X label as date. So along with this I will also want to see the title for the particular chart. So let me provide as plt dot title. So let me write the title as stock price trend over time, right, using Seaborn. So you can see here the title is added successfully. So along with that, if you want X sticks in the rotation, like if you want to see in the 45-degree rotation, you can do it by writing as plt dot x ticks rotation is equals to 45-degree. I am providing here, and then I also want to see the legend. So legend is already available. It is always better to include everything in the script file. Legend. So can you see here the x-axis is like 45-degree tilted, and the label is also added. And if you don't want to see this particular information, and if you want to print multiple charts together, you can write as plt dot show. So this Matplotlib legendary information will get removed. So this is the analysis by using the Seaborn, what you can do. But you can see here the entire graph is a static analysis where it is not a dynamic one. So if you hover on top of it, it will not show any detailed information. So now we'll perform by using the different libraries. So let me write as figure is equals to, that is nothing but from Plotly, that is geo dot figure. So fig dot add underscore trace. So let me write as geo dot scatter of x is equals to dates, and y I will provide it as Apple, and mode, let me provide it as line plus marker, lines plus markers. Now let me provide the name as Apple because I'm using the Apple cells here, comma, name is equals to Apple, and let me perform the line style and as well as color of the particular line. So line is equals to, in dictionary I am providing color is equals to blue. So let me close the bracket. So model plotly dot graphs dot figure. So geo.figure is not present. Let me write as figure, capital F. Yes. So this is capital F, not the small f. So you can see here, we got the same trend analysis as we see in the Seaborn. But what is the added advantage here is, if I were on top of it, I can see the live analysis, right? On top of it, like Jan 2, the sales that was generated, and same as for Jan 3, Jan 4. So slightly it is decreasing of sales till Jan 5 and it is increasing of sales till Jan 9, and again there is a fall in the sales. Again there is an increasing trend and then decreasing trend. So this is the analysis where you can do it using Plotly, where it is completely dynamic compared to the Seaborn analysis. Now we'll try to perform the same for Google stock analysis. Let me write as fig dot add trace. Let me write as go dot scatter of x is equals to, in the x axis let me provide as dates, and my y axis I want to provide as Google stocks, and mode is equals to, I will write as lines plus markers, comma, name is equals to, let me provide it as Google, and line is equals to dictionary format. Let me write as color is equals to, let me write as red color now. So now I can compare with both the stocks. One is Apple with Google. So once this is done, you can update the title for this. So there is no title that is available. So let me create a title. Let me write figure dot update the layout. So while updating the layout, let me first print the title. So title is equals to stock price trend analysis over time using what? Using Plotly. Along with that, let me also provide some other details, whereas x-axis of title is equals to, let me provide as dates. So you can see my x-axis title is dates, and let me also do the same thing for y-axis, comma, y-axis title is equals to, let me print it as stock price. If you execute, can you see here the stocks price is printed. If you want your x-axis to be tilted for 45 degree, you can also specify here, comma, x-axis is equals to, same thing in dictionary format you want to specify the angle of tilting, where tick axis angle is 45 degree. So you can see here it has been tilted to 45 degrees. So the advantages is in the Plotly where you can zoom the particular chart. I can just drag this. If I want to just zoom it, can I see here? I have just access with only this particular data. I can zoom it. So that is the one good advantages of Plotly, where I can just select it, I can just zoom it, and I can see what is the sales that was generated in Plotly. So along with that, if I want to just download the image, I can just click on this image. So that will download the entire image, like what analysis that you wanted to display. So you can pan this and you can just see like what is the analysis, what is the sales that is available. And if you want, you can zoom out and you can zoom in. You can pan it and you can scroll the analysis that you want. So this is the best use of Plotly. Again, if you want to fit to it, you can just click on auto scale. So auto scale will scale the data properly. If you just want to auto scale it, you can just click on this auto scale. So that will bring back to the normal page. So this is what line plot is. So this is the comparative between the Seaborn and as well as Plotly. So Plotly is more dynamically visual appealing compared to Seaborn, where you can download the particular charts as well. So I hope that's clear with particular line chart. Now we'll move on to the next different chart for making an better analysis, that is bar chart. So what is bar chart and when to use it? So bar chart is nothing but it will help you to create a bar. It is nothing but it creates like box where it is used to understand what is the number of count that is present based on different category of data. So bar chart is graphical representation of the data using the rectangular bar. The length of each bar is proportional to the value that is represented in the bar chart. So this is commonly used for categorical data. So you can see where we have used Titanic as the data set to perform this certain analysis. So let me load the Titanic data set now. So you can load the Titanic data set from various ways. One is you can download the data from the Kaggle, or else you can already load the data from the inbuilt data set, that is Seaborn. So loading the data set, loading the Titanic data set. So let me write as Titanic is equals to SNS dot load underscore data set. I want to provide the data set names, that is Titanic. SNS provides various different data sets. If you want to see all the data sets that are available, you can just write it as SNS dot get underscore data names, get data set names. So here you can see these are the various data sets that Excel inbuilt data set. So from this inbuilt data set, I am loading the Titanic data set. So Titanic dot add. Let me print first 5 record. So this is how the data looks like. Whereas we have survived, this column helps you to understand whether the passenger is survived or not. 0 indicates the passenger is not survived and 1 indicates the passenger is survived. P class indicates the class ticket, where 3 is the lower class ticket and 1 is the higher class ticket. Sex is nothing but the gender of the particular passenger, age of the passenger. Sib SP is nothing but siblings and spouse. Parch is nothing but parent and children, number of parents and children has visited together. Fair amount, what is the fair amount that they have paid for the particular ticket? And now we can see embark talk about like from where the particular passengers are coming from, different city or place. Class, different class tickets, third class ticket or first class ticket. Who, whether it is a man or female or male. Man indicates it is a male and female indicates that is woman here. Adult male or female, and deck is present here. Deck is nothing but in the ship we will be having multiple deck, right? So that deck information is available here. embark town, so actual city name, alive and as well as survived or one and the same. So alive no is nothing but survived 0, alive s is nothing but survived 1. Alone means whether the passenger alone traveling. So those details has been available here. Based on this, let me start doing an analysis. So now let me perform the bar chart using Seaborn. So to perform the bar chart, first let me align my chart size. So to do that, let me write as plt dot figure of fixed size, that is nothing but figure size, is equals to, let me write it as width and height for this 8, 5. So I've set my figure size. Now let me load the bar chart. So SNS dot, instead of bar chart we call it as count plot. Both are on this side. Count plot. So I want to provide the data, that is nothing but data is equals to the data set name, that is Titanic. That's what I have defined here. So let me write as Titanic, comma. My x-axis would be your class, comma, where let me keep my U. U is nothing but the category, that is nothing but I am using U as survived or not survived. That helps me with coloring part. So let me copy this survived and paste it here. And let me also provide the palette. Let me set it as set to palette. So you can see here, it is successfully able to plot the count plot or bar plot of the particular data. So if you want to customize this by giving the title, you can feel free to do it. Again, you can give plt dot x label. So x-axis label, I will provide it as passenger class. Rather than class, let me write as passenger class. So x-axis is passenger class. Now I will also modify the y-axis. So plt dot y label. So for the y label, let me provide it as count, number of passengers or the count of passengers. You can use count or else number of passengers, that also fine. Number of passengers. Number of passengers. So these are the number of passengers that we have in the y-axis. And also let me provide the title. So there is no title that is available. So let me write plt dot title. Let me provide the title as Titanic passengers count wise analysis. Titanic passenger count by class and survived using Seaborn. So you can see we have created the title. So from this analysis, what you can capture is, whereas orange indicates the survival and green indicates non-survival. This is done based on the U that we have provided. So based on that, you can see number of passengers. So there are high number of chances of survival for first class and very low number of survival rate in the third class. In the second class, we have like 50-50%, almost like 60 and 40%, 60% non-survival rate and 40% survival rate. But in the first class ticket, so 70% of survival rate and 30% of non-survival rate. So whoever has used the first class, so having an higher chances of survival compared to the not survival. So whoever are in the third class, taken the third class ticket, where there is an having very less chance of being survived, right? So now let me print the legend. So plt dot legend is already available here. So you can just skip it, or else you can also print it. That is up to you. Let me write plt dot legend. So let me provide the title for this legend as survived. That is already present. And I will provide the label. Label it is 0 and 1. Rather than 0 and 1, let me provide it as no and s. Labels is equals to, let me provide it as no and then yes. So you can see here no and s has been replicated. So if you don't want to see this particular legendary, you can just write as plt dot show. So this is the graph that displays by using the Seaborn. But as I told you again, the chart looks good and analysis is good, but the problem comes in where we cannot do the interaction between the plots. So now we'll try to perform Plotly to overcome this. Bar chart using Plotly. So now let me write it as figure is equals to px dot histogram Titanic is the data set, comma. For the x-axis, I will provide the class as I mentioned here. X is equals to class, and for the color of survival, for survival, I will give the color, whereas we used U for C1. So here we can use color is equals to survived, and here let me write as bar mode as group. So I want to group the entire bar mode, and let me provide the title here. Title as same thing that I mentioned here. Let me copy and paste it. So rather than Seaborn, let me change it with Plotly. So let me also provide the label. So label is nothing but where I will provide class. So passenger class. And then for survived, I will provide it as capital S, right? That looks better. So px is not defined. So let me see what is the libraries that I have defined on top. So I forgot to install px. Let me import the libraries. Import plotly.express as px. Let me run this. Yes, now it is imported successfully. Let me go back to the same chart and run this. So label as some issue. Let me write as labels. So it is working fine. So there is an error by stating that when grouping with the length 1, the list you will need to be passed is length 1 tuple. Bar mode, you have specified the bar mode, that is fine. P class survived is available. So this is closed. Instead of name, to slice this. So let me check out once again. px.histogram. Let me provide Titanic, and class is equals x is equals to class, and color is equals to survived, and then bar mode you have specified as group, and title is Titanic. That's fine. And then you have specified here the labels. Class as passenger class, comma, survived as survived. So everything looks good. So now we can, instead of Matplotlib, I am using figure. Just write as figure.show. So that prints you the figure information. So now it is very interactive. If I over on top of it, it is telling like survived is 0, and as well as the passenger count, along with that number of survived and number of not survived in the third class. Can you see here? Where not survived as 372 compared to survived is 119 as the count. But if you see the first class, whereas count of survived is 136 and count of not survived is 80. If you see the second class, whereas count of not survived is 97 and count of survived is 87. So whereas we have high number of non-survival in the third class ticket compared to the first class and second class ticket. So that is the analysis that you can do it by using the Plotly. So now we'll try to perform by using next chart. So next chart talks about the scatter plot. So what is scatter plot? Scatter plot is nothing but it is used to see the correlationship between the two different chart or two different data. So whether it is positively correlated or negatively correlated, right? Or the data is like completely spread. So scatter plot is a type of data visualization that represents the individual data points on 2D plane. Each point is plotted based on two numerical values. It helps to identify the relationship and patterns between the tables, right? So let me start performing the scatter plot. So to perform the scatter plot, let me use Seaborn. Scatter plot. So we'll perform the scatter plot based on the passenger age versus their fare amount. So we will visualize the passenger age. We'll visualize the passenger age versus the fare amount. We'll also give the color as survived and not survived. So we can have better understanding, like if the fare is more and as well as if the age is less, there is an higher chance of survival or not, right? So with colors represents the survival status. Survival status. So now we'll try to perform the plots. So by using Seaborn, let me start plotting it, and then later on stages we'll use Plotly. So plt dot figure of fig size is equals to, let me write as 8,5. So that is my figure size I have already set. After setting the figure size, let me write SNS dot scatter plot. So first thing I want to provide the data, that is data is equals to Titanic, and let me print the x-axis. My x-axis is age. I will compare age with fare amount, right? So my y-axis will be fare amount. I want to compare this with survival and not survival. So I will use U for coloring. U is equals to survived, and let me also use some color palette to visually look appealing. Let me write as palette is equals to cool warm, and also let me plot this. So this is how the data looks like. So if you want to give the label for x-axis, y-axis and title, feel free to do it. So let me write as plt dot x label. So my x-axis will be age, and my y-axis plt dot y label. So that is fair amount. And let me write as title here, plt dot title as age versus fair amount. Fair amount using Seaborn. So I have not enclosed it. Let me enclose it. So this looks better. And if I want to just show only the plot, I will write it as plt dot show. So as I mentioned here, you can see the amount we have paid very high. So they have higher chance of survival. So blue line indicates the non-survival, and the orange line indicates, orange dot indicates the survival information. So whoever they have paid the highest fair amount, they have higher chance of survival, and whoever they have paid low fair amount, they have lower chance of survival. So now we'll try to do it same for by using Plotly. Let me provide fig is equals to px dot scatter plot. So I want to provide the dataset name, that is Titanic, and let me provide the x-axis. X is equals to age, and y-axis let me provide as fair, that is fair, and let me provide the color as survived, right? Color is equals to survived. So this is working totally fine. Let me write as fig dot show. So you can see here, this is the analysis. You can easily understand, like whose age is 35 and the fair amount they have paid is 512, they have survived. Whose age is 36 and fair amount is 512, they are survived. So the higher the yellow color is survived, and blue the other color is not survived, whereas you can compare it whichever whoever having the highest stage, and as well as whoever has paid the highest fair amount as the highest chance of survival, right? So you can see how simple you can create a chart. If you want to customize it, you can also feel free to do it. Like you can provide the title for this. Title is equals to age versus fair amount. By using which tool, which library we used it? We use Plotly as a library. And then I will also provide the labels is equals to, you can also provide it in labels in the dictionary format. So my age, let me write as age as my label, and my y-axis also I want to specify here. Like rather than fair, I will specify colon amount paid or fair amount. So you can see here that is fair amount, and this is fine, and survive. Yeah, everything looks good. So now we'll try to perform next chart, that is pie chart. So what is pie chart and when to use it? So pie chart is nothing but when you have the percentage of distributions of the data. So at that particular time you want to go for pie chart. So how much percent of contribution is done by the overall sales? At that particular time you can go for pie chart. A pie chart is nothing but it is a circular statistical graph that is divided into slices, which is useful to display the percentage of distributions of the categorical data. So we'll try to perform the pie chart and we'll do the analysis. So now let me perform by using the Seaborn library. Pie chart using Seaborn. So let me write it as count of survival distributions. Let me perform count of survival distributions using the pie chart. Count of survival distribution. So let me perform the plot, whereas let me write it as percentage of distributions before performing the plot. Let me write as survival counts is equals to, from Titanic I want to see the survived value counts. So how many were survived and how many were not survived. So Titanic of survived dot value counts, right? Survived dot value counts. So that provides me the details of number of survived and number of not survival. So this provides the number of survival and not survival. If you also provide the percentage, it will display, like you can just write it as normalize equals to true. So that will help you to understand. So what is the percentage of survival and not survival into 100 will give you the detailed understanding of number of percentage of survival and as well as not survival. So if I want to do the same thing in the representation of graphs and charts, let me copy and paste it here. Let me remove this normalize for now. So let me provide the label is equals to not survived and as well as survived as the labels, right? So label I have provided. Now I will provide the color. Colors is equals to, let me provide red and green color. Red color for not survived and green color for survived. Red comma green. Now let me provide the figure size. Let me provide the size of the figure like plt dot figure dot fig size. Six comma 6. So figure size is already set. Now let me perform the plot by using SNS dot. Let me set the color palette. So set palette. Set palette. Let me provide the palette as colors that is assigned above. So now let me perform the plot plt dot pie chart, that is nothing but survival counts, that is mentioned here, survival counts, comma labels is equals to, the labels also available here, I have mentioned labels, comma auto PCT will provide you the percentage format is equals to, let me specify percentage 1.1 formatting with double star. So what it does in the sense, it will give you the 1 decimal places comma, start angle is equals to 140. Let me provide some angle here. So if you see here, can you see the distributions of percentage? Here we have seen just the textual information, like 38% of survived and 61 not survived. So here we can see in the pictorial representation. So let me provide the title for this, plt dot title. So the title is Titanic survival distributions with Seaborn. And let me remove all this particular number axis that is available by writing plt dot show. So now you can have the detailed analysis of pie chart. So if you want to do the same thing by using Plotly, it is very simple. Pie chart using Plotly. So let me provide figure is equals to px dot pie. Let me provide the label here. Name is equals to labels, comma, values is equals to survival counts. We have already defined the survival counts here. I am representing same thing, same survival counts, comma, title. Let me provide the title here. Title also I have defined here somewhere. Let me copy paste the same title. Rather than Seaborn, let me make it as Plotly, comma, color is equals to labels and color distribution map, discrete map, let me provide as in the dictionary, not survived. For not survived, let me provide the red color. And for the survival, let me provide it as green color. So let me close this. Let me also write it as name is not defined, it is names. So figure dot show. So you can see the figure and along with that values. So your Seaborn will provide only the percentage analysis, but Plotly will also tell you out of 38%, like that is nothing but 342 customers were not survived and were survived, 342 were survived passengers and 549 passengers were not survived. So that is nothing but the distribution is 61.6% and 38.4%. So this is the analysis of pie chart. Then we have histogram. So histogram will help you to understand a detailed information of homogeneous split. For example, if you want to see the distribution of the data, for example, age or height of the person, you can use histogram. It is a univariate analysis for the numerical data. So histogram is a type of bar chart that represents the distributions of the numerical data in the group's data bins. So that provides the frequency of the data that is present. So without further ado, let me plot the histogram. Using Matplotlib. So let me write as plt dot figure dot fixed size is equals to 8,5. Let me provide as 8,5. Let me set the figure size. So along with that, let me provide the histogram plt dot ist. So plt dot ist will provide the histogram. So let me see the distributions of the age of the passengers. Titanic dot age, comma, bins is equals to, I am providing the bin size as 20 and color I am giving it as sky blue color, and edge color I am giving it as black. Or let me skip for now, no need of providing. So this gives you the detailed analysis. So if you want to remove all this information, that tells that plt dot show. So again, you can customize it and you can provide the title and as well as other information. So if you want to perform the same thing by using the Plotly histogram using Plotly, you can just specify fig is equals to px dot histogram. Titanic is the data frame name. So your x-axis is nothing but your age information, comma, number of bins or bin size is equals to 20, comma, you can provide the title is equals to Titanic age distribution, that is by using Plotly, and at last you can also specify the color. Sequence is equals to, let me specify the color as blue color. Let me close it and let me write as figure dot show. So you can see the distributions here. So most of them are having age between 20 to 40. So you can see here from the age between 17.5 to 22, we have 118 passengers. From the age between 22.5 to 27, we have 106 passengers. From the age between 27 to 32, we have 109 passengers. So this is the trend analysis you can see, or else this is the distributions of the data based on the age parameter. So next we have a bar plot, box plot. So this box plot will represent you the data with 5-number summary. 5-number summary is nothing but where it will provide you the detailed understanding of what is the minimum, maximum, and what is the median, first quartile, second quartile, and third quartile analysis. So box plot is a standardized way or to display the distributions of the data based on the 5-number summary, minimum and first quartile, median, third quartile, and the maximum values. So without further ado, let me plot the box plot. Let me just write as plt dot, first let me set the figure size, figure of fig size is equals to 8,5. So width is 8 and height is 5. So figure size is properly set. So let me write as plt dot box plot, and let me provide the information. So before performing the box plot, make sure that the data is completely cleaned and there is no null values that is present in the data. To check with that, you can check with Titanic dot is null dot sum. So you can see there is some null values that is present in the data. So you want to remove those null values. So you can just write as Titanic cleaned is equals to Titanic dot drop any. So for now I am dropping the null values that is present in the data set. So I will write it as subset the data only for age and P class, because my analysis I am doing for only age and P class. Only for age and P class I am dropping the null values, age and then P class. So this is successfully done. So let me copy the same thing of dropped data. Let me specify, let me print it here, comma. So from this, let me extract the P class. Let me close it. So from the P class, I am taking only the value of I. I am writing a list comprehension of age for I in the list of 1, 2, 3, comma. I'll try to execute this. So there is some closing parenthesis is missing. So I've opened it and I've closed it here. So box plot, this is done. So for age, it's done. For this is also it's done. This is open and closed. This is open and closed, and this is open and closed, and this is opened and I have not closed it yet, right? So let me open this. I have not opened it. So there is some issue that has happened here. One is Titanic cleaned the data of Titanic, clean data of P class we have taken for I in range of 1 to 3. Let me provide comma path artist is equals to true. Labels is equals to, let me provide the labels here. First class and second class and third class. So let me enclose here. So this is able to print the box plot. So now let me perform the same thing by using the Plotly. So let me write as figure is equals to px dot box plot. Let me provide the Titanic information. So Titanic underscore clean data, comma x label is nothing but your P class, and your y is equals to the age information. and color is equals to P class, right? So let me just plot this figure dot show. So you can see the detailed information that has been displayed in by using the Plotly. So if I just hover on top of it, it will explain me like what is the maximum and minimum, and as well as first quarter, second quarter and third quarter detailed analysis for all the different P class. So the last plot is your violin plot. So violin plot is used to print the combination of your box plot and as well as your density plot. So without any further ado, so this will give you the detailed analysis of violin plot using the Seaborn. Now we'll try to do the same analysis for Plotly. So this violin plot is the combination of both box plot and as well as your distribution plot, as I mentioned here. So to perform the same thing by using the Plotly, what you can do, you can just change this figure is equals to px dot violin. From this violin plot, you can specify the dataset name, that is Titanic cleaned data, comma x is equals to P class, comma y is equals to age parameter that I am providing here, comma color is equals to P class. So I will also provide box is equals to true to print the box equals true. And if you want to see the point for all the information, you can just write as points is equals to all. So if you write figure dot show, that will print you the violin plot for each and every parameters for the age along with the P class. So here is the detailed analysis where it prints the box plot and as well as the density plot that is mentioned over here. So it also explains what is the minimum, maximum and median and different quartiles information. So this is the detailed analysis of various different types of plots and how the Plotly can be helpful to understand in detailed analysis with live explanation when you hover on top of each and every chart. Yes, now welcome back everybody. Now we'll discuss about what is loops and Python. Very interesting topic, loops, and very most useful topic, that is loops, right? So what is loops? In general, if you ask me what is loop, a loop is nothing but if you want to do some certain task repeatedly again and again, you will go for loops, right? For example, if you ask me what is your daily routine, so in the morning I woke up at 5 a.m. and I will freshen up and then I will start going to office and again I do my work and again I go back to home and again I will upskill, again I will have a good sleep, again the same next day will be the repeating cycle for me, right? That is what loop is all about, doing the same certain task repeatedly again and again. So we'll discuss more about what is loop in Python. Without wasting further ado, we'll talk about what is loops. So you can see in Python, a loop is a control statement or else control flow statement that allows you to execute a block of code repeatedly, right? Python supports two different types of loops. One is for loop and the other one is while loop. What is the difference between for loop and while loop? You can ask me, right? So both loop allows you to iterate a block of code for multiple number of times, but they are usually different scenarios. Whereas if you want to talk about the while loop will be keep on continuing the entire loop till it breaks. So when to use while loop in the sense when you don't know the n number of iterations, at that particular time you want to go for while loop. When to use for loop? When you know the number of iterations. For example, if I want to do some certain task 5 times, I will go for loop. But I don't know, I want to do some certain operations until I achieve this. So at that particular time, I will go for while loop. For an scenario, consider as you are an student If you want to apply for a job and if you want to get into a good company, for example, Amazon, so at that particular time, you want to go for a while loop. For an example, you are attempting a first attempt, so you failed. So you are giving an other attempt. So you are giving an another attempt. You are giving an attempt over attempt until you crack the interview. That is what while loop is. For loop is you are giving an attempt for n number of times. For example, consider you are giving an attempt for 3 times. So you will apply first time if you are rejected, if you are applying for second time and you are rejected if you are applying for third time. That's it. So when you are applying for number of times that you know, then you go for loop. If you want to run the loop until you break the entire loop, you go for while loop. I hope that's clear. So this is your flow statement or the structure of your while loop and as well as for loop. If false, so basically if true, it will go into this first section, that is while. You want to write a while and you want to write some condition, and below the condition you are writing the block of code or the statements, and then the same iteration keeps on repeats, right? Whereas in the for loop, you are providing an initialization. For example, how many times the iterables needs to be initialized. Then you are providing some condition and updation, and you are writing the block of code or the statement, and then this statement executes n number of times that you are specified. So now we'll discuss about what is a while loop. While loops are nothing but a loop that are used to execute the specific block of code repeatedly. So the while loop in Python is used to iterate over a block of code as long as the test expression holds true. This loop is used to when the number of iterations is unknown, right? So you are writing while, you are specifying the condition and you are specifying the body of while loop. So this diagram will help you to have a clear understanding of while loop, where you have a test expression. So if the loop is true, where the body of the while loop will be keep on getting executed until it gets failed, right? So here I have provided some basic example of while loop. So I have created a new variable called number, that is 10, and I am initializing my data, that is nothing but addition is equals to 0, and I have provided I is equals to 1. Here I am providing a while loop while I is less than equals to num, that is nothing but 1 is less than equals to 10. Yes, 1 is less than equals to 10. This condition satisfies. So if this condition satisfies, then perform this operation. That is nothing but addition is equals to addition plus 1, and you are incrementing the value of I. What happens if you don't increment the value of I? The loop will be keep on executing and it will not stop, never stops. So you want to make sure that you are breaking an loop. So that is what your while loop is. In the while loop, we have various different operations that you can perform. So breaking out the while loop. So you can use break as a statement in the while loop. You can use break statement to exit the while loop permanently. So you are providing an example that where you have given the counter as 1. So while the count is less than equals to 5, you want to keep on executing the loop. So for example, at the beginning, the count is less than 5 is less than equals to 1 is less than equals to 5, right? So it will go for if condition. If the count is equals to 3, then you are stopping the entire loop. So 1 is not equals to 3, so it prints the output as 1. So the count will get increased from 1 to 2. So again it will check the condition 2 is not equals to 3. So again it will continue the loop, and when the count is equals to 3, so 3 is equals to 3. So this condition, this if condition satisfied, then it will break the loop. So that's what this diagram also represents. So you have condition. If the condition is true, then go for this particular statement and then break the condition and break the entire loop, right? So continue, where you can use continue in the while loop. What is this continue does? Continue statement does. The continue statement will skip the rest of the code inside the loop for the current iteration, where this break will stop the entire loop, whereas continue will skip the code instead of stopping the loop, right? And next, we'll talk about what is nested while loop. So, nested while loop is nothing but you're writing a while loop. Inside the while loop is called nested while loop. So, we'll talk about what is nested while loop and how you can use nested while loop in later on stages. So, using an else with while loop. So, Python also allows you to use the else block with while loop. The else block is executed when the loop condition becomes fail, right? So, before going to the for loop, we'll talk about while loop and we'll try to perform some operation by using the while loop. Let me start sharing my Python script file screen. Let me create a new file. Let me add a picture of while loop here for your better understanding. So, if you want to attach your images, just now I taken the screenshot of my image. If you want to attach this, what I can do, you can first convert this particular cell to a markdown. First, I will click on yum to convert my cell to markdown, and I will paste the image PNG format. Can you see here? The link is attached and the image is displayed. This is how we can attach the image in the particular IPYNB file. So, I will give the headline as intro to loops in Python. So, as I mentioned, if in Python the while loop is nothing but if you want to execute the certain block of code until it fails, right? So, let me write down some steps that we want to involve or that we want to follow while creating a while loop. So, we have follow 5 different steps while performing the while loop. 5 steps. Needs to or 5 steps involved in while loops. Let me write as steps involved in while loop. So, what is your first steps? What is the first step that you want to follow while performing an while loop is you want to initialize your variable, right? So, initialization is very most important. So, let me write as initialization. Initializing what? Initializing the variable. So, the variable are nothing but like count for an example is initialized to 1. For this demo, I will be using count as the variable. I am initializing that count to 1. So, your next point that you want to follow is you want to write a condition here. So, for example, what type of condition? For example, while performing the loops, you want to have a condition here. The loop checks the condition like less than equals to 5. That is the example that we have taken, right? So, if you see this example, we took that less than equals to 5 or less than equals to 10. Here I have taken the less than equals to 10. So, for an example, let me give it as count is less than equals to 5. So, this is the condition that you have specified here. This is the condition that you want to mention. If this condition is true, if the condition is true, then the loop will executes the block of code, right? If the condition is true, then loop executes the independent block of code. Or executes the block of code. So third thing that you want to perform an execution statement. So in this execution statement, you are specifying this execution statement, what needs to be mentioned here. So let me write as execution as the loop prints the current value of the count by incremental order of 1. You can give increasing of 1 or increasing of 2 or increasing of n. That is your wish completely. Why I want to increase in the sense, if you don't increase the value of count, what happens? The loop will be keep on iterating. So it will never break. So if the loop does not breaks, what happens? It will be keep on iterating, right? So I want to increase my value of count by 1. Example, you can give it as count plus equals to 1 or count is equals to count plus 1. Both are one and the same. This is your assignment operator. By writing in shorthand notation, this is your generic form. So after increasing the values, the next step is you want to re-evaluate the data, right? Here you are re-evaluating it, whether the condition is correct or not. What is next position? That is re-evaluation. So re-evaluating the condition, and the last is your terminating your entire loop, right? Last is your termination. So this is the 5 important steps that you want to follow while creating a loops. First thing is you're initializing, then you're writing some condition, then execution, then re-evaluation, and then you're terminating the entire while loop. So this is the step that you want to follow while performing an while loop. So if you want to keep this in the markdown cell, you can just click on yum and you can just save it. Can you see here? So this is the functionality or beauty of using Jupyter Notebook, where all the documentation you can maintain it step by step. So here I have header, or there is nothing but heading, and here I have the particular image, here I have subheadings, and here I have pointers. So you can create this type of beautiful notebook and script file, right? So now I will write a syntax for while loop. The syntax of while loop is very simple, where you are writing while and you performing some condition here. You want to write colon. This colon helps you to understand we have a multiple statement that you are writing below. That's why we use colon here, and here you are writing statement, and here you are increasing the value. That's what I mentioned here. You want to perform the incremental values. So let me make it as markdown, this particular cell. So what happens if you execute, in the sense, sometimes you can see the line is repeated to the previous line. So give some spaces at the top and then try to execute it, okay? Or else convert this data to raw file. So if you use R, that will convert the markdown to raw cell. So now let me talk about first example, as we discussed before, that is a counter of 1, right? So for example, I want to print 1 to 5 using while loop. Printing 1 to 5 using while loop. So first thing what I want to do, as I mentioned here, first thing I want to initialize. So let me initialize here. Like let me initialize count is equals to 1. So I have initialized my count is equals to 1. That is what I have mentioned in the first line of code. The second pointer that I have mentioned, I want to write the condition. So how do I write the condition? This is your while loop condition. I want to follow the same procedure that is present in the syntax. Syntax are nothing but a grammar that we use while talking English, right? So we want to follow certain set of rules like grammars while we communicating in certain particular languages, right? The same way Python or any programming paradigm also follows the same structure while writing any programs. So now we want to perform the statements. Before statement, write the condition. So in the condition, I am writing it as while. I am using an while loop. So can you see the color difference? That means this is already a predefined object, that is while. So here you are writing a counter function. So this count function is nothing but the variable that you have defined. Count is a variable here, is less than equals to 5. So you are writing in condition here, whether the count is less than equals to 5. That means what you are checking, whether the 1 is less than equals to 5 or what you are checking. So always you perform this operation, that is nothing but you are writing in conditional statement. The output of the conditional statement will always be a Boolean value. Boolean value is nothing but either a true or either a false. If you execute this, can you see the output is true? Yes, right? If 1 is less than 5, where the 5 is more than or greater than 1. So this condition satisfies. So if this condition satisfies, you perform some statement. So what is the statement that I am telling? Print count. What is the count now? The value of count is 1. So you have mentioned the statement. If you just execute this, the loop will be keep on iterating. So there is no end for the particular loop. There is no termination, because always the 1 is less than 5. So the loop will be iterating. So always make sure while you providing this statement, you also providing the incremental value to terminate the entire loop. So how do I provide the incremental value? I am specifying here count plus equals to 1. You can also write this in such a way that count is equals to count plus 1. Both are one and the same. Now if you execute, what happens? Your output will be 1 to 5. 1 to 5 as I mentioned. How this works? If you want to understand in detail like how this works, you can just go to the PyCharm, you can search for PyCharm and you can debug the entire code, how it works. That basically works in this way. So first time the count, the value of count will be 1. Actually the value of count will be 1. Now it is start comparing that is 1 is less than equals to 5. It is checking that. If you write hashtag here, that means it is in comment. So you are checking 1 is less than equals to 5. Of course, yes, 1 is less than equals to 5. So it will print this statement. Print what? Print count you have mentioned. Count is what? Count is 1. So it is printing 1. Next it will go for incremental value. So the value of count now become 2. That is nothing but it is displaying like count was 1 plus 1. That is the value of count is 2 now. So here the value of count will become what? The value of the count will be 2. So now we are checking 2 is less than equals to 5. Is 2 is less than equals to 5? Of course yes. So it will print the value of count. Count value is what now? The count value is 2, right? So it has printed 2 as the output. And again it will increment the value of count. So now the value of count will be 2 plus 1, that is 3. Again it will redirect to the next particular cell, that is nothing but your terminal will be on the top. The value of count will be 3 and you are comparing 3 is less than equals to 5 or what? Yes, 3 is less than 5. Then again it performs the same operation. It will repeat it. Again it will change the value of 3. 3 is plus 1 is 4. So the value of count will become 4 and again we will do the comparison. Count 4 is less than 5. So it will print the value of 4. Again it will change the value of 4 and this will become 5. Your value of count will become 5 and this is 5. Where 5 is less than equals to 5, what will be the output? Yes, 5 is less than equals to 5, the output will be true because you are specifying less than or equals to. You are specifying less than or equal to, you are not, if you specify just less than 5, the output will be false, but you are specifying the 5 is less than or equals to 5. Yes, any one condition is satisfying, then the output will be true here, right? So only it is printing the value of 5 as well. But if you just write count is less than 5, the 5 output will be not printed because 5 is not less than 5. So if you execute this, the output will be just 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you see here? Yes. I hope everyone is clearly understood how the while loop works. So this is how the while loop works. It iterates the loop step by step. So if you want to talk about break statement and while loop, so as I mentioned, what break statement does? Break statement will stop the entire loop if the condition is satisfied. Right? Let me write down the subject here as break. What this does? It will stop the entire loop if the condition is satisfied. Got it, everyone? What is break statement does? It will stop the entire loop if the condition is satisfied. Now let me give the variable name as a equals 10. So now let me write down the condition. The first thing is initialization. Always try to follow the same step. First thing is what? You want to initialize. Here I have given the steps. You want to follow the same step. First is initialization. Next is condition. Condition is what? This is your while condition. You want to write down a condition like while a is less than equals to, let me write it as 100. So is a is less than equals to 100? Of course yes, right? The 10 is less than 100. So the output is true. This condition satisfied. I want to print the statement below. So what is this statement? Let me print the statement. Before the statement, let me write another condition by stating that if a is greater than 15, then you want to break. So when this condition satisfied, you want to break the entire loop. You want to stop the entire loop. That's what I am mentioning here. So I want to go back to the same line of while loop. Indentation is very important while performing an Python. Can you see here, when I give the colon, I want to give 4 space. Again, this is your statement. Again, you want to give 8 space from the beginning. Again, I am going to the while loop and I am writing a print statement here. Print. Let me print it as I love my student, right? So how many times it will print? Let me print it as I love my students, right? If you want to see like number of times it is printed, you can do that. So always you make sure that whenever you write this statement, you also writing an incremental value. What if you don't provide the increment value? Always your 10 will be less than equals to 100. The same what value it will check, and then the same loop will be keep on iterating. It will never stop the loop, right? So to overcome this, I want to break down the entire loop. Let me write it as a plus equals to 1. So the output, what happens in the output? The output will be printed as I love my students. How many times? It will print almost like a is till it satisfies a is greater than 15. So first times 10 is greater than, it will check if is 10 is less than 100. Yes, it is correct. And it will check out is 10 is greater than 15. No, it is not greater than 15. So it will skip this and then it will print this information. So that is nothing but one time it will print I love my student. Again it will go, the value of a will become 11. So 11 is not satisfied, 11 is not greater than 15. So it will print 2 times. Again 12 is not greater than 15. So 3 times. 13 is not greater than 15. So 4 times. So lastly it will print it as 15. 15 is also not greater than 15. So sixth time it will stop it. It won't print 6th time because 16 is greater than 15. So it will stop the loop. So I love my students will be printed 5 times. Let me print and showcase to you. Can you see here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you want to see like what is the value of A, you can just use comma and you can print the value of A as 10. So can you see here? As I mentioned here, 10, 11, 12, still 15 times it has printed. So as simple as while loop, right? So everyone understood what is the break functionalities. When this condition satisfied, the entire loop got breaked. Can you see here? After 15, so 16th information is not printing because you are checking this is 16 is greater than equals to 15. Yes, of course, 16 is greater than equals to 15. So it is breaking the entire loop. So this is the functionality of break. Break will stop the entire loop in the conditional statement. So now we'll talk about the next functionalities. Now we'll talk about continue. What is continue? As I mentioned before, continue skips the particular element once it is satisfied, right? So it will skip the particular element and will jump for the next element or next conditions. So let me write as continue in while loop. So continue in while loop. How does continue works in the while loop? Let me discuss in detail. So let me print it as counter. Again, I am providing the same thing as count is equals to 0. Now let me specify while. I want to specify the condition here. First, I have initialized the values. Now I want to provide the condition. So let me provide the condition as count is less than 5. So 0 is less than 5, of course, yes. So if the value is true, you want to perform the incremental value as count plus equals to 1. So next I am writing then condition here. If is a conditional statement. If count is equals to 3, if this condition satisfies, then what should I want to do? I want to skip the values. So I am writing as continue. Continue, and here I am writing print the value of count. So what happens now? The output will be first it will check this condition whether 0 is greater than or 0 is less than 5. Of course, yes, 0 is less than 5. The output is true. So that means this condition is satisfied. Once this condition is satisfied, it will go for count plus equals to 1. That means your count value of count will become 1, and it will check whether the 1 is equals to 3. Is 1 is equals to 3? No, right? The output will be false. So now if this condition is not satisfied, so only continue will not be executed. It will directly go to the print statement and print the value output as, what will be the output? The output will be 1 because you have incremented the value of count. So now the exact value of count is what? The count value after iteration, the value of count will become 1. And next it operates the same thing. It is checking for the condition like 1 is less than 5. Of course, yes, 1 is less than 5. So increase the value of 1 count, that is nothing but the value of, initially the value of count is 1, you are increasing it by 1. So the value of count will become now 2. Now you are checking that is 2 is equals to 3. No, the 2 is not equals to 3. So this statement is not printing, directly is printing the output of 2. Again it will output of count is 2. Now 2 is also less than 5. So the value of count will become 2. 2 plus 1 is nothing but 3. So now it is checking whether 3 equals to 3 or not. Yes, 3 equals to 3. The output will become what? True. If you write conditional statement equals to 3, that is the value of this expression is true. So when this expression is true, it will continue. What continue does, as I mentioned before, continue will skip the values if the condition is satisfied. So it will not print the output of 3. It will not print the output of 3, again it will iterate and then it will print the output of 4 and 5. So, the 3 will get skipped. So, let me execute this. Can you see the output? The 3 is getting skipped because you are writing a condition based on the continue. This is what the use case of continue in while loop. I hope you are clear with what is the use case of continue in while loop. Now, let me discuss about how to use the nested while loop. So, to perform the nested while loop, what is nested while loop? Basically, a nested while loop is nothing but while loop inside the while loop is called as nested while loop. For example, I hope you guys have worked with SQL, right? In an SQL, you have used a subquery. What is subquery? A query inside the another query is called subquery. The same way, in the programming language like Python, we call it as nested loop. Nested loop is nothing but a loop inside the loop. We call it as nested loop. So now let me explain you how the nested loop will works. So we have two different types of loop. One is outer loop and the other one is inner loop. So let me provide the details as nested while loop. So let me provide this header as nested while loop. So let me now print the output of initializing the value as outer count. So this is your outer function variable that is printed as 1. So let me writing a condition here while outer count is less than equals to 3. So you are checking whether the outer count, that is nothing but the value of 1, is less than equals to 3 or not. So this condition is satisfying, 1 is less than 3. So if this condition satisfies, now I am talking about the inner loop or inner count. Inner count is equals to, I will specify it as 1. So now I am writing a inner loop, inner while loop, while inner count, while the inner count is less than equals to 2. If the inner count is less than equals to 2, what happens? I want to print the some statement that is nothing but whether 2, the 1 is less than equals to 2, I am checking. Yes or no, the 1 is less than or equals to 2. Yes, this condition satisfied. So the output will become true. So let me print here F format or else F string by stating that outer function, let me write the value in the curly braces. So here let me write as outer count, let me copy this outer count and let me paste it here and also provide the inner count for your understanding. Inner count colon, I will provide the values in the dictionary format. This is not dictionary format, this is whenever you use this dot F format or is nothing but F string works in this way. For example, if you are printing some values like consider name is equals to, consider I am writing my name like G1 Raj and I am writing role is equals to data scientist. So here I have defined name and as well as role. So now if you want to print the information like my name is, again I want to use comma, I want to specify the value, again I want to write the string information and my role is equals to, I want to again use comma and I want to provide the value as role. Can you see here? I have used like quotes multiple times and as well as comma multiple times. If I miss out any quotes at any one time, it will throw me an error. So to overcome this type of complexity, I can use dot format or else F string. To provide F string, it is very simple. You can just provide F at the beginning, and you can specify all the string information in the quotes. If you want to provide the values, you want to provide in the curly braces. So let me explain the same thing, like my name is, I will use curly braces inside it to provide the values, that is nothing but name, and my role is equals to, in the curly braces I will provide the role. So whatever I specify in the curly braces will be considered as values that is assigned to the particular variable. So can you see here? This will be more better way of writing the query compared to the above one. The same thing I am trying to do here as well by using the F string. So I provided the inner query and as well as the outer query with a statement. Now I will provide the incremental of inner count is plus equals to 1, and also I will increment the outer count. Outer count plus equals to 1. So how this works in the sense? So first it will check out the what is the outer count. So let me specify your OC count is equals to 1 at the beginning. Next your outer count will check the condition. So is 1 is less than equals to 3 or what? Yes, this condition satisfied, right? 1 is less than equals to 3. So once this condition satisfies, the inner count will be 1 itself, and here you're specifying an inner count here. So inner count is nothing but 1 is less than equals to 2. Yes, 1 is less than equals to 2, then it will perform this operation. The output will be outer count. What is the outer count value? That is nothing but 1, and inner count value is also 1. So you are increasing the inner count and outer count values. So the inner count will be 2 and your outer count will be, there is nothing but 1 and 1, that is nothing but 1, and your inner count value will become 2. So until this inner query or inner loop fails, it will not go for the outer loop. So again it will redirect here, and your inner count will become 2, this will become 2, and this will checks whether the 2 is less than equals to 2. Yes, if you specify 2 is less than equals to 2, the output will be true. So this condition is also satisfying. Now your output will be, first time your output will be 1 comma 1, and next time your output will be 1 comma 2, because this condition satisfies. Again the value of this will become 2 and this will become 3, inner query will be 3. Again this will be, your value will be 3, and it is checking with whether 3 is less than equals to 2. No, this condition will not satisfy, it will be failed. So your inner loop got failed, and now it will go to the outer loop and prints the outer loop values. Understood? So the outer loop value will be what? So outer loop is 1 plus 1, that is nothing but 2, and the inner loop value will be 1. The same way, until it breaks the outer loop, the inner loop will be completely executed multiple times. So this is the output of the nested loop. So how it is working? So first it tries to finish all the inner loop operations, and then once it fails, then only it probes for the outer loop, and again it will print all the inner loop and then it will go for outer loops. So this iteration will be keep on happening. That is called nested loops and Python. I hope you guys are clear with what is nested loops in Python. Now we'll talk about how to use else statement and while loop. Using else statement and while loop. So now you are specifying count is equals to, I am initializing as 1. So while count is less than equals to 3, if this condition satisfies, now I am printing count I am providing an incremental value for count, that is plus equals to 1, and I am also printing the else statements, else print it as loop ended. Got it, everyone? So now what will be the output? At present, your first condition will check out. So 1 is less than equals to 3, that is absolutely right. So it print the output of 1, and count value will become 2, and 2 is also less than equals to 3, so it will print 2, and also it will print 3 because 3 is less than equals to less than or equals to 3. So it will, the output will be true, and it will print the value of 3, and it will go for the else statement and print the output that is present in the else statement, that is loop ended. This is the functionality of else statement. Once the entire while loop is executed, it will go and print the else statement. Can you see the output? This is how the output of else statement can be utilized in particular while loop. So we'll try to solve some of the questions by using the while loop. So for an example where I want to write a query to print the which contains 5 from 1 to 100. For example, consider I want to write a query which contains 5 in it by using the while loop. Write a query to print from 1 to 100 which contains 5 in it. Okay, how do I solve this? By using the while loop. Wherever it contains 5, I want to print it. Is it possible to print it in while loop? No. It is quite difficult because I know the iterations here. How many times it want to iterate? I want to iterate with 1 to 100. So always you want to see the condition here. If you don't know the number of iteration, you want to go for while loop. But here in the question, they are explicitly asking that the number of times the loop should execute is 1 to 100. That is nothing but 100 times the loop should be executed. So at that particular times, you can just go for loop and you can perform the certain operations. Okay. So once I will explain the for loop, I will try to solve this type of questions to you to make you better understanding on the loops concept. So without further ado, we'll talk about the for loop. So if anyone asks you what is a for loop, you can say the for loop as your friend, because whenever you do start programming in Python, you will be often using the for loop to perform any of the tasks. But while loop will be rarely used, but for loop will be oftenly used, right? The for loop in Python is used to iterate over the items of a sequence. So when you want to iterate the elements with the known condition, for example, if you know number of iterations that needs to be performed, you will go for loop. So the for loop is very simple, where you are writing for iterable in any range of values or the number of values, and you are performing some certain task or the statement you are writing below. So let me go back to the script file, and the functional or syntax of for loop looks simple. You can just write as for iterable n range of values or list of values, completely up to you, range of something, n, you are providing some statement. So always make sure that whenever you are writing this colon, that means you have multiple statements that needs to be written. So whenever you use colon, that means you provide the 4 space, that is nothing but 1 tab. So let me keep it into a raw string, raw file. So now let me perform some basic operations. For example, let me print from 1 to 10 using for loop. What I can do, I can just print it as for I in range of if you write just 10, what does it mean? Range of 10. Range always takes two arguments, one is minimum and the other one is maximum. Always make sure that range is nothing but it takes minimum value and maximum value. So range of 10 means the minimum by default Excel or Python will start with 0 as the index position, maximum is 10 you have specified. So always the for starting position will be implicit and stop position will be explicit. Explicit means up to 10, not 10. Okay. So the output will be printed as 0 to 9. To execute, the output will be 0 to 9. Got it, everyone? So the same thing I have mentioned here. Rather than printing 10, what I want to do, I want to use 11. So 0 to 10 it will print. So if I want to print 1 to 10, I want to give the starting position as 1, comma, ending position as 11. So that prints the output of 1 to 10. So print I. So it is printing from 1 to 10. So this simple is for loop is where you are writing for iterable in the range of this or iterables you can specify here. You can just write as for item in iterable rather than for iterable here, right? For item in iterable. Iterable is what? I am iterating between the list of values. So the output of this will be list of values. This is an iterable where I can iterate individual elements. Got it? So now let me take it some examples here. Consider I am taking an example to print the even numbers. So what is the condition for even numbers? If any number is divisible by 2 and the output and the remainder is 0, that means that number is even number, right? Any number is divisible by 2 and the remainder is 0, that means it is an even number. If any number is not divisible by 2 or if it is divisible by 2 and the remainder is not equals to 0, then that is an odd number. So to do this certain task, what I can do, I can just write as if conditional statement like if 2 or if 10 modulus provides you the remainder. If modulus 2, 10 mod 2 is equals to 0, then you want to print this particular information as even, right? Perfect, it is printing it as even. That's great. So for 11 it is printing it as it is not printing anything because you have not written else statement here. For example, let me also provide the else statement here. Else print odd. So 11 is an odd number and 10 is an even number. That's common, generic, right? So now whenever there is one condition, you can perform just a condition statement and you can perform the operation. What if I have multiple elements, right? If an user provides multiple elements, consider the user is providing an input as less is equals to, is providing n number of list of elements like 23, 43, 89, 90, 92, 56, 70. So if he is providing multiple elements, now if he is asking you to find the elements which is even and odd, so at that particular times what you want to do, you want to iterate the number of elements that is present inside the list. At that particular time you want to go for loop. For in less, what is this less? Less is nothing but your iterables where you can iterate between the list of elements. So here you are writing the same condition here. Rather than writing it, just let me copy it and paste it here. If rather than writing 19 here, what can I do? I can just specify this I, that is nothing but item that is present inside the list, right? Initially it will be like 23, whether 23 mod 2 equals to 0. Whether 23 mod 2 equals to 0 will be true or false, the output will be false because the remainder won't be turned to 0, right? The remainder will be 1. So if I execute this, let me also specify the indentation. As I mentioned, whenever you are performing a for loop, indentation is very important. So you are writing an if condition here, you have given the colon here, you have not specified the indentation. That's why it's throwing an error by stating that here you want to provide the indentation. Read the error. Always you want to start reading the error. It is telling that expected an indented block after an if statement on the line number 4. So let me go here. This is 4 space is given for this loop, for loop, and I want to give 4 spaces for while loop as well. Just use tab. Perfect. If you execute, you are getting an output as odd, 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 even, even, even. So that is nothing but these many odd elements and these are the even elements. If you ask me, can I also print the value? Yes, you can also print the values by writing it as comma I. I is what? Iterable. I mean, items that is present inside the iterables. You are iterating it, right? 23 is an odd number, 43 is an odd number, 89 is an odd number, 90 is an even number, 92 is an even number, 56 is an even number, 70 is an even number. So let me also provide here 77. So now you can see the output of 77 is odd number. So this is how you can perform by using the for loop. I hope everyone understood how the for loop is working. So this is the intro of your for loop and as well as while loop. Now in the next session, we will be discussing in deeper understanding of what is for loop, and we'll try to solve lot many questions by using the for loop and as well as by using the while loop. Thank you. As we discussed break statement and while loop, now we'll start using how the break statement works in for loop, right? What does break does? Break is nothing but it will stop the entire loop to operate, right? To iterate. That's what we discussed in the while loop. Now we do the same thing in for loop. What I will do, let me copy the list that was defined earlier. Let me copy and paste it here. So let me write a simple for loop by stating that for I in, that is nothing but for item n, the list is nothing but the iterables that is already defined. So here you are printing a condition here if I is over 60, right? If you are checking if I is over 60, consider any value over the 60. For example, you can see here after 89, we don't have any value. We have one value over less than 50. That is fine. So you are specifying if I is greater than 60, you want to break the entire loop. Then you are printing the value of I. So what happens? So it will go for the first element, that is 23. Is 23 is greater than 60? No. The output will be false, right? So that means this condition is not satisfied. So directly it will move to the print statement. If this condition satisfies, then it will go to the break statement and breaks the entire loop, right? So the output will be 23 at initial stage. Next it will check for 43. Again 43 is not greater than 60. So again it will print the 43. So it will go for 89. Is 89 is greater than 60? Yes, 89 is greater than 60. So this condition will become true. Once this condition is true, this will break the entire loop. So the resultant output will be 23 and 43. So let me try printing this. Can you see here? The resultant output is 23 and 43. Why? Because it will go for 83 and then 83 is greater than 60. So it is entirely breaking the loop. So if it is also like 20 or 10, the 10 will not print because the entire loop is breaking here itself. It is not proceeding further. If I execute, can you see here? It is not at print. So now we'll try to use how the break works in the nested loop, nested for loop. All right. So break in nested for loop. So now let me provide some range of values like from 1 to 10 of values. For I in a range of 1, 11. So I am printing from 1 to 10. If I am writing a conditional statement, if I is greater than 5, I am checking if I is greater than 5. If this is greater than 5, then break the entire loop. Okay. Then I am telling print the multiple of tables, right? For example, I want to print the multiplication of tables like ones are, twos are, threes are, fours are, fives are, etc. So I'm providing multiplication table of I, that is nothing but initially I am starting with 1, right, that is nothing but, let me print it as I. So I am writing an inner for loop here for I in, or else for j in range of 1 comma 11. Again I am iterating with 10 times. So now let me print it as print I into j, and let me execute this and show you the resultant output. So it is printing multiplication of table 1, it is printing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So how it is working in the sense in the back end. So the output here is the outer range or outer for loop is 1, that is multiplied 10 times of inner for loop, that is nothing but 1 into 1, 1 into 2, 1 into 3, etc. So you can also print it as in this way for better understanding. What you can see, what is your 1, that is nothing but your I, 1 into ones are 1, 1 into twos are 2, right. So let me provide here 1. I want to use multiple f string here, so I will write as f, right. And once you write the f string, you want to specify the quotes. So here let me specify this information in the curly braces, that is nothing but the value of I is nothing but your 1, 1s are, 2, 2s are, 3, 3s are. So this j will also get replaced now. So I will write j as the particular information, that is nothing but I into j, right. So can you see here, 1 into 1s are, 2 2s are, so 2 2s are 4, 2 3s are 6, 2 4s are 8. So the resultant output is printed in this way. I hope that's clear to everyone how this entire for loop works. So propose 4 into 1s are 4, you can also add in that way if you need. So it is printing and it is stopping up till 5, but it is not continuing after 5. Why is this? Because you are writing a conditional statement here. If I is greater than 5, you want to stop, you want to break the entire loop. So when the output range or outer query of I is 1, it is printing. Outer query of I is 2, it is working fine. Outer query of 5 till here it is worked fine, but outer query is greater than 5, it is stopping. It is stopping the entire loop. It is getting breaked. So this is how you can use the break statement in the nested for loop. So how does this entire information we are dealing with numerical data. If you want to deal with the categorical data, how the for loop works, let me explain you. Consider there is an information such as student details, right, in the list, or else consider there is a sentence over here by stating that I am Jeevan Raj, I work at Imaticus Learning, right. So this is your entire sentence. If you use for loop for info, info is nothing but it is in the string data type. How do you check this, whether which data type the info is present? You can write the type of info, right. So that prints you the what is the data type of the info. So it is telling string data type. So if you iterate the particular string information, it will iterate as individual element, right. But now consider there is a question by stating that you want to extract only those word which is more than 5 characters. I want to extract only those word which are more than 5 characters. So if you provide if condition, if I is greater than 5, you want to print the I. So none of the output will be printed here. So it is telling that for I in info, if I is greater than 5. So what is I here? I is not a integer value. Perfect. I want to see the length of I, not just I. So provide length of I. So no output is printed because it is iterating as an individual elements. If you want to see what will be the output, just you can remove this, or else you can use control plus forward slash to what, make it as comment, and then you can make it as print I. So the output of I will be individual characters like I, A, Yang, J, E, E. So it is not printing based on the words. If you want to convert this into based on the words, what you can do, in the info or in the string, we have a functionality called split. Right? What split does? By default, split takes the space as the character as the delimiter to split the values. The separator will be space by default. How will you want to see the documentation? You can use shift and tab. You can see the documentation. It is telling that the separator is by default is none and space. So the information is now present in the list format. How do I see it is in which format? You can just use type of this. So now it is in list format. Now can we iterate these elements? Yes. Now if you iterate this element, it will print the individual words. So what I can do here in the modification, just writing, instead of just writing an info, I want to write as dots split. So this has splitted into each and every individual word. Now I will remove this I, and now the code that I have made as comment, let me remove that comment and let me execute. So now these are the 3 words which has more than 5 characters. So this is how you can use for loop to print the number of words which are greater than 5 characters. So as I have explained how to use break statement in for loop, and how to use break statement in the nested loop, how to perform the string functionalities in for loop. So either way we can try performing various applications or various tasks by using the for loop. So let me take a last question on for loop. So consider, as I mentioned before, this is the question I have mentioned. Write a query to print from 1 to 100 which contains 5 in it. So how will you write? First I will want to iterate, right, for I in range of 1, 101. So if you print I, so the output will be 1 to 100, right, 1 to 100. So there is a condition by stating that if I contains 5, then only print the output. So I want to make sure that writing a condition, if 5 in str of I. So what happens here? I want to give an, can you see here how beautiful the Python is? Python is able to explain you what is the error. So it is telling expected semicolon, colon is not provided because you are writing a statement here below. So here you got the output. What is happening in the backend? It is checking the string 5 that is present in the string or not. For example, it is checking in this way, where 5 in 25. So if 5 is present in 25, the output will be true, then only it is printing the value of I. So if 5 is not present in 26, it will print it as false, so the output is not printed. So if you want to print all the information in the same line, what you can do, you can also use comma, end it in the same line. You can use end. If you want to separate it by comma, you can give the separator. So you can see here, it is ended in the same line by using the separator as comma. Yes guys, this is how simple way you can use for loop and you can perform various types of tasks. So whenever you start dealing with complex queries, for loop will be more oftenly used in your daily life. So next we'll be talking about functions, and we'll also be talking about list comprehensions and dictionary comprehensions. Over there, I'll be explaining in detailed understanding of how to solve the complex questions by using the for loop in list and dictionary comprehension. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back to the next topic on pandas with Excel. So we'll try to see what is the difference between the working with pandas using Python, and as well as how we can perform the data manipulation using Excel. So we'll try to understand how to extract the data from different sources. There may be chances that the data will be sitting in the Excel file, or there will be chances that the data will be sitting in JSON, XML, zip file, and various different file sources, right? So we'll try to load the data from different sources. We'll try to do some data cleaning, data manipulation operation. So without any further ado, we'll start today's agenda, that is Python, pandas with Python. So what all you will be learning today in this session? So the first thing you will be learning is introduction of pandas. What is pandas? What do you mean by panel data? And what is series? What is data frame? And how do you create your own series? What is one-dimensional series and the multi-dimensional series? Why it is pandas data frame? And as well as you will be also understanding about accessing the series elements and performing some statistical operations on top of that series data. And also you will be working on filtering the series and performing some arithmetic operation, series ranking, that is sorting and filtering the record, checking for null values and treating the null values, concatenation, and etc. So without further ado, let's start with introduction to pandas. Pandas is basically a panel data where it stores the information in tabular format, where with rows and columns, where it is majorly used to perform data manipulations operations. So let me open my script file. So let me create a new script file. So let me name it as pandas with Excel and Python, right? So basically first let me start loading the necessary libraries. Loading or importing the necessary libraries, that is up to you. Importing the necessary libraries. So perfect. So what are the libraries that we want to load? Let me load import NumPy, import NumPy, import NumPy. I'll give the alias as NP, and let me also import pandas as PD. NumPy stands for NP stands for NumPy, and why NumPy I have imported in the sense to perform the numerical operation or scientific computing. We loaded NumPy, and pandas is nothing but panel data, where it is used to perform the data manipulation operations. So I'll give the alias for pandas as PD. So let me also import warnings. So let me write as from warnings import filter warnings ignore. So I am importing the filter warnings. So whenever there is warnings, that is what that presents, so this will ignore those warnings. Warnings are not an error, it's just an warnings based on the packaging issue, etc. So I have imported the necessary libraries. So now let me explain you how will you load the series of files, right? Consider I want to create my own pandas series. So to create a series, let me write as less is equals to, I'll provide the list of elements like 1, 2, some random list of elements I have provided here. That's great. So I can see the data type is, type of information is, it is in the list format. So now I will convert this list to series format. So what is series is nothing but if we have any information with one dimension, we call it as series. If it is multi-dimensional data, we call it as data frame. There is a difference between the series and data frame. So now I will convert this list of elements to series. To convert it, just you can write it as A is equals to PD, that is pandas PD dot. Always you want to make sure that the capital S needs to be written, series of LIS. So A. So you can see here the data is in the series format. To confirm whether it is in series format or not, what I can do, you can just write as type of A. So you can see here it is pandas core series. So it is in the series format. That's great. So what are the various operations that you can perform if the data is in series format, right? So let me explain you those steps. So where the different functionalities by using series are, the first thing that you can check the length, right? So you can write as a len of A. So you can see here the total length of elements is like 9. We can also perform the shape. So shapes will provide you the number of rows and as well as number of columns. So A dot shape. So it is telling 9 rows with 1 column. So if you want to see number of dimensions, how many dimensions that the data is present, so you can just write as A dot and dim. So it is telling it is a 1 dimension data. So let me write as number of dimensions. So it is an 1 dimension data. If you also want to see the data type, you can just provide the data types. So A dot D types. So you can see here the data types by default it is defined as integer 64. That's great. So already we also discussed about the type functionalities. So if you want to see which type the entire information is present, it is in the series format. So let me write as type of A. So it is in the pandas core series. That's good. So if I want to see like if there is any null values that are present or not, like if I want to see the information of my series, I can just specify A dot info, alright. So that provides me the information. What all information is present here in the sense? So we have totally 9 entries, out of which from 0 to 8, where it is also printing me number of non-null values and total count and data types. So we have 9 not null values. That's great. We don't have any null values here, and as well as data type is int 64, and total bytes is consumed is 204 bytes. So these are the basic operations that you can perform by using the series. Now let me try to create a data frame. So data frame, as I mentioned, data frame is nothing but it's used to create a multi-dimension array, right? Rather than single dimension, it's used for multi-dimension. So creating a data frame. So to create a data frame, we can create it in various different ways. First, let me create a data frame by using the list format, right? So now, well, create a data frame using list. Okay. So let me provide some list of elements and then let me create a data frame out of it. So let me specify PD dot, always D and F should be capital while creating a data frame. Data frame, PD dot data frame. From pandas we are creating a data frame. Here I am specifying list of elements like the name of the person, like Rowan, and then his gender is male and age is 26, and other set of information, right? So like Kumar, and the gender is again the male, and then the age is 24, and I'll also add another information like Navya, and gender is female, and the age is 27 or 29. So I've inserted 3 values. If I execute, you're getting an error by stating that shape of past is 3, 1 as the input. So that's fine. So the problem is where we have not created another list, it should be a data frame, right? So add another list of elements. So you can see here, we have created this information. So now the header is like completely empty. It is printed as 0, 1, 2. I also want to print the column details. So to print the column details, you can just write it as comma, columns is equals to, and you can specify the columns details. So the columns for the first column is name of the person, name, comma. Second column indicates the gender, and third column indicates the age of the person, right? Can you see here? Successfully you are able to create a data frame. How simple you can create a data frame. So if you want, you can just create a data frame like df, and you can also see the df information. So the df information is presented here. So this is what data frame is. Data frame is nothing but creating a multiple values. Instead of creating one dimension is nothing but your series. If you are creating multiple dimension, it is a data frame. If you want to see how many dimensions there is present, so each column or each variable we call it as one dimension. We have totally 3 dimensions. If you want to cross verify, you can just write as df dot ndim. So that prints number of dimensions or 2 dimensions here. And if you want to see what is the shape of it, you can just write as df dot shape. So that prints 3 rows and 3 columns, right? 3, 3. That's great. So can we create a new data frame which by using the dictionary? Yes. So now, well, create a data frame using dictionary, right? So now we'll try to create a data frame by using the dictionary. So compared to list, dictionary, while using dictionary, it is very simple to create a data frame. So the simple way is that where you are providing df1 is equals to, in the curly braces where it takes the keys and value pair, right, in the dictionary, you are specifying like names, colon, you are specifying Navya, comma, Kavya, comma, Kanaka, comma, Jivan. So these are the names that you have provided. Along with that, if you also want to provide the other details like the name along with the name, gender, we can specify it gender, colon. So you can specify the gender for each and every individuals, like their gender is female, comma, female, female, and as well as male. So can you see here, it is successfully we have created 2 columns with names and as well as with gender. So if you specify df1, it has created a dictionary. So now I want to convert this dictionary into data frame. So you can just specify that pd dot data frame and open and close bracket. So now it is in the data frame. So simple, you can create a data frame. Now if you want to add any other column, for example, now I want to add the age column for the particular field, I can just write as df1 of square bracket, let me provide as age. So this is the new column that I am creating here, that is equals to, I can provide the list of elements of age, that is 29, comma, 35, comma, 45, comma, 27. So if you execute it, can you see here, the new column is successfully added as age. So this way you can create a data frame and as well as you can create a series in data frame in Pandas, right? So now we'll see what are the functionalities that we can perform by using the Pandas. So before performing the functionalities, let me start loading the data from different various source. Then once the data is like huge, I will explain you what are the various functions that you can perform by using the Pandas. So Pandas allows you to extract the data from different sources. So basically, I've created a folder here. So this folder consists of different files. You can see here, this information almost consists of different folders. Let me just try to add one of the information from this particular folder. So we have Bigmart CSV file and HTML file, JSON file, text file, Excel file, and as well as zip file. We'll try to download the data from different source systems, right? So extracting the data from different files, different file type. So we'll start importing the data. The first file format is in CSV file. So we'll import the data from CSV file. It's very simple to load the data from CSV file. Loading the CSV file. So I can just specify df is equals to p.read_csv. So CSV is nothing but comma separated values. So here you want to specify the particular file name. So the file name is nothing but bigmart.csv. Let me copy this and let me paste it here. So if you specify df, so it provides you data frame details. So you can see over here, I just printed the values. I just printed the name of the particular file. It is successfully loaded. But what if the path is stored in the different location? Consider here, if I just write as pwd, that is nothing but print the working directory or present working directory. Both my raw file and as well as my Jupyter notebook is sitting in the same particular location. So I can just provide the name of the particular file. For an example, if the file is not present in the same working directory, what happens? So let me minimize this. Consider we have sample superstore file in the desktop, that is Excel file. So if I want to load this particular file, let me copy the name of this particular file. If I execute df is equals to or pd.read_excel, and if I provide that same file name, it will not load. It will throw an error. Why is this error? Because this particular file is not in the same repository. So only it is unable to capture the details. To overcome this, what we can do? To overcome this, you want to go and copy the path of the particular file. To copy the path of the file, you can use shift and right click. That will help you to copy the path of the file. Just copy it and then paste the path here. Rather than pasting the file name, you want to paste the path, and then you want to change wherever there is a backward slash, you want to make it as forward slash. Wherever there is backward slash, you want to replace it with forward slash. That's it. So if you execute, this works successfully. So consider there is like it's sitting in some different folder and folder inside another folder, folder inside another folder. So the entire information is huge. So at what particular time will you load it, right? It is very difficult to you to change each and every parameter from backward slash to forward slash, right? So rather than loading in this way, you can go in other different method. So that is nothing but p.read_excel. So you are pasting the Excel file, you are simply writing it as R. So this R will help you to reverse, or this R will help you to what? Just skip those errors that occurs, right? So that reverse the forward slash to backward slash. So this how we can load the data if it is not sitting in the same repository, right? If it is not sitting in the same path or working directory. So now we have learned how to load the data from CSV file, and as well as we learned how to load the data if the data is set is sitting in the same working directory, or if it is working in different working directory, how to load the data files. So along with that, we'll try to load the data from next different file format, that is HTML. So let me copy this data of HTML. So let me copy this name of the file. So loading the data, loading the HTML file, right? So I can just provide df2 is equals to, I can just write as p dot read underscore HTML, right? And then I want to specify the file name. So your df2 looks like this. So can you see here, it is not converted in the data frame, it is in the list format. Can you see here, there is a square bracket. The data is loaded in the list format, but it is not in the data frame format. How do you check it? You can just write as type of df2. So can you see here, the type is list. All the information is present in the 0th index position, where list start from the 0th index position, right? So you can just write as df2 of 0. So you can see here, now the data is converted into list to data frame format, right? That's great. Do I really require this unnamed column? No, unnamed column was not present in the original data file. Can you see here, this is your original data file where unnamed 0 was not present, but once the data is in the HTML format, it has created new unknown column called unnamed 0. So I want to remove that column, it is not useful. So I can just write as df3 is equals to df2 of this information. So I am dropping the unnamed 0 column from the df3. To drop a column, you can just specify dot drop. Drop what? I want to drop this unnamed 0, okay, comma. I also want to specify the axis. So axis is equals to 1. So if you execute this, that will drop the first column. Along with that, you can see here, it is not affected the original file. If you just search for df3, still the unnamed 0 is present in the data, right? So if you want to affect your original file or original data frame, you can also specify in place equals to true. In place equals to true. If you execute this, can you see here? Now the original file is also got affected. Awesome, right? So now you understood how to load the data from different 3 sources. One is by using the CSV file, and the other one is by using the HTML, and then also Excel file. So now we'll try to load the data from JSON file format. So let me select this. Let me unselect this information. So rename, and then let me copy this name of the particular file. So we'll load the data from JSON format. So let me write as pd dot read underscore JSON. So I have executed. So I can see here the data is successfully loaded. So let me write as df4 So add is nothing but it prints the top 5 records by default. If you don't specify any elements, it prints top 5 records. If you want to print the bottom 5 records, you can just write it as df4 dot tail. Tail will print you the bottom 5 records. This is your bottom 5. If I want to see both top and bottom 5, you can just write as df. So df will print both top and bottom files. So if you want to just print the previous call, you can just write as display of this information. So that also prints you the head and as well as tail. Head means top 5 records, tail means bottom 5 records. So I want top 3 and bottom 3 records. You can't do it. You can explicitly mention the number, how many elements that you want or how many records you want. Can you see here? Now it is printing top 3 records and as well as bottom 3 records. So now we understood how to load the data from a JSON format. So let me write down here, that is loading or importing the data from JSON format. Right, that's cool. So now we'll try to load the data from different sources, that is text file. Importing the data from text file. So to execute this, you can just write as pd dot read underscore csv, and then you can specify the file name here. Along with that, if you execute, can you see here? It is tab separated, not the comma separated. So it is telling /t/t. So what you can do, you can also specify the delimiter explicitly. How will you see the parameters? You can use shift and tab. So there is a parameter called delimiter. Just copy this delimiter, write down equals to and specify the tab. So now the data is properly extracted. So if you want to see the first 5 records, you can write it as df5.head. So by default, it prints the first 5 records. So now we understood how to load the data from text file. So what are the different file format we have next? We also have the data in Excel format. So we already saw how to load the data in Excel. Let me explain you once again. Importing the data from Excel format. This is your fifth type of data that we are loading is. So pd dot read underscore Excel. So here you are specifying the file name, that is bigma.xlxs. So you can write df5 is equals to this information. So we have successfully loaded the Excel file as well. Now we'll try to load the next formatting, that is a zip file. So consider if the information is present in the zip file, how will you load it? So let me copy this file name. So let me paste it here. So importing the data from zip file, right? That is my 6th section, that is importing the data from zip file. So if you want to import the data from zip file, first you want to import the zip file, that is the library or the module that we have. So you can just write as import zip file. So first you want to import the module as zip file. So once you have imported the module called zip file, you want to write with zip file dot, we have another module called zip, so capital Z and as well as capital file. So here you want to specify the file name, and let me provide the alias as A. So now I want to open this particular file. To open this file, what I can do, I can just specify with a dot open I'm opening this particular file that I've defined for variable A. So now let me provide the what is the file that is present in that particular zip file. The file that is present in the zip file or CSV file. So how do I see that? I can just go to this and then I can just double tap this. Can you see here? We have the CSV file, comma separated values. So in this, the file name is big market, right? So I want to load the big market. So I will write it as bigmarket.csv. I'll give the alias as B for now. So now let me create a data frame as df6. So df6 is equals to pd.read underscore csv. It is in the CSV file, so only I am using pd.read csv. If it is in the Excel file, I would have given pd.read underscore excel, pd.read underscore csv, and now let me provide the b as the variable because it is in the b section, right? So if you execute df6.add, so your data is successfully loaded. So now we understood like all the different ways of loading the data. Firstly, we have started how to load the data in CSV format, and then we understood how to load the data in JSON format, HTML format, Excel format, and we understood how to load the data from text file, and finally we understood how to load the data from zip file. So finally, we'll try to also understand how to load the data, like if it is like Excel workbook, right? So let me go rename here. Let me copy it and let me paste it. So whatever the data is in Excel workbook. So Excel workbook can contain multiple different worksheets, right? Can you see here? Let me go to this particular sheet, right? So here is your Excel workbook, that is e-commerce data. So in the e-commerce data, you can see here we have two different worksheet that is available, right? So let me go back to the file and let me extract the data from Excel workbook. 7th point, loading the data from Excel workbook. So to load the data from Excel workbook, what you can provide? You can first provide as data is equals to or else df7. df7 is equals to, you can write p dot Excel file. So the E should be capital, Excel, F should be capital, Excel file. So provide the path or the file name, that is ecommerce.xlsx file. So df7, if you execute, so now it is in the Excel file. I want to see what are the worksheets that are available. To see what are the worksheets that are available for this particular information, or else you can name it as data for now, and then later on say just once it is converted, I will give the data frame name. So data dot sheet underscore names. So we have two sheets that is available. One is customer data and the other one is order data, right? So now if you want to extract only the customer's data, what you can do? You can just specify cust data is equals to data dot, I want to parse it. So let me write as parse. What is the sheet name I want to provide? If you use a shift tab over here, it is asking you the first parameter is sheet name. So you can specify the sheet name equals customer data. Let me copy this and let me paste it somewhere here. So if you write cust data, can you see here? Your cust data is successfully loaded. If you also want to load the same thing, order data as well, the same thing you want to follow, you can write as order data is equals to data dot parse sheet name is equals to, rather than customer data, what I want to do, I want to copy the order data. So I want to print it here, or data. So you can see here, we have successfully loaded the order data as well. So this way we can load the data from different file format. So closely 8 different formats that we have loaded. So once we are done with this, we'll also do some basic data manipulation operation in the later on stages. Before that, let me check out of the null values that are available in the data or not. So some analysis we'll try to perform. So what is the total number of records that is present in the order table? So order data dot shape. So it talks about we have 8 records with 5 columns. If you also want to see with customer data, you can just write as cust data dot shape. So in the cust data, it is telling we have 6 records with 4 columns. Okay, that's good. But if you see here in this order table, we have some null values, right? So this nan is nothing but we have null values that is present in the data. If you want to see how many records as null values in the orders data, so what you can do, you can just write as order data dot is null. Is null is a function that provides whether there is a null values or not. It will always give you the Boolean value. So you can see false in the sense there is no null values. True means there is a null value that is present in the file. If you want to add all the elements which are true, you can just write dot sum. So it will just sum up those information which are true. So we have in 3 column we have the null values. If you want, you can treat the null values. That is again the other task, how to treat the null values I will be explaining in later on stages. Now let me check the information of my orders data. So order data dot info. So that provide you the detailed information of the orders table. So we have 8 records, out of which it is the entry starting from 0 to 7, and we have different columns such as order ID, customer ID, order quantity, sales, and then order priority. So out of which how many number of not null values? In order ID we have 8 not null records, that means all the entries we have, but in the order quantity we have 7 not null values, that means 1 null values that we have, and in the sales also we have 1 null values, and as well as in order priority also we have 1 null values. Along with that, we can also see the data types that are assigned for individual variables or the individual columns. So now we'll try to perform some of the data manipulation operation, data manipulation operations, right? Let me go back to the sheet. Let me see the bigmart file. So in the bigmart file we have the records. The same way, let me also load the bigmart file. So bigmart file is somewhere, yes, df6. df6 is my bigmart file, df6. So both the data is same. We have month, store and sales, and then we have month, store and sales. Now, if I want to see the minimum sales that was generated in the bigmart, how I can see in Excel, I can just write equals to, there is a function called min. I can select all the sales information. So the minimum sales that was generated is 20,722, right? This is the minimum sales. So the maximum sales, if you want to do the same thing, just instead of minimum, I can use max of all the sales. Control shift down to select all the records. If you want to see total sales, you can write as total equals to we write because we are telling Excel to perform some operations, right? Sum So all the sales information, just select Control Shift down. So this is your total sales. If you want to see the average sales, you can just write as equals to average of all the sales information. So we got the average sales. So these are the functions that you can use in Excel to perform certain tasks, right? How easily we are able to do it. We can do the same operation by using the pivot table as well. So now we'll try doing the same operations in Python. So first thing what we did, we tried finding the total sales or minimum sales. So I can just write as df dot in the sense the column I want to present. First I want to provide the data frame, that is df6 dot column names, that is nothing but sales dot min. So that provides you the minimum values. Can you see here both the values are same? That's good. So what if there is any spaces, right? What if there is any space in the column names? For an example, consider your df6 consists like this: df6 dot rename. So I'm renaming the column. So to rename the column, you can write it as rename, and you can specify columns is equals to. So consider whatever the sales information is like. Sales information is like sales price, right? So what if the information is in this way, sales price rather than sales, if it is sales price. So if I want to affect my original table, before affecting the original table, always it's a good practice to copy the original file. To copy the original file, you can write it as df7 is equals to df6 dot copy, and also it's better to use deep copy rather than just shallow copy. Deep is equals to true. So now the original file is saved somewhere. So I perform the copy operation. That's good. So let me affect the original table data frame by writing in place equals to true. So that is affected my original data frame df6. So with the same df6, if I perform df6 dot sales price dot min, so it will throw me an error. Can you see here? It is throwing an error. So the same functionalities are applied here, but now it is throwing error. Why it is throwing error? In the sense, before there was no space in between, but now there is a space between the sales and price. If that is the case, I cannot use dot, df dot, I cannot use it. Instead of that, I want to use square bracket with analysis like this. Understood? Whenever there is any space, use the indexing kind of thing. Use square bracket to perform the certain operation. If there is no space, you can just use dot and you can extract the particular column from the data frame. So I also want to see the maximum and as well as total and average. So let me write as df6 of, let me copy this same thing. I want to see all the information in the same line. So what I can do, I can just write as display. I will just display the values. Let me copy this same thing and let me print. So instead of minimum, I'll go with maximum values and then mean, average values, and as well as sum, that is total values. Can you see here? Now we want to provide mean, not the average. But in Excel, we used to use the function called average. But here we want to use the function called mean, not the average. So these are the details that is extracted. It is presented same in the Excel as well. So this is how we can compare and you can do the data manipulation operation using Pandas. So now, if anyone asks you to extract only those information whose store is A. So what you can do, you can just go to the Excel. If you want to apply filter, you can just use Control Shift L. So the filter is applied. So if you want to accept only those information where store is A. So just remove all this. Wherever there is store A, I want those details. Can I see here? This is the 4 details that we are extracted or captured: 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. 5 details. How do I do the same thing in Python? If you want to perform the same thing in Python, you can just specify df6 dot, the column name is store equals to I'm doing a comparison operator of A. If you execute, it will print you a Boolean value. If you want only those index position wherever there is true, you can write an indexing, that is df6, and you can write a square bracket. So wherever there is A, only those information is extracted. That's super cool, right? Now we have another condition, whereas along with this, I also want whose sales is greater than 30,000. So how I can do this in Excel? I can just use drop down number filter greater than 30,000, specify the 30,000 here, 30,000, and click on OK. So we have only 2 values which is greater than 30,000, the revenue that was generated from January month and as well as from March month. How do I do this if there is multiple condition in Python? Just let me copy the same, let me paste it here. So this is one condition. So if you have multiple condition, use the tuple. So use tuple here, round bracket, ampersand for AND operators, and we have another condition, that is df6 dot. So instead of dot, I want to use square bracket because we have space in between, right? Of total sales is greater than 30,000. So if you see here, can you see here? Only those information got extracted. So whenever you have more than one condition, you always want to use tuple and you want to extract the values. So if they ask you either anything like, I want to extract only those information whose store is A or whose price is greater than 30,000. Always make sure one thing, AND operator means both the conditions should satisfy, or means any one condition should satisfy. So now my question is, if the store is A or if the sales price is greater than 30,000. If that is the case, what you can do, you can just copy paste it. To perform OR operation, you can use pipe, that is nothing but straight line. So here is the details. So this information explains that either a store is A or the sales price is greater than 30,000. So if any one condition satisfied, it provide the details. So now we'll talk about NOT operator. NOT operator is nothing but opposite of resultant output. So consider this is your operations. So what are the information which is not present in this particular data frame? If you want to see, you can use NOT notation. So to perform the notation or NOT operation, you want to select all the information in the tuple, and then you want to make sure that you are using the notation like this. So that is the NOT operator. This information was not present in the previous data frame, in this data frame. So this is your NOT. I hope that's clear to everyone how to perform the filtering the records in the data frame by using the pandas, and we also compared this with Excel, right? Now we'll talk about how to sort the data in pandas. Data frame sorting. How to sort the data in the data frame. To sort the data, what you can do, you can just specify df6 dot sort underscore values. So which column you want to sort it, they are asking. I want to sort sales price. So copy the sales price column So the data by default it is sorted in the ascending order. If you want, you can also explicitly specify comma ascending equals to true. So the data is sorted in ascending order, but this information will not affect your original data frame. If you want to affect the original data frame, you want to explicitly mention here df6 is equals to df6.sort values, like an reassignment. So now the df6 got affected. So the data is sorted in the ascending order. What if the data should be sorted in descending order? If that is the case, where I want to write the same function, that is nothing but df6 dot sort underscore values, but here I will copy the column name. The column name is sample super sales price. So let me print the sales price, comma. You can just use ascending is equals to false. So if you specify ascending equals to false, the data will be sorted in the descending order rather than ascending order. So this is how you can sort the data in ascending order or descending order. So next we'll try to perform different operations. So the same way, if you want to sort it in Excel, that is super easy, where again I am removing this filter, I am applying the filter. Just you can right click it, you can sort from smallest to largest, that is ascending order, right click, sort largest to smallest, that means in descending order. That's what I have shown you here. I hope that's clear to everyone. Now what if you want to sort the data for two different columns, right? I was just explaining how to sort for only one column. Now combination of column, if you want to sort the data for the combination of columns, whereas I want to sort the store in ascending order and sales in descending order. How do I do that? Sort the data where store in ascending order and sales price in descending order. Store in ascending order and sales price in descending order. To do that, we have combination of sorting or multiple sorting here. So how will I perform this operation? df6 dot sort underscore values. Here I am specifying list of elements because I am providing two column names. So the first column I want to sort is store, and the second column I want to sort is sales price. Sales price. So the two columns I am telling to sort. So how I want to sort it? This is the order they are telling. So sales price should be in descending order, and based on store, the sales price should be in descending order, but the store should be in ascending order, comma, ascending is equals to, again I want to perform in list format. So store should be in ascending order, so only I am telling ascending equals to true, and sales price should be in descending order, so it should be false. So you can see now all the stores are in ascending order and the sales price with respect to store is in descending order. Can we do it in Excel? Yeah. So we'll go back to Excel. So if you sort this store in ascending order, just right click, sort ascending order. So the data got sorted in ascending order. But if you sort the sales in descending order, can you see here the store is also getting affected. So it is not properly sorted, right? So how do I do the multiple sorting in Excel? To perform this, what you can do, you want to do the custom sorting where regular sorting will not work. To do custom sorting, I want to right click, sort, custom sort. So in the custom sort, it is asking what should be the first level of sorting. My first level of sorting should be done for store based on the values in ascending order A to Z. And the next level I want to sort it based on the sales, based on the cell values in descending order, that is largest to smallest. If you click on OK, now you can see and you can compare the value between Excel along with that data frame. Can you see here March, Jan, May, Feb, April, March, Jan, May, Feb and April. So the data is sorted based on the two columns, that is custom sorting we have done. So now we have performed the sorting operation. Now we also try to do the concatenation, alright, how to append the data. So to perform the concatenation, let me explain you here. So we have two different tables, one is order table and the other one is customer table. So concatenating the data frame. We also call this as appending the data frame. Appending the data frame, right? So to perform the concatenation of data frame, you can specify as pd dot concat. You want to perform a list of values where write down customer data along with the order data. So for your examples, let me print both the details, cust data and as well as order data. So this is your customer table and this is your order table, right? So now I want to concatenate row wise. What I can do, I want to specify both the details like cust data comma order data. If you execute this, can you see here by default the data got concatenated row wise. If you have performed in SQL, we call this type of operation called union. Union is nothing but adding the data between row wise. When do we perform union operation? For an example, if you have 2014 sales, if you want to append 2015 sales below 2014 and 2016 sales below 2015 sales, you want to go with this type of operations, right? So by default, the axis is 0. Axis is equals to 0 by default. That's why the data got appended row wise. If you want, you can perform various operations on top of this, like you can ignore the index. So you can see here the index is printing like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the index that is represented for customer table and this is the index that is represented for orders table. So I don't want the index to be changed, right? It should be continuous. To make sure that the index is continuous, what I can do, I can just specify ignore underscore index is equals to true. If it's just write as IG and if you click on tab, your Jupyter notebook is smart enough to give you the what is the parameters that is available. So you can see here now the index is not breaked, it is continuous. So it is ignoring the index based on the tables. So these are the operations how we can perform in Python. So this we call it as union operation. Union operation. So now we'll try to perform joins. Joins in Python. So have you heard about joins? Yes. If you have already worked with SQL, you do performed join operation, right? So what is joins? Joins are nothing but if you have multiple tables, if you want to have an access of all the tables, you will go for joins. You can perform joins to access multiple table. If you do joins, you can increase the columns where you are going to add the columns. That is what join does. Union will add the row where joins will add the columns. You want to make sure whenever you are using joins, there should be one corresponding column that is having a relationship between both the table. There should be a primary key and foreign key kind of relationship, right? If you see this table, the common table that is present in both the common column that is present in both the table is customer ID, right? So now we'll try to perform some joins operation. Basically, I will go with inner join as beginning. Inner join. So what is inner join? Inner join is nothing but intersecting records from both the table. That is what inner join is. It prints the corresponding matching records from both the table. So let me write it as df underscore inner is equals to pd dot merge. So in SQL, the concept of join, in Python we call it as merge is the function, right? Merge. So which two table you are going to merge, it is asking. So I want to merge customer table and orders table. So I will write as cust data comma order data. So based on what column they are asking. So based on what column I want to make an relationship. So the corresponding column on, what is the corresponding column from both the table? Order table and customer table, the corresponding column, the common column is customer ID. So copy this customer ID on, you specify the customer ID. You want to perform the join operation based on the customer ID. So if you don't specify, by default it will join based on the inner join only. If you want to specify explicitly, you can write it as out is equals to inner. So by default it is inner join. You can also explicitly mention it as inner join. So you can see here inner join provides you the corresponding matching record from the both the table. So those are the customers who have placed the order. So those details has been printed here. Now we'll try to perform left join. What is left join? The left join means it prints all the records from the left table and corresponding matching records from the right table. That is what left join is all about. So left join. So now to perform the left join, let me write it as pd dot merge. So again I want to specify the two columns here. So one is customer table and the other one is orders table. So I have specified customer data and order data, and on which column I am going to merge, they are asking on is equals to customer ID, right? This is the common column that is present in the both the table. So I want to explicitly specify what kind of join I want to perform. So I will write out is equals to left. So you can see the operation is performed based on the left join. So that means all the records from the customer table and corresponding matching record from the orders table. That is what left join is all about. Now I'll talk about a right join. A right join. What is right join? Right join is all about where it prints all the records from the right table and corresponding matching records from the left table. So let me copy the same, but the difference that I want to make it is, instead of writing out is equal to left, I want to make it as right. So you can see here I got right join where all the records from the right table and corresponding matching record from the left table. So these are the various kind of joins that you can perform. But what if the common column is not present from both the table? So now there is a common column called customer ID from customer table, and also we have cust ID in orders table. For an example, rather than cust ID, if it is customer ID, how will you perform? You can see here we are writing on is equals to cust ID. Why we are using on equals to cust ID? In the sense, in customer table also we have cust ID, in orders table also we have cust ID. So there is a common column name. So we are making a relationship. What if there is a customer ID in customer table and order ID or cust ID in orders table? Let me rename the column name. To rename the column name, cust data. This is how the customer table looks like cust ID is the column name. Let me rename from cust ID to customer ID dot rename. So let me renaming the column, renaming the column name. So here I am specifying a dictionary I can just write as columns is equals to, in dictionary let me specify cust underscore id colon, the value that I want to provide here is customer id. So can you see here, now I have replaced the values from cust id to customer id. If you want to affect the original table, I want to write as comma in place equals to true. So that affect the original cust id cust table, cust data table. So now we cannot use the same operations, right? It will not work because in both the table we don't have the same column name, that is cust id. If I execute this, do you think so will it work? No, right? So in the customers table only we have customer id, but in the orders table we have cust id. If you execute, it will throwing an error where cust id is having an issue. In the customer table, cust id is not present. So to overcome that, what I can perform, I can mention explicitly by stating that left on and as well as right on. Left on in the sense from the left table, what is the column name? That is customer id, right? From the left table we have customer id. Let me print the customer id, and right on from the right table, this is your right table. So right on, right underscore on is equals to cust id, right? There is a cust id in the orders table. So let me print the cust id. Can you see here? When there is a column difference, column name difference, you want to perform in this way. So whereas in SQL you used to use using clause and on clause. So it's the same way we are performing here. In SQL, if the column name is same, you can use using clause. But if the column name is different, you want to use on clause. The same way we are done in the Python as well. So now we can also perform in different way. So let me print it as cust data and as well as order data. So what if the customer ID is an index rather than the column? I want to convert this customer ID as an index, and based on the index position I want to make a relationship. If that is the case, where I want to make it as cust data dot set underscore index. So I am setting an index. So which column I want to set an index? I want to set as an index as customer ID. So I want to make sure this customer ID is adding as an index position. Can you see this customer ID is added? So this is your cust data 1. So let me print it as order data 1 now. Order data 1. So order data 1 is nothing but order data dot set underscore index. So the column name that I want to specify is cust ID here. Copy this cust ID and paste it here, right? So this is how your cust table looks like, cust data 1 and order data 1. So you can see here, this is your customer table and as well as order table. So if you want to make the relationship based on the index position now, so what you can do, you can just write it as pd dot merge, that is cust data 1 comma odd data 1. Based on how I want to merge it, I want to merge based on the index position. So I want to specify here left underscore index is equals to true, comma right underscore index is equals to true. So based on the left index and as well as right index, I am making a relationship. So this is how you can add the relationship between the index position based on the index position. So these are the functionalities that we can perform. Now we'll also try to understand in detail of how to use pivot table in Python by using the pandas. So I hope everyone has already worked on pivot table in Excel. So to select the pivot table, what you can do, you can just use go for insert tab and then you can select pivot table, or else you can go to this table. Alt and V is the shortcut to create a pivot table in Excel. So select the existing table and click on OK. So first specify the table range. So let me specify the table range here and existing table, and then provide some table information, then click on OK. So the pivot table is created. So if you want to see the store wise total sales, right? So just 2 clicks you are able to create a store wise total sales. Can we do the same thing in Excel and Python by using the pandas? Yes, you can do it. So now we'll talk about how to use pivot table by using Python pivot table. Yes, now we'll try to perform a pivot table using pandas. So you can see here where in Excel we have just created just 2 to 3 clicks we are able to create a pivot table. So we do the same thing in pandas. So let me write as pd dot pivot underscore table. Alright. So in the pivot table, let me see what are the arguments that it takes. First thing is they're asking for data. Let me copy this parameter and paste it here. So data is equals to df1. So let me take this particular df6, right? So the data frame name is df6. So let me take df6 here, comma. So they're asking what should be the next parameter is values and as well as index. So let me provide the index information and values information. So let me select values. So values as, so this is your df6 dot add. So values are nothing but the sample, the sales price is your values. So let me write as values is equals to sales price, and then your index is equals to your store, where I was checking with store wise analysis, right? This is your store. So along with that, we can also see there is an aggregate functions. So we can perform various aggregate functions. So let me copy this aggregate function aggfunc and let me write equals. So sum, I'm performing sum as my aggregate function. So there's an error by stating that value spelling is wrong. Perfect. So the same output that you can see in your Excel sheet as well. Can you see? So along with that total sales, I also want to see what is the average sales. So how do I do it in Excel? I can just click on this drop down, value field settings. I will change this to average. If I also want to see what is the count, number of sales that was happened, you can just again add it here. You can change this values field settings to count. So this way you can perform it, right? So if I want to do all this analysis in Python, rather than using a single aggregate function, I will use list of aggregate function. The first aggregate function I've used as sum. Now I will use min, comma, max, comma, count, comma, mean. So this is the various aggregate function that has been used. Can you see here? It is printing all the different various aggregate functions based on the category. So you can see the total sales that was generated by store A is 1,49,000. Yes, so you can perform various different types of aggregate function. So if you also want to see like analysis based on the monthly wise, you can also add a square bracket here in the index. Rather than restricting only for store, if I also want to do the analysis for various months, I can use square bracket and add multiple columns as well. So I can use column and you can use square bracket and you can do the analysis. So this way you can do various analysis based on multiple columns and as well as individual columns by using the pivot table. Same thing you can do it in the Excel as well. You can see see the same chart will be applicable and here. So that's great. Now we'll try to do the group by function. So understand how group by function works. So let me write as d of 6 dot. So this is your d of 6 dot head of 2. So first 2 records I'm printing it. So now if you want to do the analysis, what you can do by using group by operation. So you can simply write it as d of 6 dot group by. I want to group by store, and then I want to take the sales price, average sales price or anything as such. So you want to use square bracket here and you want to specify the average sales price, and then you want to write the aggregate functions. So dot sum. So it is printing what is the total sales that was generated by different stores. So this is only one aggregate function. Now same way as I mentioned in pivot table, the multiple aggregate function, if I want to do the same thing in group by function, you want to use AGG. So aggregation of, you can use square bracket. In this square bracket, you are going to specify sum, that is nothing but the total sales, comma, min will provide you the minimum sales, comma, max will provide you the maximum sales, count will provide you what is the total number of sales, and as well as we have mean. Mean will provide you average sales. So these details is also able to display here. But the advantages of pivot table is where you can also print the total margin. So to print the total margin, what you can do, you can also write this, let me keep it for only store for now rather than store and month. So the same analysis I also did in group by, but the advantages in pivot table is I can also add the total margin. So how do I do this? I can just write as margin is equals to true. If you specify this margin is equals to true, can you see here, this is the row total analysis also displayed. So along with that margin, there is a column name as all. Rather than all, if I want to change this column name as grand total, I can just make it as margin names. Margins name is equals to grand total. If you execute it, can you see here the margin name got changed from all to grand total. So this is the advantages of using the pivot table, but we cannot do the same analysis in group by function. So these are the various operations and you can perform in Pandas. So the last operation that you can perform is replace function. We have not discussed about replace, right? We have renamed the column. If you want to replace the values, for example, A to Apple store, right? So if you want to replace that, what you can do, you can simply write df 6 dot add. This is your data. I want to replace A with Apple. So if I want to see what are the unique stores that we have, to see the unique stores, you can just write df 6 dot unique. Store dot unique. So these are the unique stores that we have. If I also want to see each store how many times it is repeated, you can use value counts df 6 dot store dot value underscore counts. So that provides you each store number of times it is repeated. So my analysis now is to replace the A with Apple. So df 6 dot replace. So replace what with what? I want to replace A. So use dictionary, and in the key place you want to give A and colon. In the place of values you can provide Apple. If you execute it, so can you see here, wherever there is A, that has been replaced with Apple. So if you want to affect other record as well, so you can write comma. So if you want to affect B, so I want to affect B with some other information, right? Like let me replace B with ball or something, or bat for now. So can you see here, it is able to replace A with apple and B with bat successfully. So this is how the replace function works. If you want to replace individual column or individual values or multiple values, you can do it. But if you want to affect the original table, this information will not affect the original table. The original table will remain same. df6 remains same. It is not affected. If you want to affect it, what you can do? You can use in place, comma, in place equals to true. So now the original table got affected. Can you see here? B has replaced with bat and A has replaced with apple. So this is how you can do it. So these are the various data manipulation operations you can perform by using the pandas. So I hope you are very clear with this. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another topic on Python. It's OOPS, Object Oriented Programming. Till this point, you have seen what is language fundamentals in Python. So we have covered what is variables, what are the instructions of variables, what is loops, what are functions, and different topics in conditional statements, etc. So now it's time to understand the basic fundamentals of Python called OOPS. So what is OOPS exactly? OOPS is nothing but object-oriented programming. In the real world, everything is object, whereas laptop is an object, where a mouse is an object. If you consider, if I'm recording in the camera, so the camera is an object. Everything what we see is an object, right, in the real world. So we consider this entire world problem is considered as object-oriented program, and we deal with these objects. So without further ado, we'll dive deeper into object-oriented program. We'll try to understand what is object, what is class, and what is polymorphism and abstraction, etc. So what is object-oriented program? Object-oriented programming is nothing but programming paradigm based on the concepts of objects, which is containing an attributes and methods. Attributes are nothing but a fields, or consider an human, for example, a G1. So what are the attribute of G1? The attributes of G1 is nothing but the height, weight, and qualification, age, and first name, last name. So these are the features, these are the attributes. And we also talk about the methods. What is methods here? Methods are nothing but just like a function or the behavior of the particular person, where the person is walking, eating, talking, chatting, etc. This is what methods. In general, if you are using a Python programming, we call it as functions, right? We have already talked with functions in the last topic. So if you are using the same function in object-oriented programming, that is called methods. So OOPS allows you to write the structured way of writing the code, so that makes the organizing the code very easier, simpler, and you can manage the entire project. So the major key principles of object-oriented programming are encapsulation, abstraction, polymorphism, inheritance, objects, and as well as class. We'll try to understand each and every topic step by step. Now we'll talk about what is classes and as well as what is objects in OOPS. We can see over here where as a human, right, we have properties of the human such as name, age, gender, city. As I mentioned before, these are the attributes of the particular person as a human, right? So this is called a class. Class or nothing but just the blueprint of the particular object, right? So what is this blueprint and what is object and what is class? You may be confused. Let me make it clear, right? So for example, consider we have laptop, and this laptop is of MSI. So now I can have multiple MSI laptop. For example, consider we have like almost 10,000 or 1 lakh of laptops that has been manufactured. So this laptop I can use and I can see. This is what? This is an object where I can see my particular laptop and I can use it. But actually, while building this laptop, they first design it, right? So that design we call it as class. Before building any object, first we want to design the class. So that is what class and as well as object, right? So now if you want to talk about the methods as I mentioned before, in object-oriented program, methods are nothing but a function. So the properties does some methods, right? Where the name does is a property, where walking is nothing but the function or nothing but the behavior of the human. Walking, sleeping, speaking, eating, these are the behavior of the particular human. So this we call it as methods. So below you can see where we have provided some details with an example where the properties or the attributes or name is Ron, where the age of the Ron is 15 years and gender is male and city is Delhi, right? So if you want to define the methods on top of that, you can write it as can walk, he can speak, he can sleep and he can eat. So this is what a object and as well as class, what I mentioned was. So as I mentioned here, a object is nothing but an inheritance or is an instance of the particular class. A class is nothing but a blueprint of creating any object, right? So it defines the properties, attributes and as well as behavior, that is methods, that can be object that creates a class. An object is nothing but an instance of class. It concretes the entire based out of classes. So basically we have 4 pillars of OOPS, object-oriented programming. So the first thing is encapsulation, and next we talk about inheritance, and we have polymorphism, and we have abstraction. So what is encapsulation and how we can use the encapsulation? And encapsulation is nothing but building the data and methods that operate on the data within the one unit. That is nothing but class. What is inheritance then? Inheritance is nothing but creating a new class from an existing class. That is what inheritance is all about. So from the parent class, you are creating a child class. That is what inheritance. From the parent, it is coming to the child. Next, we talk about abstraction. What is abstraction? Abstraction is nothing but hiding the complex implementation details and showing only the necessary features to the end users. Where we are not displaying all the information, we are hiding the complex inheritance or complex implementations, and we are just showing the necessary features. And finally, we have polymorphism. Polymorphism is nothing but using a single interface to represent the different data types. By using only one interface, you're specifying or you're displaying different data types. That is called polymorphism. So before talking about in detail of encapsulation, we'll move on to the Python programming, and then we'll try to do some of the object and class examples, and then we'll come back to the encapsulation and try working on encapsulation. So without further ado, we'll move on to the Jupyter notebook. So let me open my Jupyter notebook. Let me create a new folder. To create a new folder, you want to click on new, and you can see there is a folder. Let me go to the desktop, and then I will go for new, and I will create a new folder. So I will name this folder as oops, and let me open this particular folder. So in this folder, let me create a new file, Python notebook. So let me rename this particular file name as oops. So now let me explain you what is oops. So as I mentioned, what is OOPS? OOPS is nothing but an object-oriented programming. OOPS is a programming language or a programming paradigm that organizes the entire software to design in detailed analysis or the design in detailed functionalities of the data, right? That organize software design around the objects. Rather than using the functions and as well as logic, right? Rather than functions and logics. So what is the helping of use, or what is the advantages of use? It helps to create the reusable of the module multiple times. It is helpful to creating helpful for creating reusable and modular coding. So this is what OOPS is all about. Now we'll talk about what is object and as well as what is class. So as I mentioned before, an class is nothing but it is a design or it is a blueprint, whereas objects are nothing but it is the real instances where you can see, right? So objects and classes. So class is nothing but it is a blueprint, for creating an object So it defines the properties or nothing but attributes. As I mentioned, the objects or the class are used to create an attributes or the properties of the particular object, right? So it is used to, it defines the properties. This is nothing but an attributes. Attributes are nothing but fields like height of the person, weight of the person, and all other details like gender, age, all these parameters. And behaviors. Behaviors are nothing but a functions that you write inside the oops. That is nothing but methods we call, right? That the object created from the class. So now we have written what is class. Now we'll talk about what is object. So the objects are nothing but it's an instance of a class, right? Objects are nothing but it is an instance of a class. It is a concrete entity based on the classes or the blueprints. So this is what objects and as well as class. So now we'll take an example of what is object and as well as what is class. How to create an object and as well as class. So to create an object and class, what you can do, you can first define it. So let me define my class name as dog. So class, I'm defining class here. So the class, I'm printing it as dog. So you want to write the class and the name of the class, and you want to use colon because you have multiple statement below. Once you have written the colon, now this is your class, So now I want to write the behaviors or nothing but methods. That is nothing but functions, right? That we used to call before, right? So I want to add that functions. So now I will use, instead of function, I will call it as methods, because now we are dealing with object-oriented program. So let me write the method stating that def. Let me define it a function. So I will write init. Let me call for self, comma. Let me take two attributes. One is name and the age. So again I have multiple statements. So I have done colon again. So self dot name is equals to, I want to provide the name of the person, and as well as it takes age of the person, right? Self dot age is equals to age. So now I have defined a first function or the first method. I will define the another method defining what is the behavior of the particular dog. So the behavior of the dog, what it does, it bark, right? So let me define the another function called bark. So let me provide it as self. So these are the attributes, that is name and the features, or name and as well as age. These are the attribute of the particular class. Here I am performing another function or another method. What it does, it is a behavior of the particular class. So what is the behavior? That is something called bark. So I'm asking to return. Let me write as f string here. So let me write it as, in this f string, the value, let me provide it as self dot name. What dog says? Oof, right? So I have written the behavior of the particular dog. So let me call my class now. So my dog. So I'm creating an object now called as my dog. So now my dog is an object where it takes dog as the class, and let me provide the name. So name of my dog is let me provide as Tommy, and age of my dog is, let me write as 5 years, right? So now it is working successfully. Now let me print the what dog says, what is the behavior of the dog, right? So let me just write as print the behavior of the particular dog. So the behavior of the dog is my dog. That is what the I'm calling my object called my dog dot. I'm defining the behavior of my dog, that is bark, right? Yeah, bark. That's what I've defined it. So let me call. Can you see the output? It is telling the name of the dog is Tommy, and what Tommy says? The Tommy says oof, right? So this is what it barks. So this is how you can create a function. Now you understood what is class. So the class name is nothing but the dog. So in this dog, it is taken the two attribute. One is name and the other one is age. Out of the name and age as an attribute, it has some behavior. That is what we have written, the behavior called bark. And now we have created into the object, and now we are calling that object. So now we understood in detail understanding of what is object, what is class, right? So everything is class in Python, right? Python do supports the object-oriented programming. Before, when we start dealing with data types, right? You would have seen the word called class before as well. How can you just write as A is equals to 25 or 23? Now, if I want to see the type of A, so I can just write as type of A. So it is telling integer, but if you just print this, print the type of A, you will get the class integer. That is nothing but it is designed and instances of int, right? So everything is class, everything is object and instances. As we've seen the four pillars of OOPS, object-oriented program. One is four pillars of object-oriented program. Pillars of OOPS. So majorly we talked about what is encapsulation. So let me write as encapsulation. What encapsulation does, it building data and methods that operate on the data within one unit or one class. It is to build the method that operates in the one class or one unit within one unit or class. So this is what your encapsulation is all about. So let me run this. So let me make some formatting here. So let me make this as bold. So this is your first pillar, that is encapsulation. We'll be learning what is encapsulation in detail. So next thing, we also saw what is abstraction, right? So what is abstraction, right? It is nothing but it hides the complex implementation hiding the complex implementation details and showing only the necessary forms, or showing only the necessary features, So that is what abstraction is all about. Next, we'll talk about inheritance. So what is inheritance? Inheritance is nothing but creating a new class from the existing class that is already created. As I mentioned, parent and child class, right? Creating a new class from an existing class. And finally, we have polymorphism. What polymorphism does, using a single interface to represent the different types of data, right? Using single interface to represent different data type. So this is what polymorphism is all about. So let me give some spacing here to make look very good. So these are the different 4 pillars of object-oriented program. So now we'll try to demonstrate each and every program, like what is encapsulation, abstraction, inheritance, and as well as polymorphism. Before doing that, let me also start explaining what is abstraction and encapsulation. So let me go back to the PPT. So what is encapsulation? Encapsulation is the building of data attributes and methods that operates on the data into a single units. It allows for better control over the data access and manipulate, promote, and as well as integrate the security. So here you can see this is the class, that is person, and here we have mentioned an attribute, that is name and age of the person. So now I'm creating an encapsulation. I'm encapsulating all the data attributes and methods inside the attributes, that is name and age. So I'm providing it as self.name is equals to name of the person and age of the person, and I'm writing another behavior like defining the function or the methods to display the self information. So I'm wrapping the data and methods associated with the same single units of class. That is what encapsulation is all about. It is like same like medicine, where all the medicine has been encapsulated with the wrapper, right? So that is what class and the data attribute that has been encapsulated. So the advantages of encapsulation, if I want to talk, so it is flexible programming, where you can write flexible programming. Encapsulation allows for modular and flexible programming design by encapsulating the related data and behavior within the object. It enables easier modification and maintain the code, easy debugging and testing, right? Whenever you use encapsulation, you can easily debug and you can test the code. Encapsulation facilitates the easier debugging and testing, as it limits the scope of potential errors to specific classes and as well as object. So reusability, I can reuse the same thing again and again, right? Reuse the same code again and again. So encapsulation promotes the code reusability by encapsulating the reusable components with object, allowing them to easily reduce the different parts of the program in the other programming algorithm. So now hiding the data. So whenever if you want to hide the data, you can use encapsulation to hide the internal implementation of the details of the objects. So let me go back to the script file and start explaining a practical use case of encapsulation. So the practical use case of encapsulation is where you can write as encapsulation. Now I will be taking a banking sector for your better understanding. Banking sector. So let me demonstrate how encapsulation can be used in the banking sector. Demonstrating how to use encapsulation in Python using class representing the bank account. So what I will do, first I will create a encapsulation called bank account. I will create a class called bank account. The bank account class, I will encapsulate with the attributes. What are the attributes that let me provide? I will provide you the account number and as well as what is the balance that he has, right? So inside this class, that is bank account, I will provide encapsulated encapsulates the attribute. So with the account number and as well as the bank balance. Account number with the class, and I will provide the attribute. I will ask for the attribute of account number with let me also provide here bank balance. So the next thing what I can do is I will ask for the deposit amount, and also let me ask for the withdrawal amount withdrawal. And finally, let me print the what is the remaining balance. So these are the major steps that I am going to perform now. So as a banking sector, first it takes the bank account number and as well as the bank balance that the person has, and finally it is asking for depositing the amount or else withdrawing the amount, and finally it is displaying the what is the remaining balance that the account has. Yes. So now let me define the class. So let me provide the class name as bank account. So this is the class, that is you're providing bank account, and I'm using colon here because I want to write the statement. So once you define the class, you also want to provide the module or something, but you want to also provide the behavior or attributes, right? So let me define the function now. So functions are nothing but methods, as I mentioned before. So rather than function, let me call this as methods. Let me define the method. So def underscore underscore init underscore underscore. I will write few attributes. So let me provide self, comma. So as the attribute I have mentioned, I'll be providing two attributes. One is account number and the other one is bank balance. Account number, comma, bank balance. That is balance. So two attributes I have provided here, account number and bank balance. And below I am writing some statement here. Self dot underscore account number is equals to. So I'm encapsulating this particular account number as an attribute. Account number. And I will also do the same thing for bank balance. Self dot balance is equals to balance. So now I have encapsulated this both the attribute, one is account number and as well as the balance. So let me define the another functions or the behaviors. So let me write as def. So here I am writing the another method by using the def as the keyword. So let me write get account number. So I am asking the account number. Account number. So here also let me provide it as self because I am using internally. So I will return self dot account number. So now I am returning the self account number. That is perfectly fine. So let me add another method. So I will define def keyword. I will write as get bank balance. I'll write as self. So return self dot balance. So now I've created some of the encapsulated data here. So once it is done, let me go back and also provide the deposited and as well as withdrawal behavior. So to provide the deposited and withdrawal behavior, again I want to create another module. So I'm writing it as def, defining the method. And next, let me provide a deposit. So deposit again takes a few information. Let me write it as self, comma, amount. So I'm asking the user what is the deposited amount. So if amount, there should be a condition, right? If the depositing amount is greater than 0, then only you perform this certain task, right? Self dot balance plus equals to amount. I want to affect the original amount that already the person has. For example, the person has 5,000 rupees. Now is depositing 6,000. So my original balance should be 6,000 plus 5,000. It should be 11,000. So that's what I'm mentioning here. This is nothing but the assignment operator plus equals to I've used. So I'm printing the balance. So I'm just printing what is the deposited amount and as well as the balance amount. So I'm writing it in the dot string or f string. Deposited amount So always whenever you are using get string, make sure that the value that you are providing is in the curly braces. So is equals to amount, the deposited amount, and the new current balance is new balance or the current balance. What is the current balance? So the current balance, let me also write it as self dot balance. So now we are providing the balance. You are displaying what is the deposited amount and what is the current balance. So what if the amount is less than 0? Else, I will write an else statement. If the deposited amount is less than 0, that means it is an invalid deposition, right? So let me write as else. You want to print it as invalid deposit amount. Invalid deposit amount. So user cannot give any negative values. If it is less than 0, it should tell that invalid deposited amount, right? So now I will talk about withdrawal. So again, I want to write a condition that if the withdrawal amount is more than the bank balance, it should again throw an error by stating that insufficient balance. Always the withdrawal amount should be less than the or equal to my bank balance, right? So let me define another method here. So defining withdrawal. So again, let me write an argument here, that is, or an attribute amount. So what is the withdrawal amount I'm asking here? So now my condition is if it is less than 0 or 0 is less than amount or it is less than equals to balance, bank balance. If this is the case, what I want to do? I want to just write as the amount that is withdraw, and then for example consider it as 10,000 and he withdraw 5,000. So now the current balance is 5,000. I want to subtract from the balance amount, right? So I want to write it as self dot balance minus equals to. So minus equals to amount that is withdrawing. That's great. So now let me print the what is the withdrawal amount and as well as what is the bank balance, that is what is the current balance after withdrawing the amount. So let me write as f string again, f of withdraw. So what is the withdrawing amount? Withdrawal amount. Let me write as withdrawal amount as amount that the user has mentioned, comma. Now the current balance. Current balance is nothing but the self dot balance. So that's great. So now we are able to provide the withdrawal amount. So if the withdrawal is, as I mentioned, the withdrawal is 3,000 and the person has 5,000 in his bank account. So what I have done, I have subtracted the 3,000 from the 5,000 and I am printing the withdrawal amount along with the current balance amount. So what if the user is providing the withdrawal amount more than the balance? So what the system needs to do, it should throw an error by stating that the insufficient balance that the person has, right? So user cannot withdraw 10,000 rupees once he has the balance of 5,000. It is insufficient balance, right? So I'm writing an else statement, else print. So in the print, let me provide the insufficient balance. Insufficient funds or insufficient balance or invalid withdrawal amount, right? If it is like printing any other numbers like less than 0, you want to write the insufficient or invalid withdrawal amount. Invalid withdrawal amount. So let me execute. So this entire system we have built. So it is running successfully. So we have created multiple stuffs. So now let me call this class. So to call the class, what I can do, let me write it as account1. I will create an instance account1. That is nothing but, what is the class name? The class name is bank account. Let me copy the class name because I want to call the class name first. So the class is taking the two attributes as I mentioned. One is account number and the other one is the bank balance. Let me provide my account number here. So some dummy account number I am providing here, 9123452137. So consider like I provided random account number 927653577722. So now I am telling currently I have balance of, consider, 10,000 rupees. So now this is done. So now what is the different actions that you are performing on top of these attributes or the methods that you have created, right? So let me write print. So before that, let me explain you what I'm doing here. I'm accessing the encapsulated attributes through methods. Encapsulated attributes through methods. So I'm printing the account number. Firstly, let me print the account number and then let me print the bank balance that the person has, right? So print account number. So while printing the account number, make sure that you're also writing here account1, that is the object that you have defined here. Account1, let me copy this account1 dot get. I want to get what? Account number. So I'm getting this account number. I'm defined here. I'm just extracting that account number. The same thing I want to do it for bank balance. Print. So consider the user is providing the bank balance, that is 10,000 rupees I have mentioned here. I'm printing those bank balance. Bank balance. So bank balance is equals to, I want to specify the bank balance. So the object that is account1, let me go here, copy this account1 and paste here as account1 dot, I will write get what? I'm extracting the balance from this, right? That is super easy. So if you click on enter, it is throwing an error by setting that bank account object as no attribute account number. Account number, ACCOU and the account number. So let me cross check. So this is your account number. Let me copy paste this. So why is this error in a sense? If you see this, while we are defining the class, we have provided account number and we are calling this account number as self.account number is equals to account number. So just copy this account number and then you recheck this bank account as the class that you have provided. Bank account is, everything is fine.
So always make sure that you are using the underscore here. So if you don't provide the underscore, you will get an error by stating that where account is on, where there is no bank account, in the bank account there is no account number. So always make sure that you are providing an underscore here while defining it. So self dot underscore account number and as well as bank balance. So can you see here? So it is able to provide you the details of account number and as well as your bank balance. So if you want to withdraw the amount, let me write it as withdrawal amount. So account 1, that is what you have defined here, account 1. So account 1 dot, let me withdraw some amount withdraw, let me withdraw 5,000 rupees or 3,000 rupees. So overall balance that I have is 10,000. So if I withdraw 3,000, also you want to provide the same thing here for the withdrawal and as well as bank balance, right? So don't forget to use underscore here for the bank balance. Also you want to give underscore bank balance, and here also you want to provide the same thing. Self dot underscore balance. Here also you want to provide the same thing, self dot underscore balance. So do provide the same thing. Whenever you write the self, write down underscore of the balance. So bank account has no attribute called bank balance. Yes. So do provide, whenever you provide the self, also try to provide the underscore. So you're telling like withdrawal amount is 3,000 and the current balance is 7,000. So it is working fine. Now if I want to provide the deposited amount, so let me write as account 1 dot, I want to deposit some amount, deposit. So before depositing, let me see the depositing where I have used self underscore and as well as self underscore. Perfect. So let me deposit 5,000 now. So what happens if you provide 5,000? So even balance a single attribute, that is telling here, let me provide the 2 types underscore. So that is the mistakes, guys. Whenever you provide it, you are providing the 2 underscores, not this individual single. So it is telling it is 5,000 has been deposited and the current balance that was previously 7,000. So 7,000 plus 5,000 is nothing but 12,000. So this is how you are able to use the encapsulation in OOPS, object-oriented programming, where firstly you have defined the class and then you have defined the methods. You are providing 2 attributes, one is number and the other one is bank balance. So now you are calling with a condition or with a methods. So the first condition that you have provided, that the depositing amount should be greater than 0. If it is less than 0, it should throw an error by stating that invalid deposited amount. Let me also provide here as account 1 dot deposit by minus 3,000 or minus 2,000 or minus 299. If I provide it, it should throw an error by stating that invalid deposited amount. Can you see here? Because we have written this in the else statement. So if the user is providing a withdrawal amount more than the bank balance, for example, let me provide it as account 1 dot withdraw. Let me write it as withdrawing 80,000 or something. So he has only 12,000 as his current balance, but if we start withdrawing 80,000, again it should say that insufficient balance, right? So you can see here it is telling insufficient funds or invalid withdrawal amount. That's what we have written in the else statement here. I hope that everyone understood how to use your encapsulation and object oriented program. So now we'll talk about the next parameters or the next second pillar of OOPS, that is abstraction. So what is abstraction? Abstractions involve simplifying the complex system by modeling the classes based on the real world entities. So what is entities? Entities are nothing but living or non-living real world data objects. It focuses on essential attributes and behavior while handling or while hiding the necessary or unnecessary details and showing only the necessary information. Abstraction helps to manage the complexity and improve the code readability. So this is how the abstraction, using abstraction and without using abstraction, the data looks. So you are hiding the unnecessary information and you are displaying only the necessary information. So what is the advantages of using the abstraction? The first thing is simplification. Abstraction simplifies the complex system by focusing on essential features, hiding the unnecessary details, and providing an eye-level view of functionalities. So, abstraction also helps in terms of modularity. It promotes the modularity by organizing the code into the abstract classes and interface, allowing the easier maintenance and scalability and reusability of the code. Flexibility, yes, in terms of abstraction, it also helps you to do the flexibility job. Abstraction enhance the flexibility by decoupling the implementation details from external components, enabling easier modifications and adaptations to change the requirements. So, we'll go back with the Python programming. We'll start performing an abstraction task. So, to perform abstraction, you want to follow few procedures. Let me write it down. Abstraction is your module. So, let me write down here. The first task that you want to provide is you want to define the abstraction base class, define an abstract base class. So, once you define the abstract base class, you are writing a blueprint of the particular class. So, what is the blueprint that we have written? The blueprint is bank account. Same thing, we'll write it as account. We'll create a blueprint called account. Create a blueprint. So, the blueprint name, let me write as account. So, that enforces the specific methods in the entire module that enforce the specific methods while depositing and as well as while withdrawing the amount. Deposit and withdraw the amount to be implemented by any solution. Or subclass. So, in the subclass. So, along with that, let me provide you the details of how to implement the concrete class. So, implementation of concrete class. Implement a concrete class. So, while implementing the complete class, you want to do the operation for the subclass of the data. So, create a subclass. So, consider I am creating a subclass as savings account. Savings account. So, that as an inherent value of the main class, right? That inherits from the main class or abstracted class, you can call, and provide you the concrete implementation and provide concrete implementation of for an abstract for the abstract. So, third thing is we'll hide the implementation details. So, no need of showing the implementation details. So, we can hide some of the information or unnecessary information, right? Hiding the implementation details. So, we use abstraction to hide the implementation details or else for the unnecessary information. So, use abstraction to hide the internal logic which are not useful like which are internal logics and internal logic such as withdrawal amount or withdrawal operations and savings account operations. So next thing we want to perform is encapsulate your data. So to encapsulate your data, what you can do, you can just specify before encapsulation, you want to perform the polymorphism, showcasing the polymorphism, showcase polymorphism. And fifth stage is encapsulating your data. So lastly, you're providing a detailed understanding of the particular example. Provide a practical example. Example of this abstraction. So let me run this. So now we'll do the task step by step. How to use abstraction in OOPS. So first thing, let me define a function. So let me start importing some libraries, some modules from ABC, import ABC and abstraction, abstract method. So I have imported successfully. Now let me define the class. So the class is nothing but account. Inside the class account, I will provide some attribute like ABC account. So let me provide as ABC. So now I have defined the class. Now I will try to define the methods. So to define the method, you want to write as keyword as def. So underscore underscore init underscore underscore. So you want to provide some attributes here. So let me write as self, and I will also provide the account number and bank balance as I mentioned before. Account number, comma, balance. So I am using colon because I want to write multiple statement below. So now let me call this self dot account underscore number is equals to account number, and then self dot balance is equals to balance. So now we have defined it successfully. So it's working completely fine. So now what I will do, I will call this abstract method. So at the rate abstract method, let me call this, let me copy this abstract method and then let me call it here. Abstract method. Let me define another method, defining method like df. So I will write a deposit. So it will take again deposited amount. Let me write as self comma amount. So again I will use colon. So I will write some of the parameter here like pass. Do not anything, just pass it because I don't want to mention anything for now. So that's what abstraction is all about, where you are just skipping the information. Let me write as abstract method once again. So I'm defining another function or another method called withdraw. So here also I am writing self comma the amount that needs to be withdrawal. So again I am writing pass. So again I am not doing anything, I am just skipping it, I am just passing it out. So now I am using a class, another class. So the first class name is account. So I am defining another class now. So let me define the class name called savings account. Savings account. So this in this savings account I will provide an attribute called account. That is nothing but I am providing an other class, that is nothing but I am performing an inheritance kind of thing, right? So previously defined class name I have provided here, colon. So let me define the method here, def underscore underscore init underscore underscore. I will provide the attribute self comma account number, and also let me provide the bank balance and the interest rate, balance comma interest rate, right? So here I have provided few functions, a few methods. So let me call it as super dot underscore underscore. I will initialize it init underscore underscore. I will provide the account number and bank balance. So I will write it as self dot interest rate is equals to, I will provide the interest rate let me define the another method called deposited amount. So I want to provide as self comma amount self dot balance should be greater than equals to amount. So while withdrawing, your bank balance should be greater than the withdrawal amount should be greater than the your bank balance should be greater than the withdrawal amount. That means your withdrawal amount should be less than the bank balance. That's what I have written here. Your bank balance should be greater than the your withdrawal amount. And also let me write as print in the f dot format. I am providing let me change this to withdrawal. I'm writing, right? I'm not writing the I'm not doing a withdrawal, I'm just depositing now. So if you want to do the depositing, you want to write bank balance plus the amount that already exists. So I'm providing here deposited amount. So what is the amount that they are depositing? Amount, and then what is the current balance? So the current balance is nothing but self dot balance. So now we have provided the different method here, that is deposited method. Now let me create another method called amount withdrawal. So I'm defining the method again, def keyword withdraw the amount, that is self comma what is the amount that is withdrawing amount. So here I'm writing I'm writing a condition f self dot balance. The balance should be greater than equals to the current balance. Right? Always make sure that you are writing the balance amount should be greater than equals to the withdrawal amount. So you are writing colon self dot balance minus equals to, why I am using minus equals to in the sense, because I don't want to see this balance. For example, consider if he is withdrawing 5,000 out of 25,000, so the current balance should be 20,000. So I want to subtract the withdrawal amount from the bank balance that is available. So let me make sure that minus equals to the amount that it has. So I want to write print what? I am writing dot format, withdrawal amount, comma, and the current balance is equals to, I am writing the current balance is nothing but self dot balance. So finally, I want to write an else statement. If the withdrawal amount is more than the current balance, I want to go with print it as insufficient balance. Same logic that I have explained before. Insufficient funds. So let me execute this. It is working perfectly fine. So here we have used, first you have created the class and then you have created the different attributes. Where it takes two attributes, one is account number and bank balance. So I have used abstract method here to just skip this information, and again I am creating another class. So I am providing an inheritance over here, and I am performing the same operation in the savings bank account. So let me call the class. Let me create an object as variable name as savings account. Account is equals to, so this is your savings account. Let me copy this class. Let me paste this class. I want to provide the details now. The random bank balance, comma, one is bank balance it is taking, and the other one is it is taking the account number, bank balance, and as well as interest rate. So account number I have provided, bank balance is 25,000, comma, interest rate is 0.05. That is nothing but 5% of the interest rate I have provided. So let me execute it. It's really working fine. Now let me call this abstract deposit amount. So to perform the abstract deposit amount, let me write it as a savings account, that is a variable that I have provided here. Savings account dot deposition amount of how much amount I am depositing here. Let me deposit 5,000. So can you see here? Here I am depositing 5,000. Now the current balance got changed to 25,000 to 30,000. Now let me make sure that I am withdrawing some amount. So let me withdraw 25,000 or 20,000. So once you withdraw 20,000, your current balance should be 10,000. So let me write as savings dot account, savings account, that is what here the variable that I have mentioned. Let me copy paste it, dot withdrawing amount, let me say that I am withdrawing 20,000 amount. So can you see here, once you withdraw 20,000 amount, now the current balance is 10,000. So it is totally working fine. I hope everyone understood how to use the abstractment inside the different class, right? So where we have start explaining what is your object, what is the class, and also we started explaining what is abstraction and what is inheritance. And also we covered what is encapsulation. So we'll move on to the in detailed understanding of what is polymorphism. So polymorphism is nothing but where it allows the object of different class to be treated as an object of a common superclass. So it enables the flexibility in method implementation, allowing the methods to behave differently based on the object's type. Polymorphism is achieved through method overriding and as well as the method overloading. What is the advantages of polymorphism? The advantages of polymorphism are code reusability, so you can reuse the code. Flexibility, so yes, if you use polymorphism, it will be more flexible. And then simplified code maintenance. Yeah, after using polymorphism, the maintaining the code is very simpler, easier, and you can perform various tasks by using polymorphism. So let me go back to the Jupyter notebook, and let me take a simple example of animal, and let me explain you how it works. So animal with different type, right? So let me write down different class called as different animals like dog and cat, etc. And let me make sure that how the sound of dog and as well as cat varies, because these are the different class or different objects, so how they behave. So let me take it on practical examples of different types of animals. So let me first define a class. So the class name I am providing it as animals. So as I mentioned, first when you define the class, below that you want to define a method. So let me define a method called def sound. So let me first write as self. I am passing this. I am not doing anything. So I will define another function or another class called dog. So this dog takes the previous class information, that is animal. So inside the class, I am writing an previous defined class, that is inheritance. I am performing here. So I am writing it as another module of called def as the keyword. So how it sounds, right? It sounds self, and I am returning bark. So dog sounds like bark. So now let me define another class. So let me make sure now the class name is cat. So let me even cat is an inheritance of animal, right? So I want to make sure that even the cat is also inheritance of animal. So I will write the animal class here. So I am writing an again method called sound. I will write as self. So how it sounds? It sounds, I am returning as meow. So this is how we have defined the function. Now we define the polymorphism. So defining make sound of animal. I want to print animal dot sound. I am printing the animal sound. So you have defined it. Now let me create an instance for different animals sound. I am creating an instance called dog. So I am providing the dog function, and as well as I am creating an instance called cat, and I am calling the function called cat here. So the cat, I have called it in the, I have defined it in the capital C, and I am calling it in the small c. Okay, now I have called it. So now I am using a polymorphism called make sound. It is not sound, it is sound, right? Make sound. I will copy this and I will write it as make sound. So let me call this instance of dog. So make sound of dog is nothing but, can you see here? It is printing it as bark. If you do the same thing for cat, you will get the output as meow, right? So this is how you can create an class. Inside the class, you can create multiple methods, and you can perform some inheritance. Here we have performed an inheritance. That is nothing but both animal, cat and dog is the inheritance of animal class. So this is the this is the purpose of using the inheritance. So I hope everyone understood what is polymorphism here. So now the last topic is inheritance. So inheritance is nothing but it is the mechanism where where the subclass are divided into multiple classes, where it inherits the properties of the parent child to child class. So the advantages of using the inheritance is the code reusability, simplified maintenance, and as well as extensibility. So let me create a demo of inheritance using the class which are representing all the animals, right, or the vehicles. I am creating an inheritance which allows me to understand the various vehicles details. So first let me define the vehicle as the class name as vehicle. So now let me define the method by using def keyword underscore init underscore. So let me write as self comma. So let me ask the two argument to or two attribute. The first attribute is the brand name and the second attribute is the model. Brand comma model. I will enclose this. So let me write as self dot brand is equals to brand details, and as well as let me write as self dot model is equals to model details. So this is super cool where I have created the class name as vehicle and I have created the method which takes two arguments or two attributes. One is brand and as well as model. So now let me call this like, let me provide def method display the info. I am creating another method called display info for self. Let me print brand is equals to self dot brand comma model is to self dot. So let me cut this information and then let me specify this inside the bracket, right? Self dot model. So this is perfectly fine where we have created two methods. Now I will also create another class name called car. So car is also the inheritance of the previous class, that is vehicle. So let me write the vehicle inside the class car. So let me define another method called initializing self comma brand name and model name. Along with that I will also specify here number of doors that we have. So brand comma model, along with that doors, number of doors that we have, right? So colon. So let me specify here super, that is nothing but I am taking an inheritance here dot underscore initializing it with brand and model. So I want to take the inheritance of the vehicles that has been previously defined. I will want to take only the brands and as well as models, because I have called here brands and models. But here I have not defined the doors, number of doors, because it is not the attribute that was provided. But here I have provided the doors as an attribute. So I also want to explicitly mention here self dot doors is equals to doors. Got it? So what is the super is doing in the sense? Super is printing what is the previously called attribute, that is printing the same thing for this. So now let me define this model called display info of self. So again for the display info, I will do the same thing. I want to take super, that is inheriting the previous models that has been created. I will write super dot display underscore info, and let me write as print f, that is a dot string, dose equals to, I will specify the self dot dose. So now we have defined this car where the vehicle's instances. Now I will write it as motorcycle. So let me define the another class called motorcycle. So this motorcycle is also taking the use of vehicle as the inheritance values. So I will copy this vehicle and then I will write it inside this class. So I will define this method def underscore underscore init underscore underscore. So I want to define it like self. I am taking an again 3 parameters. One is brand and model and as well as type. Brand, model and as well as I am taking type. So it want to take the inheritance of only the brand and model but not the type. So let me write as super dot underscore underscore init underscore underscore. So I want to take only the inheritance of brand and as well as model. So let me write as self dot, I want to create a new class for type. Self dot type is equals to, you are providing the type information. So now let me write it another model called defining a display model display underscore info. So it is taking self as the method. So I will perform super dot display underscore info. So let me print the dot format f, I will write as type. Let me specify the self type. So self door we have specified before. Now we are writing self type. Why this self door? In the sense, before I have called it as door, yet door was not present. So I have called the self door. Now I want to call the self dot type. So this is executed successfully. Now we'll try to also extract the information of or we'll call the instances. This is the entire thing that we have created. Now we'll try to call the instances. To call the instances, I can just write as car is equals to, so instances name I provided as car. So I want to call this class, that is capital car, CAR, and let me provide the two attributes. So the car is taking two attributes. One is three attributes. One is brand, model and as well as doors. So let me provide the brand name of this particular car is Toyota, and also let me provide the model, and also let me provide the doors. So we have 4 doors in that. So let me execute this. So it is working successfully fine. So I will do the same thing for motorcycle. I will create an instances called motorcycle is equals to, I will call this particular class that we have created. So motorcycle again takes how many arguments? It takes 3 attributes. One is brand, model and as well as type. So let me provide the brand name as Yamaha, and let me provide the model. The model is MT7. Let me take it as MT07. I hope you have heard about MT07 bike, right? So I am taking that particular model, and this model is nothing but what type of bike is this? Is a sports bike, right? So this is working totally fine. So now I'm displaying the information of the inheritance. So let me call it as car as the instance dot display underscore info. So can you see here when I call the car dot display info, it is providing me the all the brand details and as well as model that has been specified. So if I write as motorcycle as the instance, let me copy this motorcycle and let me specify this motorcycle instance dot display info. So again I want to get the motorcycle instances, that is nothing but Yamaha and as well as MT16. So this is the functionalities of using the particular class and as well as particular instances for each and every topic. So whenever you call the display info, that provides the display details here. So if you also want to make sure that you are providing the display of self here, so let me go back with all the topics and make you clarify better. So the first thing what we have learned, we try to understand what is OOPS. OOPS are nothing but an object oriented program. Whatever you write in the Python, it's all about it accepts the OOPS, because whenever you define any data types, so that is an object that you are defining. How to check whether the data is an object data type or not? You can see here, let me print it as A is equals to 25 or 23. So type of, print the type of A, that is nothing but the type is class, right? So class or nothing but you're telling the design of the particular instances, right? So this is your class. So we understood what is the class and as well as what is object, and we also try to understand what are the 4 pillars of particular OOPS concept. One is abstraction, and then we try to understand what is abstraction, and we also understood what is encapsulation. We are very clear with what is inheritance, and as well as we try to understand what is polymorphism. We took some of the examples of how to create a banking sector by using the abstraction and as well as encapsulation. So by using the encapsulation, we are able to clearly extract the information, and we also try to perform an operation by using the abstraction, and we tried solving by using the polymorphism and as well as by using the encapsulation. So this is the detailed understanding of OOPS, object oriented program. Thank you. Hello everyone. Now we understood how to use the modules from different packages, right? So in the previous session, we started loading the module called Pandas, NumPy, Matplotlib, Seaborn, right? So now, what if you create your own modules, which helps you to perform some tasks, right? Without further ado, let's create our own modules, which do some certain tasks and perform some operations. So what is module? Modules are basically where you are creating a file in such a way that that file contains class or functions or an variables. So let me start sharing my screen and start explaining you how to create your own module. So let me go back to the Python notebook. Let's create a new file here. So let me go for new and let me create a new notebook. So always while creating a module, keep one thing in mind, you want to create a .py file. For the testing purpose, what I'll do, I will start using the Jupyter notebook. I will just test it out and then I will convert the entire file into .py file and then I will perform the certain operations. So let me create a module called bank module. Let me rename this as bank module. So while creating the bank module, first thing what you can do, you can create the summary of the features of the bank module. First parameter is summary of features in the bank modules. So next what you want to do, you want to create an account and you want to initialize the balance. So second, create a bank account with an initial bank balance. Like consider I'm providing initial bank balance at the bank account as like 10,000. So I'm providing those information here. Initial bank balance. Now let me provide the deposited money. So user is depositing some money. So let me write it as deposit money. Deposit money. Now I will also try to perform some operations such as withdrawal money and as well as checking the balance after withdrawal. What is the current balance after withdrawal, right? Withdraw money with bank balance. And finally, let me view my what is the final balance or the status of the particular bank. So fifth point is view bank balance. So this is the 5 steps that I will follow to perform some certain task. So let me make this into Markdown. So without further ado, let me start creating my own class now. So let me create my own class as bank account. So I've created the one class as bank account. So for each class, as I mentioned, first I want to write the simple account details. That is nothing but I'll create a module which take few attributes. So the module name I'm providing here is def underscore init, initializing it underscore where you want to provide self. I'm providing two attributes. One is account holder details and as well as bank balance. So let me provide the account holder details as account holder comma balance. So let me initialize the bank balance at 0 for now. And below that I am writing multiple statement. So self dot account holder is equals to account holder. So I am printing the account holder details. I will do the same thing for balance is equals to balance. So we have initialized the first module. Now we'll initialize the another module called deposited amount. So defining a module called deposit. So it takes one attribute, that is amount. What is the amount that you want to deposit? So let me write as self comma the amount that you want to deposit. So I have written as amount. I am calling the if the amount is greater than 0, what it want to do? It should add to the balance that the current balance of the particular person. For example, if I depositing 5,000, so if the person has already 5,000 in his account, so once he deposit 5,000, your total balance should be 10,000. That's what I'm mentioning here. If the amount is greater than or 0, what I want to do? Self dot balance plus equals to amount, and I want to return the what is the current balance that the person has after depositing the amount. So I will try to return. So I'm writing the dot format. Deposited amount. What is the deposited amount? That is nothing but amount, and the new balance amount, let me write as current balance. So current balance is nothing but where let me writing values in the curly braces, because this is the value that I am providing here in the dot string. So self dot balance. So I have successfully mentioned this. So let me go back and provide the else statement. So in the else statement, I am providing return. So the deposited amount should be positive number, it should not be negative number. So let me return this as If the person is entering some negative number, like for example minus 300, so minus 300 rupees cannot be deposited, right? So in case if by the typo error if we mention minus 300, it should throw an return statement by stating that deposit amount must be positive value. So till here we have created an attribute where it takes we have created a class which takes two attributes. One is account holder details and as well as the balance. So we also created an module such that depositing the amount, what is the amount that he is going to deposit. Now we'll create another method by using def keyword, that is withdrawal. What is the amount that the user is withdrawing from the bank? So I will write the name of this particular method. So withdraw. So I want to provide self. So again I will provide the amount. So amount is mentioning to withdrawal. Again I am writing a condition. If the withdrawal amount is greater than the balance amount, it should throw an error by stating that the person has insufficient balance. So I am writing if 0 or less amount, or it is less than self dot balance. So if it is less than 0 or if it is amount is less than the balance amount, you want to write this statement. Self dot balance minus equals to where I want to extract some amount. So self dot balance minus equals to where I am writing amount, where I am deducting the amount from the current account. I am writing else. Before writing else, it's better to return this statement here. Return. So again, I am writing an dot format. I am providing here withdrawed amount, that is, let me write as amount, and the current balance is equals to self dot balance. So this is the current balance that the person has now after withdrawal. So let me write an else statement here. Else amount is greater than self balance. That is nothing but if the amount is more than the, or the withdrawal amount is more than the current balance amount, I am writing this statement, self dot balance. I am writing this statement called return insufficient balance. Or else, let me also write another condition. If you want to write multiple conditions rather than else statement, you want to write elif statement here, and you can go with else statement return. Always make sure that whenever you are writing an else statement, you are not writing any condition. You cannot write conditions in the else statement. Only in the elif statement you can write the condition. If you have multiple conditions, first condition should be if, and then you can write multiple elif statement and you can write else statement. So in the else statement I am returning withdrawal amount should be positive value. If the user is giving some negative value, it should again does not accept it. So I am mentioning withdrawal amount must be positive. So let me write the last module or last method, that is nothing but checking the balance. I am defining the method, and this method called check balance. So I will use it as self. So inside this self, let me return my current balance. current account balance for the account holder. So I will provide the account holder, that is nothing but self dot account holder name. Along with this holder name, I want to provide the bank balance, that is nothing but self dot balance. So this is the complete information that I have created. So now I will test my code whether it is working fine or not. To test my code, if it is totally working fine, what I can do, I can just write f underscore underscore name underscore underscore equals to underscore underscore main underscore underscore. So now let me provide the account holder name. So let me provide the account holder name as Navya account. So this is your variable name that you have created, Navya account, or you can call it as instances name as Navya account. Now the main class is bank account. So this bank account takes two argument. One is your account holder name and the other one is current balance that the person has. So let me provide the account holder name as Navya, comma, and the balance that she has is 89,000. So if you execute this, so it is totally working fine. Now let me check the balance of the Navya. So check balance. So copy this, check balance as the method you have already created. You are calling this instances, that is Navya account dot check balance. Can you see here? It is telling the current balance for Navya is 89,000. The same way, I can just write as Navya account dot, if you want to withdraw the amount, you can write the withdrawal amount and then depositing amount, etc. So that provides the details of those information. So let me provide here an withdraw amount dot withdraw amount like 50,000. So it is telling the withdrawal amount is 50,000 and the current balance is 39,000. So this is totally working fine, where I can also provide this with different instances. For example, let me write as the same thing, let me copy it and let me provide the other instance name rather than Navya account, let me write as G1 account. So let me provide the name of the person called G1. So let me change this amount like 50,000. If I execute, so if I just write as G1 account dot withdraw, if I say withdraw of 1,50,000. So what happens if you provide this? It is telling that insufficient balance of the particular person, right? Can you see here insufficient balance? Because the current balance that the person has is just 50,000. But if he is tried to take out 1,50,000, it should throw an error. So let me change this instance name as G1 account. So check balance, the balance of the particular person is just 50,000. So this is totally working fine. So what let me do, let me copy this entire instances that I have created here. So I will paste it in the .py file. I will go here, I will create a new file. So I will paste this as I will rename this particular file as bank balance, bank account or bank balance, that is completely OVESH or bank module. .py. So now I have created the bank module.py as a new file. In this bank module.py file, I will paste the same code that I have been used. So it is currently working fine in my code. So let me save this particular file. So once it is successfully saved, let me create a new file, Jupyter notebook file. So now let me start importing the model. So let me write import bank model. So if you execute this, can you see here? It is successfully imported. Bank model was not defined before. So you have created your own module now. So now it's successfully working fine. Same like you import NumPy Pandas, right? The same way we have imported the bank module. So bank module is successfully imported now. So now I want to create a new bank account. To create a new bank account, what I can do, I can just specify the details. First, I want to create an instance. I will tell the instance as G1 Raj account. So this is my instances. So in this instances, I want to call the bank account, bank module. This is your bank module. That is the module name, bank module dot bank account. So you can see here in this bank module, we gave this name as class name as bank account. So you should paste the bank account here. So bank account was taking the two arguments. One is account holder name and the bank balance. So go here and provide the account holder name. Let me provide the account holder name as G1 Raj, and the bank balance, let me provide it as 85,000. So let me run this. Can you see here it is successfully accepted? If you want to print the details, let me write as print G1 Raj account, that is the instances that you have given. So this instance will take few different operations or few different modules, that is deposited, or this is the method that you have created, deposit. So if you want to deposit some amount, you can use deposit and you can provide some amount. So let me start with deposit. So let me deposit 5,000. So my current balance was 85,000. If I deposit 5,000, so now my current balance would be 90,000 because I am depositing 5,000. Can you see here? The deposited amount is 5,000. Now the current balance is 90,000. This is working great, right? So let me withdraw some amount. Let me write it as G1 underscore Raj. This is your instance name, G1 Raj account dot. If I want to withdraw my amount, so I can just use tab. So this is the account holder name, balance checking, deposit and withdrawal. Let me write as withdraw. Withdraw, like I want to withdraw 2,000 from this. So if I withdraw 2,000 from the 90,000, what happens? Your current balance would be 88,000. Can you see here? The current balance is 88,000. So what if I withdraw like 1 lakh? If I have 88,000 as the balance, if I try to withdraw 1 lakh, it should not accept it, right? It should tell that there is an insufficient balance. Let me see what happens. Can you see here? It is printing insufficient balance. What if the user provide negative amount, for example, minus 200? Again, it should throw me an error by stating that withdrawal amount should be positive value. See how cool it is working, like the entire system that we have created, how the entire banking system works, right? So finally, we'll also try to see what is the balance that the person has. Check balance. So let me write as print. So let me provide the instance name G1 Raj underscore account dot check balance. So check balance. So check balance should not take any argument. So you can see here in the check balance, I have not provided any argument, right? Where is check balance? Check balance is somewhere here. Can you see here? Check balance does not take any attribute, but here a withdrawal takes one argument as amount, deposit take an argument called amount, and you are initializing, you are taking in two argument. One is account holder name and as well as balance. So if you just execute, the current balance that the person should have is 88,000. So the output balance should be 88,000. So instance can be many. So if you want to create another instances, what you can do, you can create your own another instances just by adding, let me add another instances called Kiran account is equals to, so any name you can provide the instances name, that is completely up to you. So the module name that we have loaded is, we have loaded bank module. So let me provide the bank module dot, the class name that you have defined is bank account. So copy this class name as bank account, paste it here. So this bank account takes two arguments. One is the name of the person and the other one is what is the current balance that the person has. So the name of the person is Kiran Kumar and the current balance that the person has, so the current balance that the person have is, like, consider the person as 1,50,000. So now I have defined it. So I want to call this instance whenever I want some operations to perform. That is Kiran account dot check balance. Check balance is the function. So it is telling current balance for Kiran Kumar is 1,50,000. So the same way, if you want to create for other person, if you want to check for the Bharat, you can first write it as Bharat is equals to bank underscore module is the module name dot bank account is the class name. So this class again takes two parameters. One is name Bharat Kumar and the current balance is 78,000. So now if the Bharat wants to withdraw some amount, Bharat is the instance name, that is Bharat dot withdraw. Withdraw, let me tell that Bharat is withdrawing 10,000. So his current balance would be 78,000 minus 10,000, that the current balance would be 68,000. Can you see here? Now the current balance is 68. If you execute same thing, the output will be 68 rather than, sorry, I want to do it for Bharat rather than Kiran account, right? Let me change this Bharat account to Bharat. Can you see here? It is telling 68,000 as the current balance. So this way you can create your own module in Python and you can play with it. Always you want to make sure that while creating a module, you're creating it .py file and then you're performing some certain operations. You can just load it same as you load in the NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, Seaborn, etc. Various modules that is used for. So that's it for the day. Thank you everyone. Hello everyone. Now we'll move to the very interesting topic in Python, that is exceptional handling. So whenever you work with Python in the daily life, of course you will get an error, right? So the important thing is how will you deal with that error, right? Writing a program without an error is impossible. So writing a program with error and how do you understand what is the error and how to treat those error is very most important in Python. Not only in Python, whenever you start dealing with any programming language, of course you will face one or another error. So you want to start understanding what is the error, you want to start reading the error, and based on the error, you want to start trying to solve it. I'll be there to you to help and understand each and every parameter, what type of error that you can encounter and how will you resolve it step by step. So without further ado, let me start with today's agenda. So error handling in Python. What do you mean by error handling in Python? So error handling in Python is the process of anticipating, detecting and responding to the exceptions error that occurs during the execution of the program. So we have different block of exception handling. One is try, except, else, and lastly we have finally. So what is this try? So you will run this code. You are telling try and you are asking to run this code. You're telling to accept only if the code is there in the execution or the exception part. Then you're going for else statement, no exceptions, run this code. Finally, always run this code. So these are the 4 different blocks that you can start dealing with while performing an exceptional handling. So I will be explaining what is the try method, what is exception, else, and finally in practical step by step. So the common terminology that we use while performing an exception handling is where except and as well as exception handling. What is exception here? So exception is nothing but an event that disrupts the normal flow of the programs or interprets the entire structure of the program or else the instruction that you have been given. Exception handling is the process of responding to that occurrence of exceptions. This is the difference between the exception and exception handling. Where you get an error, you are going to treat those error is called exception handling. So basic syntax of exception handling is where you are trying this code that might raise an exception. So here you are writing an exception handling except some expectations that are present in the code. So we'll talk about detailed understanding of what is the exception handling. So you're trying to write a block of code. You're telling try a block of code, that is the try block contains the code that might raise an exception. Python executes this block of code. If there is no exception error occurs, the code needs to be built. For example, if you try to divide 10 by 0, you will get an exception or you will get an error by stating that there is a 0 division error, right? So we'll go to the Python and let me explain you what kind of error that you encounter in the daily life. Before moving to the exception handling, let me talk about what are the various types of errors that you can encounter, right? Error handling in Python. So now if you try to write a code by stating like, firstly let me start defining the variable, and once the variable is defined, so what type of errors that you can encounter in the variable itself, let me talk. For example, if I start dealing with 1 ABC, and if you define this variable and if you write some information like G1, if you execute, you will get an error, right? So this is the first kind of error that you can encounter while defining the variable. The error states that invalid decimal literal. That means the number should not be the starting character while defining the variable. Always you want to make sure that while defining the variable, the number should not be the starting character. So you can just write as ABC1. So that will accept. So again it's throwing an error by stating that unterminated the string literal, where I did not able to execute, give the quotes where the open quotation has been given here and I have not enclosed it. So only we are getting an error. To overcome this, I can just close it. So this is successfully working fine, right? ABC1. See, this is working completely fine. So this way you can accept various different types of errors. For example, if you provide first name is equals to G1. So again, if you execute, you will get an invalid syntax error because variable name does not contain the space. Instead of space, you want to use underscore. So these are the errors, whereas Python is an interpreted programming language where it will not display all the error once. You can see here the cursor, the kernel has run till here and then it has stopped somewhere n. That means it is not able to run further because it is interpreting the entire code there itself. So what is interpreter in Python? Interpreter is nothing but it executes the code line by line, step by step. So if there is any error, the kernel will stop then and there and it will show you the error details. So to overcome this error, you can use underscore and you can perform the certain operations. For an example, let me write a for loop, simple for loop for range print I. So here I have done few mistake in this particular code. If you execute, you are getting an error which cannot assign the function call. So you want to provide some information here, right? I want to provide the iteration for I in a range. So here they are telling that expected the colon. So can you see here, these are the errors that you encounter. These are the information that you want to perform. So again it is telling accepted an indentation block of code where the indentation is not provided. So you want to give an tab for the indentation. So these are the exceptions, errors that you can encounter while you work with Python. So let me start with various different types of errors that you encounter step by step. So the first type of error that you can encounter is syntax error. Syntax error. So what is syntax error and how will you overcome this syntax error? Let me explain. Syntax error occurs when the code is not written correctly according to the language's syntax rules. So you will encounter a syntax error. For an example, while defining a function, we provide the what is the procedure or what is the language. For example, while you're talking in English, there is a grammar. We want to talk with the same procedure, same step, right? While designing the program also, they follow some certain set of syntax. So you want to call in the same syntax format. So if you are unable to follow the same format, you will get an error. So let me try printing it. Let me write as print hello G1. So if we execute this, it is throwing an error by stating that incomplete input, whereas here you have written the open parenthesis in the function, but here you have not closed it. So this is the error that you are encountered here. To overcome this, what we can do to overcome this syntax error, to overcome this incomplete inputs, you want to enclose it. You can fix in this way. So you can fix this error in this particular way. So this is your syntax error. Now we'll talk about name error. So what is this name error? For example, consider you have defined the name with different variable, and then if you are calling the different variable name, it will throw you an error where stating that the name is not defined yet, right? So what is the name error? Name error occurs when trying to use a variable or a function that has not been defined. So this is your name error. So for an example, let me provide a variable name as info is equals to I am a data science coach. So I'm executing, this is completely working fine, but if I want to call this, I'll write print info. So now I will get an error by stating that name error because info is not defined. Python is also a case sensitive. If you're defining with the capital letter, you also want to call this with capital letter itself. Python will consider both capital letter and small letter as difference because Python is an case sensitive. So to overcome this, what you want to do? You want to call this in the capital only info. So this works completely fine. This is called name error in Python. So we understood what is syntax error and what is name error. Now we'll talk about type error. Type error. So what is type error? Type errors occur when an operation or function is applied to an object or inappropriate type. So always while defining, you also want to make sure that you're providing the proper type. For an example, string and numeric cannot able to concatenate. So if you're trying to do so, it will throw you an error where string and string can be concatenated. For example, I can write G1 plus I can write Raj. So if you execute this, string and string is concatenating. If you do the same thing with string and number, it cannot concatenate. It will throw you an error. For example, let me write it as result is equals to the answer is for example, now the user is provided as 42. The answer is 42. If I execute this, it will throw you an error because this is your string information and this is your number, where string and number cannot able to concatenate. So only you will get an type error. Can you see here the error name called type error? It states that can only concatenate string, not the integer to string. To overcome this, what I can do, I can explicitly convert this integer to string, str. If you execute, this will successfully perform the operation. So can you see here, this is successfully able to perform the operation. This is called type error. So now we'll try to talk about value error. So value error encounters when you try to define a variable and the value is trying to provide with different data types. So at that particular time, you will encounter a value error. For an example, let me provide the details like value error. So value error occurs when a function receives an argument of the right type but inappropriate values. So let me give an example for you for your better understanding. So if you try to provide like number is equals to int of, consider a user has provided the value such as 67. So it is able to successfully extract the number into 67. So that is working fine. For an example, consider someone is providing the age, for example, the salary and as well as bonus amount, where you are asking an input to the end user, salary is equals to int, or else let me write as input, enter your salary, and also let me provide the bonus is equals to input, enter the bonus amount. So this is working totally fine. It will ask an input to the end user, whereas salary let me provide it as 89,000 and bonus let me provide it as 12,000. So this is successfully working fine. But the problem arises is, whereas if you want to add the salary plus bonus as the total salary is equals to salary plus bonus and print total salary. If you start executing this, you'll get an error by setting a consider like I'm giving an 60,000 as the salary and bonus as 2,300. So you can see here it is not properly concatenated. It is concatenated in such a way that string plus string, right? To overcome this, what you can do, you can explicitly use as integer to perform some operations. So int of input, enter your amount and as well as enter your salary. So let me provide 78,000 with 2,000 So now your total salary is 80,000. This is totally working fine. But for an example, instead of the integer values, what if you are using string? So let me provide this rather than 67 like G1. Can I convert this G1 into integer? Never, impossible, right? If you execute it at that particular time, you will get an error called value error, where you cannot assign the data type for the different values with a different type. So you want to make sure that G1 cannot be into int format. So it is throwing an error. So this is called value error. Now we'll talk about index error. So indexing everyone knows, right? So indexing starts from 0 in Python, where if you want to extract any particular element from the iterable, you also want to perform indexing. Consider for a string where the data is stored in the sequential order. Whenever any variable or any data type stores the information in sequential order, you can perform indexing and slicing operation. So now we'll talk about index error. So index error occurs when trying to access an element from a list or from a sequence, you can call, or sequence, using an index that is out of bounds. So we usually face this type of index error. For an example, consider there is a list of element. List is equals to, well, let me provide some values. So I have provided some values here, list of values. If you want to extract 32, so which index position 32 is present? This is your 0th index position, first index position, and 32 is present in the second index position. So list index 0 will able to print you, or list index 2 will able to print the 32 as the value. This is 0, 1 and second index position. You can see. But what if you provide less index of 10? So is there any 10th index position? No. This is your 0, first, second, third, fourth, but there is no information in the 10th index position. At that particular time, you will get an error called index error. So now we talk about key error. So what is key error? Sixth parameter is key error. So key error occurs when trying to access a dictionary with a key that does not exist, which does not exist. So as everyone know that the dictionary stores the information in keys and value pairs, right? But the list, if you want to extract any indexing position, you use index by using the square bracket. But whenever you want to extract any values, you want to use keys in terms of dictionary. So always you want to make sure that while providing the dictionary will execute in the curly braces, where it is enclosed in the curly braces, and then you have a key and as well as value pair, where key cannot be duplicated, but the values can be duplicated. For example, let me define a dictionary. So write it as my dict is equals to, so I'm providing a information here like name colon. So let me write a list of names like Kiran, Karthik, and then let me also write G1. right? So now let me also provide the name of the particular person, age of the person, colon. So let me provide the age 29, 39, 27, and then 39 or 27 and 29. So I've given the three values for each parameter. For example, name. So I've provided three names, Kiran, Karthik and Jeevan, whereas I have provided the age of the person. Now if I want to extract the name, what I can do, you can just write as my dict. If you want to extract Jeevan as the name, you can specify my dict of name. So you want to provide the key that will provide you the value. So now the data is in the list format. Before the data was in dictionary format. How do you check whether the which data type the information is present? You can just specify type. Type is a function type of my dict. So that will provide you the data type. So my dict is available in the dictionary format, but the output of this my dict of names is in the list format. How do I check this? I want to just write and type explicitly. So now it is in the list format. That's great. So if I want to extract the G1 out of this list, where list also supports the indexing operation. So you can provide index 0, that is Kiran, index 1 is Karthik, index 2 is G1. So can you see G1 is extracted successfully. So what if the user provides my dict of address? So is address is defined? No, address is not a key, right? Where name is key and age is key. How do I say what are the keys that are available in my dictionary? I can just simply write my dict dot keys. So can you see here, my dict dot keys will provide you all the various keys that are available or that are assigned to the particular variable. So if you ask for my dict of address, it will throw you a key error by stating that this key is not at all defined. Can you see here? We are getting a key error, that is address. Address having a key error because address is not at all defined while defining the variable. So this is we call it as key error. So now we'll move on to the next topic, that is debugging with an print error, that is zero division error that we encounter. Debugging with print, that is zero division error. Why this zero division error occurs? Whenever if you divide any number with 0, you will encounter this zero division number or the zero division error. Using print statement to understand the flow and state of your program. So if you specify function here, that is defining a function def as the keyword. So you are dividing a number, that is I am giving the function name called divide. I am providing two values here, a comma b. So this is how you can define the function. First you want to use the def keyword, you want to define the function name and you are providing the arguments a comma b, and you want to use colon because you want to write multiple statement below, and you are writing print. I am writing an f string here. So a colon, I am specifying the value of a, and b colon, I am specifying the value of b. So this perfectly fine. It is printing the value of a and as well as value of b. But the problem arises is where if you start printing this or returning this a by b, here I am writing the condition, that is you want to divide a by b. I am printing that statement. So let me provide the result set. Result is equals to divide 90 by 10. So this totally works fine. It does not print any error. So if you write print result. So this totally works. So it is telling B is missing. So let me check out what is B here. Divide missing by one element. So sorry, rather than writing comma, I've used, yeah. So this is nothing but 90, and as well as it is printed successfully. That's great. It is 9 as an output. But what if you provide result, or I'll just let me write as divide 10 comma 0. So if you execute this, where 10 cannot be divisible by 0, right? So it is throwing an division by 0 error. So that is 0 divisible error. So if you want to overcome this, you should never divide the number with 0, or else you can use the exception handling. Okay, or else you can use the condition like if statement, and you can overcome this error. So firstly, let me explain by using the if statement, and then we'll talk about exceptional handling later on. So to overcome this, let me write the same thing once again. I'm defining the function by using the def as the keyword. So now I will provide the function name, that is divide a comma b. I've given the two argument here. I'm using semicolon because I want to write multiple statement below. I'm writing print what? Print a colon. I'll specify the values here, that is a comma b colon. I'll specify the value of b. So here I am writing a conditional statement. If b equals to 0, then you want to return, I am telling dividing by 0 is not allowed, right? So 0 should not be mentioned. So I'm, rather than printing an error, I am printing a condition statement here. So division by 0 is not allowed. So rather than printing an error, what I have done, I have written a conditional statement. This works fine. So if it is not 0, you want to return a by b. So now if you start printing the result is equals to divide of 10 comma 2. So that is nothing but you are providing 10 comma 2. Here you want to write down some values, you have provided some values. So let me print what is the output of result. So the output of result is 5, that is successfully working fine. So what if you provide here 0, 10 comma 0, that means number is divisible by 5. So at that particular time, instead of printing an error, it should print the value that is assigned, the statement that is assigned. So that is division by 0 is not allowed. So this is how you can talk about 0 divisible error. So now I will talk about in detailed understanding of what are the various ways of using the try and exception. So that is exceptional handling. We can also deal with different ways by using exceptional handling whenever you get this 0 division error. So what you can do, you can just write it as try. So writing try. So number is equals to 10, print number by 0. So this will cause an error, right? To overcome this, I am writing an exception, except print an error occurred. So I am asking to just print the error occurred. So if you don't provide this exception handling, what happens? It will throw you an error by stating that syntax error, where the incomplete input that has mentioned, because whenever you write try, you want to write the exception as well. But whenever you provide this like 10 by 0, again also that also throw you an error by stating that 0 divisible error. So this is how you can treat this 0 divisible error by using the exception handling. So now we will talk about except block. Except block. So the exceptional handling, in exceptional handling, the the except block handles the exception raised inside the try block. So now we are providing an information like result is equals to 5 by 0. So again it will throw you an error, print result, you are getting an 0 division error. Now what I can do, I can just write as try result equals to 5 by 0. This is your try method. So incomplete syntax, after trying what you can do, you can also print the exception, that is nothing but 0 handling 0 division error. If it is 0 division error, you want to accept it. So if that is the case, print it as error cannot divide by 0. So you are specifying this error cannot be divisible by 0. So can you see here, this is your message that is for only for exception division error. Only if there is an exception division error, you will try to print those errors. If there is any other different types of errors that you encounter, that will be displayed, that won't be accepted. So this is called as exceptional handling with 0 division error. So how to handle multiple expression error? For example, this is only one type of errors you are dealing with. What if there is multiple different types of error? At that particular time, handling multiple exceptions, so you can handle multiple exceptions using multiple except block of code. So rather than using the exceptional handling for single block of code, what I will do now, I will use multiple block of code of exceptional handling, whereas I am telling num is equals to int of ABC. So you cannot convert this. If you execute this num, you will get an error by stating that the invalid literal for the integer, that is ABC. So to overcome that, what I can do, I can perform some other exceptional handling. So before that, let me also display that as printing result is equals to 5 by 0. Again, you will get an other error by stating that 0 divisible error. So now we have two different types of error that can encounter. One is value error and the other one is 0 divisible error. To overcome this both, what I can do, I can use try and exceptional handling with multiple error handling. So let me provide try num is equals to int of ABC, that's what I have provided here, and result is equals to 5 by 0, that is nothing but 0 divisible error. So we have two different types of error, one is value error and the other one is 0 divisible error. So how do I treat this both the error? I want to use exception handling here. Except, let me copy this value error and paste it here. If it is value error, what you want to do? You want to print error is invalid input. Error shows the invalid input, and then please enter the valid number. Please enter the valid number. So let me close this and let me also close this. So this is the error that you encounter for value error. So this works totally fine, but you will get an error what if for the 5 by 0. So that should be also treated, right? So to treat that as well, what I can do, I can just write as except, so what kind of error you will get if I do pi by 0, that is 0 divisible error. So let me copy this 0 divisible error. So let me write in the exception code, block of code. So 0 division error, print error cannot divide by 0. So you can see here there was an error by setting that 0 division error. So for this condition, I am written as 0 division error as the exception handling, and I am providing these details. So now we will talk about how to handle all the different exceptions. Here you can see I cannot provide manually like what type of errors that you can enter, right? Value error and then 0 division error, etc. So to overcome this, I want to provide handling the multiple different types of error. How do you handle the multiple different types of error? Let me explain. So handling all exceptions. So let me provide the values. File is equals to variable name as file. I'm writing open. So let me open the file name that is available. So there is no such file repository or the file name called G1 details. So if you execute it, it will throw you an error by setting that file not found error. So how do I handle this file not found error? So I want to just read this. So I'll write R as the output. So it will throw you an error, but by setting that file that are not found error. So to overcome this, what I can do? I can just simply type try. I will write file is equals to, you want to open that particular file if exist, and you want to write down non-existent file. So this file is present or not, let me check out. It is not present in my path. So if it is not present in the path, what you want to do? You want to go and print the exception place. So except here you are providing, if you want to print all the different types of errors, you can just provide it as exception as A. So now I am not restricting only for the syntax error, or else I am not restricting only for file not error, and I am not restricting only for the value error. I am checking for all the different types of exceptions, and I am specifying here print the output. That is nothing but an error occurred, and you can specify the value of A. So can you see here? So you can see whenever there is error that is present, it tries to print the an error occurred in error norms, that is 2. In the second number, we have an error. No such file directory that consists of non-existent file. So now else block. So here I have not provided the else block. Here I have just simply mentioned all the different way of exception handling. So if there is only individual exception handling, you can provide the individual error name. What if there is multiple error handling? You can provide just exception. So that's try to take different types of error and try to deal with those errors. There is no conditions you can provide. You can just write as exception that will try to treat with all the various different types of errors that is available. Now we'll try to talk about how to handle the else block statement. So third point is handling the else block. So the else block runs if no exceptions occurs inside the try block. If no exceptions occur inside the try block of code. So if there is no error in the try block of code, it will try to print the else block. That's great, right? So now let me give you an example and showcase you how the else block statement will get executed. I'm providing try, I'm providing number is equals to 10, and I'm providing a result is equals to number by 2. So there is no error that I encounter here, right? Because 10 by 2 is nothing but 5. Now we are writing some exception code, except, so if there is 0 error or 0 division error, you want to print this exception handling. So let me write as 0 division error. If there is a 0 division error, you are asking to print error, the number cannot divide by 0, cannot divide by 0. So if there is a 0 divisible error, you want to perform this operation. If it is not, you can go for else statement and print the information that is present in the else statement. For example, write down as success, success where we don't have any error, right? The result is comma, you can provide the result output. This is the result as an output. So it will directly print the result output, that is nothing but 5. Can you see here, that is printed as 5. So rather than 10, can I ask the user to provide the input? Of course, yes. You can write as input. Before writing input, you want to make sure you are explicitly converting into integer. Int input, enter your number. So you are asking an user to provide the input in place of num. Now in place of 2, that is nothing but in denominator, again I will ask the user to provide the input. Int input, enter your number. So it is taking 2 numbers. So the first time it takes for the num and the second time it takes for the denominator. So for the numerator, let me provide 100, and for the denominator, if I provide 0, that means 100 by 0. Again, it is an 0 divisible error. Whenever a 0 divisible error occurs, it should go and print this block of code, that is error, the number cannot divide by 0. If I execute this, can you see here? It is printing error, the number cannot divide by 0, and it is not printing the else statement. So let me execute this once again. So let me provide 100 and 20. So there is no 0 divisible error. So at that particular time, it goes and try to execute the else statement. Can you see here? It is trying the else statement. Success, the result is 5. I hope everyone understood what is the else block does. Now we'll talk about the final block. So this is the last block of code in the error handling. So let me write it as finally block. So what finally block does? The finally block is always executed whether an exception occurs or not. So either if there is error or if it is not error, the finally block will get executed. So we saw that if there was an error or if there was an exception that is occurred, the else statement was not printing, right? So finally is not like that. Either if there is an error or if there is no error, the final block will get executed. So for an example, let me print it as try. I'm telling a Python, you try this. I'll provide num is equals to 10. I'm defining the number as 10. I'll ask to print the resultant output. Result is equals to num divided by 0. So now let me write the exception case. except is equals to, let me provide, this is a 0 divisible error, right? This condition is nothing but 0 divisible error because you are dividing the number by 0. So let me write as 0 divisible error. So if there is a 0 divisible error, you want to print error that is nothing but cannot divide the number by 0. So you are telling this error, the number cannot be divisible by 0. Now I am writing that lastly finally statement. Finally, so either a error or if there is no error, finally statement will definitely print you an output. So you are writing finally print execution completed. Execution completed. So if you execute this, what happens? Can you see here? It is telling 0. There is an error that contains the information where it is dividing the value by 0. That is the first argument because you are dividing 10 by 0. And next, it also prints the finally statement. So rather than writing 10 here, can I give the user to ask the input? So let me write as int. I am explicitly converting into integer, and I am providing an input function to ask the value from the end user, that is input user. Input, enter the value, enter the or number, rather than value, enter the number or numerator. So here instead of 0, I will change this as int input, enter the value, enter the. So here I am taking two input from the end user. So one is enter the number and they enter the value, where the enter the number consists of for numerator and enter the value is considered for denominator. So for the numerator, let me provide as 10. For the denominator, let me provide it by 2. 10 by 2, that is nothing but 5. So the output will be execution completed. Can you see here? The output is execution completed. So consider, let me write as 20 and 0. That means 0 divisible error. At that particular time, you will get two different output. One is error cannot divide by number 0, along with that execution completed. Can you see here? We are getting an 2 output. So this way you can perform various different types of error handling, as I mentioned in the entire script file. So I hope you understood and it was very helpful to you to handle these errors in. Hello everyone, I am Jeevan Raj, a data science coach at Ematicus Learning. Today I will be helping you to bridge the gap between the SQL and statistics and machine learning. So for example, consider your data is sitting in the different spreadsheet, or else the data is sitting in the cloud server. For example, you can use SQL as the different tool where you write the information or write a query to extract the information from SQL, and then you take that data and then you process it, and then you do apply the different various statistical techniques, and then you're going to build a machine learning model, that is linear regression. Sounds good, right? So without further ado, we'll start performing the operation. So let me start sharing my screen. So we'll try to deal with the project called advertisement versus sales analysis. Whenever you join any company, the biggest problem is like how much amount if I invest. So what is the Y amount of sales that I'm going to generate? That is the biggest issue. So today I will be here to help you with how to generate the revenue with number of amount that they are investing on the particular product, right? Amount on investment, or else we can also call this as ROAs, return on investment. So for example, consider this data is sitting in the cloud server, or else the information is sitting in the MySQL. Consider, let me convert this data to CSV format. Let me take it as Excel. So let me paste it here. So this is your file. So I've already downloaded it. If not, I will explain you step by step process. I will save this particular file with CSV format, save as. Let me go to the desktop and then let me save it into advertisement sales analysis .csv. So I will give the extension as .csv file because SQL do supports only the CSV file. Let me write as a CSV format. So now let me go to the SQL server. So let me, for example, consider this is your SQL server where the data is sitting somewhere in the databases. First, let me create a database. So create database advertisement sales analysis DS or DB. So I've created the database. So now I will use this particular database. Let me write as use this particular database. So if you just refresh your schema, can you see here the database is available? Just right click it and then load the particular file. So it is in the documents. Advertisement was sales analysis. Next. So finish. So if you refresh the file, the data is successfully loaded. So this is the file. Advertisement was a sales analysis. Just if you write show tables, so that displays all the tables that are present in the particular database. If you want to load this particular file, you can just write as select star from advertisement sales analysis. If you execute this, so tables will be something different. Let me copy this, copy the field and let me paste it. So let me execute this. So here is the output that is successfully printed. So if you want to download this, you can just click on this export and let me paste this in the document itself, that is sales analysis .csv. So if you want to export it in the different format, you can change the format from Excel spreadsheet. If you click on OK, so the data is now loaded in the spreadsheet. If you go to the documents, you can somewhere find sales analysis. This is your sales analysis data that has been loaded. So let me go here and load it once again, export it once again, export sales analysis. Just replace it. Sales analysis XML file is already exists. You want to replace it? Yes, try to replace that file. Sales analysis data set. Let me click on enter. So we have sales analysis data set here. So this is in the CSV format. So now the same data have been attached here for your understanding. So what is the problem statement here is, so in today's highly competitive market, companies spend significant amount on advertisement to promote their products and to drive the particular sales. However, there is a crucial question that how effective are the advertisement strategies is generating the sales, right? So there is no proper idea like how much it is going to generate, what is the revenue that you are making from the particular advertisement. To ensure the optimal allocation of advertising budget, companies needs to analyze the relationship between the advertisement spent and as well as the sales revenue. So they should have clear understanding of how much amount they are spending on the advertisement and what is the revenue that they are generating from that advertisement. There should be clear idea, right? They should see the correlation, how much it is correlated with each other. For example, tomorrow, if they are coming to us and they are stating that if I invest 100 rupees, what is the amount that I am going to generate from that 100 rupees. So today I will be helping you on this, that is advertisement versus sales analysis. So if the budget is X, what is the sales that is going to generate? So the goal of this analysis is to examine the impact of various advertisement channels on the sales performance by analyzing the historical data and advertisement cents, and as well as what is the amount that they are going to generate. So that is nothing but ROI, return on investment of each channels. So here they have provided some details. So as everyone knows that X is nothing but your independent variable and the Y is your dependent variable, where sales is dependent on advertisement, right? So this is the amount they have invested on advertisement, like $92, $93 and $95, and this is the sales that they are going to generate, that is $950, $980 and as well as $1,030, etc. That has been mentioned in below. So now we'll try to break down this step by step. The first thing what you can do, if you want to see the correlation between the advertisement and sales, you can do it. If you want to check the correlation, you can simply write somewhere here, checking the correlation. So I will make this into central alignment. Let me zoom it. Let me keep it into bold. So to check the correlation, equals correlation, CORREL, correlation between the two arrays they are asking. So let me select the first array as your advertisement, control shift down, comma. The next array is your sales. So select the advertisement and sales. So this is telling both advertisement and sales is 97% correlated. That is 97% positively correlated. Correlation between advertisement and sales. So that's good, where it is 97% correlated. That's totally fine. So now let me increase the size. Let me build the machine learning model. To build the machine learning model, what you can do, you can just go to this different tabs. In the different tabs, you can find somewhere data tab. In the data tab, you can find data analysis. Just click on this data analysis toolpack. So here you have the option called regression. You want to search for regression because you are building a linear regression model. So we can see ANOVA test, descriptive statistics, histogram, etc. Also you can see there is a regression. Select this regression and click on OK. So it is asking what is your independent variable and what is your dependent variable, what is your Y and what is your X. My Y is nothing but my sales and my X is nothing but your advertisement. So I will select this Y and I will select all the information that is applied for sales analysis. And I will go to the X, that is nothing but your independent variable. I will select all the information of X. So here there is an option whether there is an labels or attached or not. Yes, I have selected the label where I have selected advertisement and sales as it. So click on this, labels is selected. By default, the confidence level is 95%. That's good. So they are asking me whether you want to create your entire report in the new worksheet or existing worksheet. So you can click on output range and you can provide the sheet range somewhere like where you want to perform your linear regression summary report, and then click on OK. So here you go. Within 2 to 3 minutes, you are able to create a summary report of linear regression where it provides you what is the correlation, that is 97% correlated. That's what we have checked over here, 97% correlated. And you can see your R squared, adjusted R square, standard error, observation. Totally we have 50 observations and all the informations we have we can see here intercept and as well as what is the coefficient that are available. So now we'll try to deal with each and every parameters. How did the Excel has been able to calculate all this information? We'll try to break down it step by step process. So first thing what I can do, I can find the correlation between the two different features. One is advertisement and sales. So the correlation between two features between the advertisement and sales is 97%. So let me mark this. This is able to explained. So now I want to see how to perform the R squared and adjusted R square. So R square, to find the R square and adjusted R square, the lot of process needs to be done. So we are using a linear regression, that is nothing but y is equals to mx plus c, right? So y actual is already provided. So we want to write it as y pred. So y pred is equals to mx plus c. That is nothing but y prediction is equals to m stands for slope, c stands for intercept, slope, or also we can call this as coefficient. And your x is your independent variable. So these are the parameters that we already know. So now we'll try to perform a graph to see the correlation between these two variables. So let me select these two graphs, these two columns. I'll go to insert tab. In the insert tab, we can somewhere find the scatter plot. Click on the scatter plot. To check the correlation between the two features, it's always best to use scatter plot. So once you select the scatter plot, the data looks like this. So you can see the data is like having positively correlated. So let me drag it outside here. So, but the data information is not properly visible because all the information is in this particular trend line, right? So let me change my x-axis and y-axis here. So my x-axis should start from 80 and y should start from like 900. So how I can do this? I can just double tap this. Once you double tap, you can find this format axis. In this format axis, the minimum is 0. I'll change this minimum from 0 to 900. So it is starting from 900. So I will change the same thing for the x-axis. So I will change that 0 to 80. Or 90 for better understanding, right? So it is starting from 90 and this is starting from 900. So let me make this as 850. So you can see here the data is like positively correlated. Let me also add the straight line on top of this. So I will go for the trend line. So can you see here, this is your trend line. If you want to change the color of this trend line, you can do it. Just select this trend line and change the color of this particular trend line. So this is your predicted point and this is your actual, the point that displays the actual points, and this is your trend line, that is predicted line. So we'll try to do this entire operations by using Excel. So first thing, to find the slope and intercept, where I've also defined the formula I mentioned here. First you want to provide the SSR. To find the SSR, sum of squared residual, sum of squared error and sum of squared total, you first want the slope and intercept. So to provide the slope and intercept, first you want to find the regression coefficient. So let me write as regression coefficient, that is nothing but your B1. It is represented as B1 regression coefficient. So let me copy this regression coefficient and change the color to blue. Let me make it as bold. Let me increase this size. So the formula for regression coefficient is sum of squared xy divided by sum of squared xx. So what is the sum of squared xx and sum of squared yy? Alright, this is your question. This is your B1. To find the B1, you want to perform this. Sum of squared xx and as well as sum of squared xy. So when you take this particular line, let me draw a simple line, or I've attached the image here. So this image will help you to understand what is your sum of squared residual, sum of squared total, and then sum of actual. So this y bar that is representing in the green line is nothing but y bar, average of y, and this blue color line indicates the y predicted value, and this is the y actual point. So from y actual to y predicted value, we call it as sum of squared error, SSE, that is nothing but actual y and the predicted value of y, that is sum of squared error. Sum of squared residuals means from the predicted value to the average value, that is nothing but from the y pred to y actual, y average, or y mean you can consider, or y at you can consider, anything is fine. You can y bar, you can write this. So next you can see here sum of squared total. The sum of squared total is calculated based on the actual data point to the average bar. That is nothing but y actual minus y bar. So this is your SST, sum of squared total and sum of squared residuals. So this is how it is calculated. So to find sum of squared xy and sum of squared xx, what you can do, you can create a new column here. Let me represent the new column as sum of x and sum of y. First let me go here and find the total x values, that is nothing but alt equals, and this is your sum of values, and then your sum of y, that is nothing but here let me write alt equals. So you will get the sum of x and as well as sum of y. So sum of squared x and y I want, so I will provide x into y. So this is what your x multiplied by y, that is nothing but this equals to 92 multiplied by 950. Click on enter, so you will get some value, apply it. So alt equals, so what is this? This is your sum of squared xy. And I also want to provide xx. To perform the xx, x into x is equals to this multiplied by the same element. So now you will get the value of sum of squared xx. So the output of sum of squared xx is nothing but, where let me write it as alt equals. So I will get the output of it. So now I got sum of squared xx and as well as sum of squared xy. So now I will perform some operation is equals to find the sum of squared xx. I want to first make sure that SS xy and XS xx. So to calculate SSXY, sum of squared dependent and independent variable, you can just write it as sum of squared dependent and independent variable, dependent on dependent features. So you are providing sum of squared dependent on independent features. Then sum of squared independent and dependent features. So to perform the sum of squared independent and dependent features, what you can do, you can just let me make it into yellow color. So to do that, what I can do, to calculate this sum of squared independent and dependent features, that is sum of xy minus, let me add the values. So that is already I've maintained a script file here. Let me copy this. Let me paste it here. So this is used to provide the sum of squared xy and as well as sum of squared xx. So this is your sum of squared independent and dependent features and sum of squared dependent features. So let me add this as sum of squared dependent variable or dependent features. Let me copy this and paste it somewhere here. So sum of squared dependent features. So to do that, what I can do, I will go here equals to sum of x into y. This is your x into y and the sum of this is this value, that is D77 minus, I want to perform sum of x. What is your sum of x? That is nothing but 6551 into sum of phi. What is your sum of phi? That is thus 75,799. So let me create another bracket here and let me close this bracket, whole divided by number of observation. To find the number of observation, I am using count of this entire observation, right? So let me select this entire value. So click on enter. So you'll get this values as 37,000, 3,76,843. So this is your sum of squared of independent and dependent features. So let me make this as SSXY. So sum of squared independent and dependent features. So let me give it into green color. Let me put it into bold and then let me increase the value size. So let me give it into brackets. So this is your sum of squared independent and dependent features. Now let me perform sum of squared for dependent features. So to find the sum of squared for dependent features, that is sum of x square equals sum of x square. So we have already created x square here, x into x. So this is your sum of x square minus sum of x whole square. This is your sum of x. So I want to square that to the power of 2 whole divided by number of element, that is nothing but number of observation. Let me write as count of all the elements, that is from this to this. So click on enter. So the output that you are getting is 28,000. So that is your sum of squared dependent features. Let me write as SSXX. So you got the output of SSXX and as well as SSXY, sum of square dependent variable and then sum of squared independent and dependent variable. So that's good. So once you found the sum of square dependent and independent variable, you want to find the regression coefficient. So let me add this regression coefficient below this. So the first thing, you want to find the correlation matrix. Once you have done with the correlation matrix, you want to find the sum of square dependent and independent variable. Once you are done with that, you want to start performing the regression coefficient. So let me take this, let me mark it here. Let me take this and let me mark it here. So this looks good. So next thing, what I want to do, I want to perform for regression coefficient. To perform the regression coefficient, let me copy paste the formula for your better understanding. Let me copy it and save it here. So this is for regression coefficient and this is for intercept. So to perform regression coefficient, that is sum of squared xy divided by sum of squared xx. Where you have performed sum of squared xy and as well as sum of squared xx, you can just perform the operation, that is nothing but b1 is equals to sum of squared xx, that is nothing but this parameter divided by sum of squared xy. This is the parameter. Sorry, equals to sum of squared xy divided by sum of squared xx. So I will get the output as 13. So what is your regression coefficient? That is 13. What is regression coefficient means? So your regression coefficient helps you to understand for 1 unit change in my x-axis, what is the unit change that happens in the y-axis? That is what your regression coefficient explains. For example, for the 1 unit change in my sales, for 1 unit change in my advertisement, 13.42 sales will get generated. Okay. So now we'll talk about the intercept. So let me write as what is regression coefficient for 1 unit change in my x-axis. What is the unit change in my y-axis? So this is what your regression coefficient explains. So now we'll talk about the intercept. So let me copy this same and let me paste it here. Let me make it this as intercept. Intercept, let me make this intercept as BO. So how do we calculate BO? That is nothing but sum of y is equals to sum of y. So where is sum of y? This is your sales. So sum of sales divided by total number of observation, that is nothing but count of n, that is nothing but your all the observation details. Control shift down. So I have selected all the observation details. So give it into bracket. So this is your first argument, that is sum of y divided by n minus b1 is nothing but your slope details, regression coefficient, multiplied by sum of x divided by n. Sum of x is what? This is your x value. Sum of x is 6551 divided by total number of observation. Count of again all the observation. So let me select this and click on enter. So I got the output of intercept. So what does intercept indicates? So my intercept is now minus 243. So what this indicates, let me explain you. Before that, let me copy this and format this for this data. So note, your intercept explains if there is no unit change in my, for example, if there is a zero amount invested in the advertisement, what is the sales that is going to generate it? Okay, that is what your intercept is. When your x is 0, what is the value of y? That is what intercept explains. The line where the point cuts the y-axis is intercept. Okay, that means when the axis of when the value of x is 0, what is the value of y? That means when the value of x is equals to 0, then what is the value of y? That is intercept. So this is what intercept is all about. When the value of x is 0, what is the value of y? So I hope everyone understood what is your slope and as well as intercept and how to calculate it. So this same thing is also replicated in the particular summary report that Excel generated. Can you see here? So this is your coefficient and this is your intercept. Coefficient is 13.42. So the same thing is present here, that is 13.42 coefficient, and the intercept also mentioned here, that is minus 243. So let me mark down this both the color as green. So we are able to calculate this as well. We are able to calculate the coefficient, the correlation between the advertisement and sales, and we got to know the total number of observation is 50. So once you have done with that, let me go and calculate the predicted values. That is nothing but actual and predicted value, that is regression coefficient, applying an regression coefficient. Let me copy this and paste it somewhere here. Let me write as regression equation. So regression equation is nothing but, let me make it merge and center. So regression equation is y is equals to mx plus c. So what is your mx plus c here? So this information can be written in different ways. Rather than mx plus c, we can also state that y is equals to a plus bx, or else you can also say that y is equals to bo, that is nothing but slope, plus bi, that is intercept, into xi. Okay, yam is nothing but your slope, x is the independent variable and c is intercept. So here a plus bx. So a is your intercept, b is your slope, and x is your independent variable. So bo is your intercept and bi is your slope and xi is your independent variable. So let me write it down here. Note, y is your independent variable, y your dependent variable, dependent features or dependent variable, and your m is your slope and c is your intercept. So the same thing, let me drag this down. So y is your dependent variable, rather than m we have specified it as b, and let me specify here, instead of c they have written it as a. And here let me make this slope as bi, and this is your intercept bo. Okay, bo is your intercept and bi is your slope. So that's good. Now we'll implement the regression equation for the particular problem statement. Now we'll try to implement the regression equation for the given problem statement. Now we'll try to implement regression equation for the given problem statement. So let me select this. Let me merge and center. Let me give it into a green color. So let me increase the size of this. Okay. So for an example, if to find the regression coefficient, let me specify here y equals y is equals to mx plus c. So your y pred value is nothing but y pred. You know what is m, you know what is x, and you know what is c. For example, they're asking you consider if the budget that they are investing is $95. So what will be the sales that is going to generate, right? So at the rate of 95 as the budget. So if they provide the budget as $95, so what is the sales that is going to generate? What is the sales? So to find that, I can simply write as m, I already know, that is your slope regression coefficient, m into x, x is nothing but your 95 plus c, c is what? C is your intercept. So I'll get the details of 1032.32. So is it the right value? Yes, it is the right value, but not the right way of explaining to the stakeholders. Why this is not the right way of explaining to the stakeholders? In the sense, this is the point estimated value, whereas our data also adds some error. Can you see here? This is the estimated value that we got, but the data also have some error, some positive error and as well as some negative error. So where is this errors are going? Always while explaining to the stakeholders, you also want to include your error and then you want to explain it. To do that, we can first find the standard error residuals and then we can start predicting it. Rather than directly predicting it, you want to first use the standard error residuals. To perform the standard error residuals, let me go and copy the procedure to find the standard error residuals. Let me copy and paste it here. So here is the standard error residuals formula. That is nothing but summation square root of sum of squared error divided by n minus k minus 1. N indicates the number of observation, k indicates the number of independent features and minus 1. So is equals to, you have not created what is SSC, sum of squared error. I have already defined it for SSE, SSR and as well as for SST, how it is going to calculate. Based on this particular graph, you are able to come up with this equation. So now let me find the SSE. Before finding SSE, I also want to have the y predicted value. To have the y predicted value, let me write it as y pred. So how to find the y predicted value? That is nothing but your ms plus c. M is what? M is your slope. This is your m. Let me freeze this particular cell, m into x. X is what? Your advertisement, x plus c. C is your intercept again. So select this intercept and then freeze it. If you execute this, now you will get the y predicted value. So the actual is 950, but the model is predicted as 992. The actual sales that was generated is 980 and the predicted is 1005 and the actual sales is 1030. For the advertisement is $95. So what is the model is predicting? The model is predicted as 1032. So that's good. The model is able to predict almost properly. So equals to, so this value is nothing but your y predicted value, sum of y predicted value. Okay. Now we'll try to perform SSE, sum of squared errors. So let me do some coloring format here. Let me go and add some color. Let me also increase this value. So let me change the text value from red to white, and let me give it as middle alignment. So that's great. This we have done till here. So to find the SSC, sum of squared error, that is nothing but y actual minus y predicted value. So where is your y actual value equals to, this is your y actual value minus this is your y predicted value. So now we will get the sum of squared errors. So here the sum of squared error, it is printing it as minus 42. Let me drag it down. So this is your sum of squared error. Just let me write alt equals. So next we'll try to perform for sum of squared residuals. So to find the sum of squared residuals, you want to write it as y predicted minus y bar. So there is no average y here. So to find the average y, let me explain you. So is equals to y predicted is nothing but this is your y predicted value minus y bar, that is nothing but mean of average of y bar, that is nothing but this y. I will use function here for, I will freeze it. So this is your SSR, sum of squared residuals. So now we got the sum of squared residuals as well as the output. So always make sure while performing this operation, you are also using the proper appropriate information, that is actual minus predicted whole square. You want to square these values because there is a chances that positive and negative error, right? You can see here there is a chances of positive error and as well as negative error. The model should treat both positive error and negative error as different. So on top of this, you want to perform the squares to the power of 2. Same thing I want to do for sum of squared residuals as well. On top of this, to the power of 2, and as well as I will do the same thing for this operations as well, to the power of 2. So now I want to slightly change with this formula of sum of squared error to the power of 2. So let me apply this same for all the records. So my sum remains the same. I will do the same thing for sum of squared residuals. So this is your value to the power of 2. So now you get the value of sum of squared residuals, that is nothing but sum of squared value is calculated based on the y predicted minus y bar whole square. So what is your y predicted, y bar value equals to average of all the observation of phi. So your y bar value is this one, y bar. So let me copy this, or let me format this particular data. Let me select and let me format these values. Let me make it as bold and let me keep it as central alignment, right? So sum of squared residuals are nothing but your y predicted value minus y bar whole square. So you get the y predicted value equals to, this is your y predicted value minus y bar, that is nothing but, this is your y bar, let me phrase this, to the power of 2. So this is your SSR, that is nothing but sum of squared residuals. So let me apply the same thing for all the observation. So let me use alt equals to perform the sum of all it. So finally we'll try to solve the SST, sum of squared total. To find the sum of squared total, that is nothing but your actual value minus y bar whole square. So let me copy this. Let me also place it here. So that is nothing but y actual is equals to, where is your y actual? Your y actual is this minus y bar is nothing but this amount function f4. So to the power of 2, let me close this. Let me write as to the power of 2. So now we got the output of sum of squared total. Let me add it for all the observation. So alt equals. So this is your final output. So now we are able to print the sum of squared residual, sum of squared error, and as well as sum of squared total. Let me copy this and let me give some coloring. Let me go and give the light coloring for it. So I will also use this perfect alignment. So now we are able to get all the details. So now it's simple to find the sum of standard error residuals. So to find the standard error residuals is nothing but equals to square root of sum of squared error, that is nothing but the error is this sum of squared error all divided by n minus k minus 1. N is nothing but count of number of observation, count the number of observation, that is this, comma, your k value is nothing but number of independent variable. We have only one independent variable, that is minus 1 and 1 you are providing. So close this bracket and click on enter. So you get the output as 67.15. So what is this 67.15 is the question. So how did we calculate this 67.15? So now we'll try to do the further analysis. What is the help of this 67.15 etc. We'll try to discuss. So let me add it somewhere here. Standard error residuals, SER. So let me make the coloring for this particular data for SER. Let me give the bold format and then increase the size of this. Let me also provide the alignment. So this is totally done. So what is the help of SER, sum of standard error residuals, and how to predict the practical, how to use this in the practical implementation? Let me explain it. Right. So what is the practical use of standard error residuals of by using 67.15? So now let me go and perform the same thing for 92% of the confidence level. So we got some value. So I'm using this central upper limit and as well as lower limit of sales. To find the upper limit and lower limit sales, you can just copy this details. Let me copy this as well, the entire information. And let me go back and let me paste it here somewhere. Okay. So now, it's never the good practice to directly mention this sales that was generated as 1032. So always it's better to use upper limit and as well as lower limit while expressing the sales values. So this is we call it as point estimated values. To explain with terms of upper limit and as well as lower limit values, you can use upper limit values or upper limit sales, that is nothing but y predicted plus critical value of z at 95% of the confidence interval at 95% of confidence level multiplied by standard error residuals. This way we can find the upper limit of sales, and to perform the lower limit sales you can do the same thing, but only difference that happens in the upper limit sales and as well as for the lower limit sales, where rather than writing a plus you will write as minus, that's it. So let me copy this and let me paste it as lower limit sales. Lower limit sales. So to find the lower limit sales, instead of positive you want to make it as negative. To find the upper limit sales and as well as lower limit sales, let me make it into bold format. Let me increase the size of this, and as well as let me do the same thing for this as well. So we don't know what is the critical value of z at 95% of confidence level, but we know the standard error residuals and as well as y predicted value we have already defined. So now to find the z value of critical value of z at 95% of confidence level, what you can do, as we see the entire distribution is 100%. In this entire distribution, we call that as 1, that is nothing but 100% because this is a bell-shaped curve. In this bell-shaped curve, let me take it as just 50% of the portion because I am looking into the table, T table or the Z table, which is in the right or left table, right? So I am taking this only 50% of the information, that is 0.5 minus, so this is your critical region, that is nothing but alpha by 2, that is nothing but 0.05, entire distribution of 95% of confidence interval. If the confidence interval is 95%, if the confidence interval is 95%, then the critical region is nothing but 5%, 5% of the error rate, right? 5%. So if it is 95%, the 5%. So 5% is nothing but if it is divided into two different halves, that is 2.5% and 2.5%. That is nothing but 0.025 minus 0.025. This is how it is calculated. So you can write equals. So I want to find the critical level for 0.475 in the T table or the Z table. So you can go to the Google, you can just search for the T table or Z table. So you will get this particular chart. So based on this particular chart, you can just start making an analysis. So let me take it as right table. Any table is fine. Let me see in this Z table for what is the value, for the value of 0.475. For the 0.475, So there is no 0.475. Let me take down the another table. So here also there is no 0.475. Let me select this. I've already calculated. Let me copy the same thing for 0.475. You can print somewhere here. So this is the table. So this is the 0.475 value. So this value indicates a 1.9 on the left side. On the top, it is 0.06. That means 1.96 from the Z table. So for the 0.475, the value that we are getting is 1.96. So from this 1.96, how we can calculate the remaining stuff is, well, let me mark this into bold color and let me give it into green. So this 1.96 is nothing but the critical value of Z at 95% of confidence interval. So that is nothing but critical value of Z at 95% of confidence level. So let me mark this. So now let me calculate the upper limit sales and as well as lower limit sales. So lower limit sales is nothing but L as lower limit sales, or else let me paste the same thing. So that is nothing but equals to Y predicted value. What is the predicted value of Y for the 95% of the sales? That is this one minus critical value for the level of 95% confidence interval. It is this multiplied by SCR. That is nothing but standard error residuals. That is 67 point something. So the output that you got is 900.896. So that is from lower limit value. So the upper limit, if you want to calculate the same, you can just print below. So critical value for the upper limit sales, that is Y predicted value. This is your Y predicted value plus critical level, that is 1.96 multiplied by standard error residuals. So SCR is nothing but 67. So if you click on enter, so you'll get the lower limit of sales and as well as upper limit of the sales. So this is your lower limit and upper limit of the sales. Let me format it and let me paste it here. So this is the output that you got. So once you get the lower limit sales and as well as upper limit sales, so now you are good to go to explain what is the overall sales that is going to generate. So always it's best to explain to the stakeholders in such a way that the sales for the budget of $95 will be generating between 900 to 1,163 rupees. So you will say that you are 95% confident. You are not telling 100% confidence. You are just stating you are 95% confident that the sales corresponds to $95 of budget of advertisement will lie between 900.69 to 1163.94. So this is better way of explaining to the stakeholders rather than explaining in the about term. So instead of directly telling the point estimated values, like this is your point estimated value that we have created. That is, the approximate sales will be generated between 1032. But we also have some error, right? The positive and negative error. So by considering those positive and negative error, you are going to state that this is the sales that is going to generate. Well, let me color this information. So we can easily say that for the 95% of the confidence interval, the sales will be generated for 95% of the budget, ranging between $969 to $1,163. So that's how you can easily calculate the predicted values for the various budget that they have given. So if you also want to do further analysis, like based on different statistical tests, you can do it here. So the first thing is, well, let me go here and let me write it down. Different analysis. So the first thing is, we can also see the statistical analysis. So to perform the statistical analysis, we want to mention that your T is nothing but now let me define hypothesis testing here. What is hypothesis testing? As you know, hypothesis testing is nothing but it is a mutual exclusive statement on the population based on sample. What is mutual exclusive statement? A mutual exclusive statement is nothing but both the event cannot occur on the same time, right? That is what mutual exclusive. For an example, if you toss a coin, both add and fail cannot occur on the same time. If you give an example, both rejection and selection cannot happen in the same time, right? That is what mutual exclusive statement. So both the event cannot occur on the same time, either any one event will occur. So now, what is null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis in terms of this problem statement? Let me define. So your null hypothesis states that is HO states that, or null hypothesis states there is no linear relationship, there is no linear relationship between the data, whereas HA, that is alternative hypothesis, state that, or H1 states that alternative hypothesis. So this states that there is a linear relationship, there is a linear relationship between the data. So this is your null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. Based on the null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis, you are going to interpret the coefficient. So let me copy this and paste it somewhere here. So now firstly let me perform standard error. Standard error of regression equation or regression coefficient, that is nothing but your SB. So to find the standard error of regression coefficient, so firstly I want the standard error residuals, that is SCR, we already found it out. So divided by square root of sum of squared xx. So we have this information. So let me write equals to standard error residuals, that is SCR, divided by square root of SQRT square root of sum of squared xx. So sum of squared xx is nothing but this one, sum of squared dependent features. So if you click on xx, you can find the what is this standard error regression coefficient. So let me make this into bold and let me color this as well. So now we are able to find the standard error regression coefficient. So now we will try to find the what is T or test statistics. So to find this test statistics, that is nothing but that is t, so that equals to b1. So let me select your coefficient minus 0 whole divided by what? Whole divided by SP, that is nothing but standard error regression coefficient. So you will get the output as 33.48. So this is the value that you got. So that is your test statistics. So you can find this test statistics in the formula as well. Here also you get the same thing as test statistics. You can just extend this information. So here you got the lower and as well as your upper end values. So that's what I have mentioned. So your SSP, SST, SSR will be also displayed here. So that what it is present here, SST, SSR. So what is your sum of squared residuals? The sum of squared residuals is 5,60,000. That is nothing but that is present here. SSC, SSR, SST. So standard error is 54. That is what here we have mentioned. Standard error. And the test statistics is available. So based on this, let me mark it in the green color. Let me make it into bold format. So now let me find the R squared value. So let me go and print the R squared. Copy this and let me paste. What is R squared? R squared is nothing but coefficient of determinants that explains how the independent variable, how much percent of the variance is explained by the independent variable to the dependent variable. That is what the power of R squared. So we have SSR and as well as SST to get the R squared value. R squared is nothing but equals to sum of squared residuals. So sum of squared residuals is available here. This is your sum of squared residuals divided by sum of squared total, that is this. So if you see, we get the output as 95.73%. That means 95% of the variance was explained by the advertisement to the overall sales. So let me zoom this, or let me increase the size of this particular value. So this is your R squared value. Where do I get this? 95.73. It is also present in the summary report. 95.73. Can you see here? Your R squared value is already mentioned here. So now we'll find the adjusted R square. So this is your standard error. Standard error is already we have calculated. Now we can find the adjusted R square. So let me paste the adjusted R square. So that is nothing but equals 1 minus. You want to perform the standard error residuals, that is nothing but SSE, sum of squared error. This is your SSC divided by n minus k minus 1. What is your n value? N value is nothing but number of observations, count of all the observations, that is nothing but from this to all the observation, n minus k is nothing but number of independent variable, that is 1 minus 1. So let me close the bracket. Let me also close another bracket and let me open here the another bracket, divided by SST, that is nothing but sum of squared total, divided by n minus 1, that is nothing but this is your SST divided by n minus 1. What is your n? That is nothing but the number of observation, count of observation, that is all the observations minus 1. So if you click on enter, you will get the adjusted R square value. So the adjusted R square, it is 95.64. So let me drag this here. Let me write as adjusted R squared. So this is your adjusted R square. So let me increase this size of this. So this adjusted R square is already present in the summary report. What we got? We got adjusted R square as 95.64. The same 95.64 is also printed in the summary report, that is 95.64. So this is your standard error residuals, SER. So these are the parameters we already found it. So this is how you can also print the entire functionalities of linear regression and by using the statistical terms, by using the sum of squared error, sum of squared residuals, and as well as sum of squared totals. I hope everyone understood how to perform the simple linear regression by using the various different techniques like slope, intercept, and then we started building your y is equals to mx plus c, that is your regression equation. And then we also tried to understood what is standard error residuals, and also we started performing lower limit and as well as upper limit. So these are the statistical terms that you can apply, you are going to apply in terms of machine learning. And then you also understood what is standard error residuals and how to implement it, then what is R squared and as well as what is adjusted R square. Thank you everyone. Hello everyone, I am Jeevan Raj, a certified data science and analytics coach working at Imaticus Learning. Today I will be helping you to understand what is statistics and how the statistics is very useful in terms of machine learning, and what are the various types of statistical methods that you can use, what is descriptive statistics, inferential statistics, and what is population and sample. So we will be discussing all these factors in this today's session. So without further ado, let's begin with today's agenda. So in this session, you will be understanding in detail of what is descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. In the descriptive statistics, what is measure of central tendency, what is mean, median, mode, standard deviation, variance, quartiles, etc. And also you will be understanding what is measure of dispersion. So the measure of dispersion comes where the variance, and we'll also be learning what is skewness and kurtosis, and then we'll also learning what is covariance and correlation. So why we use statistics, right? Why we want to use statistics in terms of data science? So always while you're learning any of the language or any of the tools, always you want to ask one question, that is why you want to learn and what exactly it is and where can be used for. So if you ask me like why we want to learn statistics, statistics is very important in terms of making investment, prediction, and making some decisions. It can be very powerful tool when performing the data science tasks. So it is used to solve the complex real-time problem. So we'll begin with what exactly statistics is all about. Statistics is a branch of science which deals with the data collection, analysis, interpretation, and presentation of your data. One can drive the meaningful insights and trends in the data by applying various statistical methods on it. For an example, if I give the data to you, you can start applying various statistical methods such that you can see what is the minimum sales that was generated throughout the year, what is the maximum sales, or what is the average sales that were generated over the year. And by using the statistical methods, you can also understand whether the data having an outlier or not. We'll be talking in detail what is outliers and how will you calculate the outliers. Now we'll talk about what are the types of analysis that we have. Majorly, we have two different types of analysis. One is descriptive analysis and the other one is inferential analysis. Descriptive analysis is used to describe the sample and summarize the insights about the sample, where you are working with the sample set of records and you are going to describe those sample is called descriptive analytics. Whereas in the other hand, we have inferential analysis. It is used to make conclusion and generalization about the population, where it is used to make the conclusion and the generalization of the entire population. In the descriptive statistics, we have measure of central tendency, measure of dispersion, etc. And in the inferential statistics, where we have linear regression analysis and analysis of variance and confidence interval. We'll be talking detailed of what is measure of central tendency. In the measure of central tendency itself, we have various different types. So we'll be talking each and every types, like what is mean, median, and mode, variance, etc. So now we'll talk about what is population and sample. So population is nothing but a set of all the observation or set of all the objects or individuals considered for a study. It may be finite or infinite set of elements. That is what population is. Samples are nothing but the subset of the entire population. For an example, if you want to do some analysis, we cannot take the entire population to make a survey, right? So there may be chances some of them are newly born or some of them may die. So at that particular case, we take the sample from the entire population and we start making an analysis. For an example, another example you can take, if I go to the interview, whether the interviewer will ask all the questions to me which is in the topic? No, it is impossible to ask all the questions related to particular job role. So what he does, it takes only the sample set of majorly asked questions and they will ask to me. If I am able to answer, that means that I have a good knowledge on the particular topic. If I am unable to answer, based on the sample, he will make me that prediction that he is unable to explain the sample set of information and he will start concluding to the entire population. So now we'll talk about what is descriptive statistics. Descriptive statistics is nothing but it contains the information or it consists of the analysis that can be used to understand the data from various visualization and numerical techniques. It also helps to study the underlying patterns in the data. It is a type of analysis. It's only used to understand the data set under the study of samples and generalization to the entire population. The descriptive statistics majorly consists of measure of central tendency, measure of dispersion, skewness, kurtosis, and as well as covariance and correlation. What is measure of central tendency? The measure of central tendency means the central position of the data that can be distinguished between the measure of central tendency. That means if you want to divide the data into two halves, so we go for measure of central tendency where your mean, median, mode will lies between the center position. So there are different measures of central tendency, like I said, mean, median, mode, and quantiles. Mean is nothing but the average of all the observation. Median is nothing but if we sort the data in ascending or descending order, the middlemost observation we call it as median. Mode is nothing but the most frequently occurred values is called mode. Quantiles is nothing but it divides the data set into n equal parts. Now we'll talk about mean. As I mentioned, it is one of the measure of central tendency where it is mostly used to measure the average of the data. It defines the sum of all the observation divided by total number of observation. That is what mean is all about. The advantages and disadvantages of using the mean for filling the null values are, it is based out of all the observation, it takes use of all the observation, but the disadvantages is if there is an outlier that is present in the data where the average will vary. So we want to treat the outliers if you are going to use mean. So it is a best practice to use mean if the data set is not having an outlier, and if you cannot use mean if the data is categorical in nature. So this is some example that we have mentioned here. So later on stages we'll start performing various examples how to calculate mean for this of list of elements. So now we'll talk about median. What is median? Median is nothing but the middlemost observation in the data set. So if you sort the data in ascending order or the descending order, so the middlemost observation we call it as median. Consider if the data is in the odd position. So at that particular time, your middlemost observation is your median. If the data set is in equal parts, that is nothing but if it is an even observation. So at that particular times, if you want to take two middlemost observation and take the average out of it. So the advantages and disadvantages of median is the advantages where it is not affected by the outliers, but the disadvantages is where it is not based out of all the observation. Now we'll talk about mode. What is mode? Mode is nothing but the more frequent value or the highest frequency of the observation, more occurrence of the values, that is called mode. So the data can have one mode or it can have multiple mode. So if the data has only one mode, we call it as unimodal. If a group of observation with two modes is called as bimodal. So if the group of observations with more than two mode is called as multimodal. So the advantages and disadvantages here is it is affected by the presence of outliers, where mode is not affected. As I mentioned, the mode does not affected by the outliers, and it can be calculated for numerical and as well as for the categorical data. But the disadvantages is, as I mentioned, it is not used for all the observation, right? It is not been considered by all the observation. So here we have given the example for the mode. So it is nothing but most frequently observed values. What is quantile? Quantiles are nothing but these are the values that divides the data set into equal number of halves or parts. Quantiles are also called as partition values. These values may be equispaced, where median divides the data set into two equal halves, quartile divides the data set into four equal parts, decile divides the data set into 10 equal parts, and percentile divides the data set into 100 equal parts. Now we'll talk in detail of what is quantiles. Quantiles divides the data set into quartiles divides the data set into four equal parts, as I mentioned. Where first quartile we mentioned that it divides the data set into two equal parts. One is 25% and 75%. We can easily state that if we have one quartile or the first quartile that divides the data in such a way that 25% of the data below Q1 and 75% of the data is above Q1. If you want to talk about the second quartile, that means it is also called as median, that divides the data into two equal halves. So now we'll talk about third quartiles. So that divides the data in such a way that the 75% of the data is less than Q3 and 25% of the information is above Q3. Whenever you are dealing with government exams or any CAT or any exam, what you can do, they can take the quartiles rather than taking the percentile. Now we'll talk about decile. Decile divides the data into 10 equal halves. So the first decile divides the data in such a way that the 10% of the data is below D1 and 90% of the data is above D1. So if you want to talk about fifth decile, that means it divides the data into two equal halves, that is nothing but median. Percentile. Percentile is nothing but it divides the data set into 100 equal halves. So if you want to talk about first percentile, that means it divides the data in such a way that 1% of the data below P1 and 99% of the data which is above P1. So if you want to talk about 25th percentile, that means the data is divided in such a way that 25% of the data is less than P25 and 75% of the data is more than P25. You can also tell that P25, that is nothing but first percentile, 25th percentile is also called as Q1, first quartile. Now if we talk about 50th percentile, that means it divides the data set into two equal halves, where It is also called as median, or it is also called as second quartile. So if I want to talk about 75th percentile, that means 75% of the data which is less than P75 and 25% of the data is more than P75. That is also called as Q3, third quartile. So now we'll talk about measure of dispersion. So the measure of dispersion is nothing but it is a technique that summarizes the variation in the data points. If the dispersion is less for the set of observation, then the reliability of the data measures as I. If the dispersion is more, that means the reliability is very less. So the range, variance, standard deviation, and these are the measure of dispersions. Now we'll talk about range. Range is the first parameter for measure of dispersion. So it is defined as the difference between the largest and as well as the smallest observation. Range varies between minimum to maximum values, where xn minus xn to x1, that means where x1 is the largest values and x1 is the smallest values in the data set. It depends only on two extreme observations in the data points, so it does not provide proper idea about the variations in the data points. Now we'll talk about what is variance. Variance, it measures the spread of observations from the mean. It is defined as the arithmetic mean of squares of deviation calculated from the mean. It is given by the formula, that is xi minus x bar whole divided by n. So we'll try to use what is variance and as well as standard deviation in practical use cases. So let me go to practical stuff and start explaining how to use all this descriptive statistics. So let me open my Jupyter notebook. So let me write it as descriptive analysis. So in this descriptive analysis, let me add few more parameters, that is mean, median, mode, and quantile. So as we discussed, mean is nothing but the average of all the data points. Median is nothing but the middlemost observation when the data is divided into ordered into ascending or descending order. Mode is most frequently repeated observation. Quantiles divides the data set into n number of parts. So let me define some random list of elements here. So LIS is equals to P dot, let me convert it into series format. So list of elements, that is 2, 3, 4, 2, 1, 4, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. So let me execute this. So PD is not defined, so let me import the pandas. Import pandas as PD and import NumPy as NP. So let me import the necessary libraries and run this. So it is successfully executed. So if you want to print the mean, that let me write as lis dot mean. So the average of this list of elements is 6. So how it is calculated? That is nothing but sum of all the observation divided by total number of observation. So sum of list divided by total number of observation. So length of list. So this is your mean value. So now we'll try to perform box plot to check the outliers. Let me import a Seaborn here. Import Seaborn as SNS. So let me specify Seaborn SNS dot box plot, and let me provide the list of information. So let me write X is equals to list of elements. So you can see the data is not having any outlier, so it is not highly affected. So what if the data is having an outlier? Let me copy it, or let me modify the same list. Let me provide some 199. So 199 is having an extreme end, right? So it is completely different from the actual representation of the data. So if you execute the other query, can you see here the mean is highly varied from 6 to 22, right? So you can see here the mean is highly varied from 6 to 22. So if there is only one outlier, it will affect drastically. So you want to make sure that the data that does not contains any outliers while performing the mean. Now we'll talk about median. What is median? Median is nothing but the midmost observation once the data is sorted in ascending or descending order. So now let me print the median. So that is nothing but list dot median. So you got the output as 6. So that means a length of list. So totally we have total length of list is 12. So if I want to take the middlemost observation, how do I take the middlemost observation? First I want to sort the data in ascending or descending order. Let me sort the information sorted of list. So the data is sorted in ascending order. Now if I want to take the middlemost observation, that is nothing but total number of elements that is present inside the list is 12 divided by 2, that is 6. So this is your 0th index position, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th index position. So here you can see the data is having what equal number of observations. So what it do, when the data is in even position, it will take 2 middlemost observation and divided by 2. That is nothing but it calculates 4 plus 8 and the resultant is 12 divided by 2. So that's what it does while performing the median. So let me provide the index position as 5, that is 4, and index position of 6 is 8 divided by 2. Index position of 5 and index position of same thing, let me copy it. Index position of how much? Index position of 6. So totally we get 12. So we will divide by 2. So they will get the median. So now we have calculated the median. Now we'll calculate the mode for it. So let me write as list. What is the variable name? The variable name is list dot mode. So mode will provide you the most occurrence values. So if the information is present at one time, that means that is unimodal. So you can see 2 and 4 is repeated multiple times. So 2 is repeated once, 2 times, and as well as 4 is also repeated 2 times. So it is printing it as bimodal. It is printing 2 information. So for an example, consider 2 is repeated again. That means the mode will be, output will be 2. So this is basic of descriptive statistics, what I can say. So now we'll talk about the quartiles. Quartiles. So quartiles is nothing but it divides the data into 4 equal halves. So this is your list. So this quartiles will divide the data set into 4 equal halves. You can just write as list dot quantile of 0.25. That means it divides the data set into 25th percentile. So the 25th percentile of the data is 2, and if you want to check for the 75th percentile, you can do the same thing. You can just write as print of this information that is 2, and print rather than 2.5, that is nothing but you can just write as 5. That means it is printing the 50th percentile. Print rather than telling 5, you can just specify the 7.5. That means 75th percentile, 0.75. So the 50th percentile is 4, that is median, and as well as this is your 25th percentile and this is your 75th percentile. What is this 10, 2 and 4? That means you can say that 25th percentile is 2 is nothing but where 25% of the students who have scored less than 2 marks. Consider the less is nothing but the marks of the students, and 5 is nothing but 50% is nothing but 50% of the students who have scored less than 4, less than or equal to 4, and 50% of the students who have scored more than 4. So 75th percentile or 75th percentile is nothing but, or third quartile is nothing but 75% of the students who have scored less than 10 marks and 25% of the students who have scored more than 10 marks. That is what 75th percentile, that is third quartile is all about. So now we'll talk about decile. Decile divides the dataset into 10 equal halves. So decile. So print first decile. So list dot quantile of 0.10. So that will print the first decile. If you want to print the 50th decile, that is nothing but 50th decile is nothing but median, that is nothing but second quartile. So second quartile is nothing but it is printed as 40. Same thing is mentioned here as well, decile. So now we'll go for percentile. Percentile divides the data set into 100 equal halves. So if you want to print the first percentile, you can just specify it as print, and you can write it as first percentile and you can specify the list dot quantile of 0.01. So this is your first percentile. So that divides the data set into 100 equal parts. So we can also perform some of the statistical techniques or statistical informations. Statistical techniques. So what are the statistical techniques can be used? One is total. There is nothing but sum. Next we can also find the mean, average. Then we have median. Then we have fourth one, we have mode. And we have maximum values and minimum values, range of values, standard deviation, and lastly we have variance. So these are the different statistical techniques that can be used. So to find the total, you can specify list dot sum, so that provides the total. If you want to perform mean, you can just specify list dot mean. So if you want to find the median, you can just write as list dot median. So if you want to specify mode, if you want to extract the mode, so you can just specify list dot mode. And if you want to extract a range of values, you can do that by specifying range is nothing but list dot maximum value minus less of minimum value. So this is the range of values. List dot minimum values, right? So this is the range of values. So we can also take maximum values, that is nothing but list.max will print the maximum value. And to extract the minimum value, you can just write as list.minimum. And if you want to find the standard deviation, you can do it. To find the standard deviation, is nothing but like it helps you to understand how much it is deviated from the mean. So to perform it, you can just write it down. You can first define the data here is equals to. So you can write as for in sorted of less. First you are sorting the list of elements. Next you are providing data dot append, that is I minus list dot mean into 2. So here you can just write as np dot square root of sum of data divided by length of less. So I'll get the standard deviation. It is telling how much it is deviated from the mean. Xi minus x bar whole square all divided by length. So now if you want to find the variance, so to find variance, what you can do, you can just simply write it as less dot variance. So that provide you the how much it is variated from the mean. So that is what variance is all about. So now if you want to perform covariance and correlation, covariance helps you to understand how much it is variated or how two variable varies together. That is what covariance is. So correlation is helping you to understand the magnitude and along with the direction. Covariance will provide only the variance or only the direction but not the magnitude. So if you want to find the correlation, you want to perform you want to divide standard deviation of covariance. So the standardized version of covariance is nothing but your correlation. Covariance will just provide you the direction but not the magnitude. So to find the magnitude of the covariance is not easy. So we use correlation by dividing by standard deviation. So let me take two variable. Let me write as x is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whereas y is equals to, you are specifying some random list of elements 10, 8, 9, 3, 2, 1. So now if I want to see the correlation between these two features, let me write it as np dot correlation coefficient COEF x, y. So I am checking the correlation, it is telling negatively correlated, negatively 93% correlated between the x and y. So now let me perform some operations to detect the outliers that is present in the data. So how do I see the outliers? For example, let me take some random data, and if you want to check the outliers, you can do it. So let me take down the data, any of the different libraries that is already present. Let me load Seaborn and load the Titanic dataset. So df or Titanic is equals to sns dot load underscore dataset Titanic. So Titanic dot add. So let me print it as 4 records. So 4 records is printed successfully. Now, if I want to check the outliers for the fair amount, so where amount is having the outliers or not. First, let me check the box plot. SNS dot box plot of Titanic dot fair. So that prints the information. Can you see here where my data is having an outliers, x is equals to this. So the data is having an extreme outliers. So to treat the outliers, what I can do, first I want to find the first quantile, and first let me write as, let me provide an IQR method. I will go with IQR method. IQR is nothing but interquartile range. To find the IQR interquartile range, what you can do, first you want to make sure that to provide an IQR, that is Q3 minus Q1, that is what IQR stands for. IQR is equals to Q3 minus Q1. So what is your Q3? Third quartile, that is, let me write as third quartile is nothing but DF or Titanic dot quantile of 0.75. So this is your third quantile. So let me write as Q1, that is your first quartile, that is nothing but Titanic dot quantile of 0.25. So now let me write the IQR method. IQR is equals to Q3 minus Q1. So it is successfully, it is telling an error. So entire Titanic I am telling Titanic dot fair. So I am taking for only one column, that is fair column. So this is successfully printed. So what IQR does in the sense, it prints the middlemost observation, middlemost 50% of the data. Now I want to calculate the lower end value and higher end value. So to calculate the lower end value, we have standardized a formula, that is Q1 minus 1.5 into IQR, and higher end value is nothing but Q3 plus 1.5 into IQR. So this is your lower end value, print lower end and print higher end value. So this is your lower end value and higher end value. So any data which is more than 65 is an outliers, and any data which is less than 26 is an outliers. So how do I check this? You can just simply write Titanic of square bracket, Titanic is greater than higher end, Titanic dot fair, right? So these are the element which is having an outliers. So we have 116 records which is having an outliers. If you want to extract only the fair amount, you can just use square bracket and you can just specify the fair year. So that is extracted only the fair amount. So that explains these many records having an outliers. If you want to find the length of it, you can just write shape, and that provides you the details. That is 116 records. So this how you can simply find the outliers, and you can treat the outliers in statistics. So this is all about descriptive statistics. So in the upcoming session, you will be understanding the various terminologies and statistics. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Jeevan Raj, a certified data science and analytics coach working at Imaticus Learning. Today I will be here to help you to understand what is feature scaling technique. Feature scaling technique is one of the data pre-processing technique where you're going to pre-process the data before you send the data into the model.
For an example, if you're sending the raw data to the model, there may be chances due to the higher unit, the model may be biased. For an example, consider there will be an age parameter. So the unit of age is just 2 characters. So if you consider the salary as 4 to 6 units, where we have 6 numbers. If you consider the weight of the person, again 2 units. So if there is a different changes in units, there will be chances the machine learning model to be biased whichever having the highest unit. So to overcome that biasness, we want to perform a feature scaling technique. Always you want to keep one thing in mind, you're performing a feature scaling technique to the independent variable, not for the dependent variable. Without further ado, let's go with practical understanding and let me explain you what are the various types of feature scaling technique and why do you want to perform feature scaling technique. Let's get started. Let me open my new folder. So you can go to the Jupyter notebook. You can just click on this new folder. So let me rename this folder name as feature scaling technique. So let me open this folder. Inside the folder, I'm creating a new file. Let me click on new and click on Jupyter notebook. So now let me write down the heading here, the file name as feature scaling technique. Yes. So as I mentioned, feature scaling technique is used to scale down the data to keep all the features into the same range. So the machine learning model is not being biased to any of the column. So let me write it down and explain you step by step process. Feature scaling is a pre-processing technique it is used in machine learning to standardize the data or normalize the features of the data set. So why do we want to perform feature scaling technique? In the sense, our main aim is to perform feature scaling technique to ensure that there is no biasness that is happening in the model. So let me write down that as well. It aims to bring all the features to a similar scale by ensuring that no particular feature dominates the learning algorithm or the given low weightage or high weightage, right? Given low or high weightage. So this is the purpose of performing the feature scaling technique. So let me convert this into markdown. So now it is in the markdown cell. So for an example, let me also give you an example. Oftentimes, we have data set in which different columns have different units. As I mentioned, whereas different column has a different units. For example, if you consider a weight of the person, that is unit is kg. So again, it has 2 to 3 units. Whereas height of the person, it will be in the centimeter, like 153 centimeter or 143 centimeter, right? Those are the features of the particular person. If I take the salary of the person, salary will be like 4 to 6 or to 7 units, right? So there may be the changes in the units. So I want to bring all the information or all the features to be same scale. So units like one column can be in kg, other column may be in age, and age is like years, and income in rupees, where the weight of the person ranges from 0 to 100, or let me talk it as 0 to 200, maybe so, and the age of the person ranges from 0 to 100, and income ranges from like 10,000 to consider 1 lakh, right? If we feed this data to the model will be biased, right? So let me write it down. If we feed this data to our model, it will be biased. So to overcome that, to overcome the biasness, what we can do? It will consider income as highest weightage, and it may influence more to the income. So to overcome this problem, we use feature scaling technique. So what this does? This will bring down all the feature into the same scale. This will bring all the features to the same scale. So this is the use of feature scaling technique. So let me make this into headline. So as I mentioned here, now we'll try to deal with what are the various types of feature scaling technique and which feature scaling technique used to what columns, right? So all the algorithms does not affect by feature scaling technique, but some of the algorithms which uses the distance matrix where feature scaling is very most important, and some of the algorithm where distance is not needed. For example, consider some of the models like linear regression, gradient descent, k-means, all the clustering problem statement where it uses the distance matrix, right? For example, if you go for k-means, it takes the Euclidean distance. So at that particular time, feature scaling is much more needed. But if you go for decision tree or random forest or any boosting technique, feature scaling is not that great or that important. So at that particular time, you can skip the feature scaling technique. So let me explain you which are the algorithm which do require feature scaling technique and which are the algorithm where they do not require the feature scaling technique. So scaling the features is important several reasons. So, one of the reason, let me write as many machine learning algorithms perform better or converge faster. For example, if you go for gradient descent, it want to converge and it want to find the global minimum of the function, right? So, it will converge faster when features are on the same or similar scale. For example, distance based algorithm like k means, k nearest neighbor, knn, or any clustering algorithm like hierarchical clustering, dbscan, etc., all the different types of clustering algorithms like as I mentioned needs to scale the features. So, this is your first point where these are the algorithms needs to perform the feature scaling technique. And let me write another important things why feature scaling is more important. Feature scaling help to prevent certain feature from dominating the learning of the simple from dominating the learning process simply because of their large magnitude. The algorithms such as that use gradient descent or gradient based algorithms such as linear regression, logistic regression, PCA, principal component analysis, where one of the features collection technique or dimensionality reduction technique, PCA, and neural network, or partially sensitive for the feature scales. So, I hope now you understood like why we want to perform feature scale selection technique and as well as for which of the algorithms you want to perform the feature scaling technique. So, now let me talk what are the different types of feature scaling technique. So, the first type you can talk type of feature scaling technique. So, before talking to the type, let me explain you. For example, consider you're building a model. For an example, you're building a model where you want to predict whether the person is getting a job or not. So, that is your model where you want to predict. So, let me have few features. For example, what are the features that it comes to picture? Whereas year of experience, and we have salary of the person or else weight of the person. Consider weight of the person. So, year of experience may be like ranges between 1 to 2 unit, right? 1 to 2 units. So consider where person has 9 years of experience, right? 9 years of experience. And next, where the weight of the person, he weighs around like 79 kg. So income has again like 6 units, 6 to 7 units, right? So consider the income is like what? Person is earning almost like 1,20,000. For example, various income he get from different sources. So his weight is 679 kg. So this ranges between again 1 to 2 units. Sorry, 2 to 3 units, right? So again, you have multiple features like phone number and etc. etc. Lot many features that you have. For example, if you feed your data to the model, for example, you have also have age parameter. So again, age ranges between 1 to 2 units, right? It will start from 1 to 90 or 1 to 100. You can consider. So again, let me write as 34 as the age. So if these are the parameters that is provided, so what your machine learning model does, your machine learning model will be more biased towards income of the person. Now you tell me if you want to predict the whether the person will get job or not, right? Predicting yes or no. So if that is the case, do you think so the income is more important? No, right? Where the more important features that is experience, year of experience that the person has. So it should give more weightage for the year of experience that the person has rather than the income that the person get, right? So this is the main problem that while building the machine learning model. So to overcome this, what we do, we scale all these features into the same range. So now let me explain you how do you do that? How do you scale it to the same range? So we have different type of technique to do that operation. So let me explain what are the various type of technique that uses feature scaling. So the first feature scaling technique is standard scaler, and we have min-max scaler, and we have robust scaler, and finally we have max absolute scaler. So each technique has its own functionalities. I'll be explaining you which technique used when and where. So firstly, let me talk about standard scaler. I hope you have already learnt while doing the scaling, right? For example, when you're performing the normalization. So we use xi minus mu divided by standard deviation. That is the formula you use to normalize your data, right? So that's where standardization comes into picture, where it scales down the data in such a way that your mean will be 0 and your standard deviation will be 1. So you will always want to remember that once you apply the standard scaler for any of the features, where your mean will be 0 and your standard deviation will tends to 1. So let me write it down, the same thing. So the first point, that is we are discussing about standard scaler, also called as standardization. What standardization does? This standardizes the data, the features or the data to have 0 mean, as I said, and unit variance by subtracting the mean and dividing by the standard deviation. So this is what standard scaler is, where it will convert your mean tends to 0 and standard deviation is 1. So now we will talk about min-max scaler. What is min-max scaler? Once you scale down the data by applying min-max scalar, where your minimum value will become 0 and the maximum value will be 1. So, your data will be ranging from 0 to 1. That is what min-max scalar is. Min-max scalar. So, we also call this as min-max scaling. Min-max scaling. This scales the features to a specific range. As I mentioned, it scales the data with specific range, typically from 0 to 1. Typically between 0 to 1. By subtracting the minimum value and dividing by the range. So, this is what your min-max scalar. Now, we will go for robust scalar. When to use robust scalar? For an example, consider your data as an outlier. So, whenever the data consists of outlier, the model unable to properly predict it. So, at that particular case, you go with robust scalar. Robust scalar will treat the outliers that are present in the data. Robust scalar, where it uses the technique of IQR method. I hope everyone knows what is IQR method. If you are unaware of IQR method, you can go to my playlist where you can find the statistics playlist. In the statistics basics playlist, you can understand what is IQR and what is outliers and how do you treat the outliers, right? So, we will go for robust scalar. So, this robust scalar is nothing but scales the features using statistics that are robust to outliers. Such as the median and interquartile range values. So, finally, we have max absolute scalar. So, what max absolute scalar does? Max absolute scalar scales down your data from -1 to +1. Max absolute scalar. Scales the features to the range of -1 to +1 by dividing each value by the maximum absolute value. So, these are the various technique or various types I can call to handle the feature scaling technique. So, we will talk about each and every scaling step by step in detail. So, now we will talk with what is features, how to use standard scalar. To use standard scalar, let me import the necessary libraries to work with. So, let me import necessary libraries. So, what are the necessary libraries needs to be imported? First thing, let me import NumPy. Everyone knows what is NumPy, right? So, NumPy is nothing but numerical and scientific computing. So, whenever you want to perform some numerical task, you will use NumPy. So, I will write as import NumPy as NP. I am giving an alias as NP. Now, let me import Pandas. Import Pandas as PD. I will also import Seaborn. Import Seaborn as SNS. So, let me load the data set from sklearn So let me write as import from sklearn dot dataset import load underscore breast cancer. So I'm loading the breast cancer dataset. So let me execute this. So this is successfully working fine. So let me also install some of the libraries like to overcome the warnings. So from warnings import filter warnings ignore. So if there is any warnings that has, just ignore it, I'm telling. So once you have loaded the necessary libraries, now let me load the dataset. Loading the dataset. Always you want to follow these steps while you perform any machine learning task. So once you are loading the dataset, so let me write df is equals to, I've already defined from sklearn, that is load underscore breast cancer. So let me copy this, load breast cancer. Let me paste it here, load breast cancer. So your data is loaded successfully, where you can see all the data information is present. Below that you can see the target variable. So below that you can see what is the target name. So in the target we have malignant and as well as benign as the cancer. And also we can see what are the feature names, right? So now let me, these are the feature names that we have, like we have mean radius, mean texture, mean parameters, perimeters, etc. So now let me just load few informations like x is equals to, x is what? X is your independent variable. So I will write, where do we find the independent variable? We can find the independent variable in the data, right? So let me write as pd dot data frame of, I want to extract only the data. So this is your df dot data. So if you execute this, you can see your x is nothing but all the data information is added, but you can see the column name is 0, 1, 2, 3. It is printing the index position, right? So you want to replace that column information with the feature names that we have here. Where is feature names? We can find the feature names here. These are the feature names that will be filled with the columns. So what I can do, I can just simply write as comma. Columns is the parameter. You can just write call and you can use tab, that will give you the preferred arguments. So columns is equals to df from the data frame, the list of information. I'm extracting what? I'm extracting the feature names dot feature underscore names. So now you can see all the feature names is extracted successfully. I also wants to define the y. So I will write it as y is equals to pd dot data frame. So where is my y information is present? It is present in the target, right? So let me write as df dot target. Again, the column name I want to specify as columns is equals to, I will write it as cancer. Column name as cancer. Okay. Let me close it. So now I have successfully loaded my x and y information. So let me print the shape of the data. What is number of rows and columns that is present? Let me write it as x dot shape. Shape will provide you what is the number of rows and how many number of columns that we have in the data. So we have almost like 569 patient details who has the breast cancer with 30 columns or 30 features. Let me print the y dot shape. So x is nothing but your independent variable and y is your dependent variable. So you can see where we have 569 records that we have. So what are the different types of cancer that we have? Let me print it out. Y dot unique. So it is telling data frame object has no attribute unique. Y dot value counts. So here is the value counts. where you can see we have 1 and 0. 1 means benignant and 0 is benign. So now let me go and let me perform the operation. So standard scalar. So now let me start with standard scalar. So as I mentioned, standard scalar what it does? It scales the data in such a way that where your mean will be 0 and standard deviation will be 1. So to perform that standard scalar, that is nothing but x minus x bar, that is nothing but mean of x whole divided by standard deviation of x whole divided by standard deviation of x. So this is how min max scalar or standard scalar is all about. So now let me do it manually rather than using the libraries, and then let me import the necessary libraries to perform the standard scaling task. So to do it manually, what you can do, you can just write as mean of MR, that is nothing but, let me see what are the data that we have. Let me print x dot ed. So I am printing the 2 records. So firstly I will perform for mean radius. So mean of MR is nothing but, how do I extract the mean from this mean radius? So x, I will extract mean radius here of mean radius dot mean. So now I will get the mean information. The same thing I will do for standard deviation. STD of MR is equals to x of mean radius dot STD, that is nothing but standard deviation. So now I have extracted mean and standard deviation. Now I want to apply this logic. So what is your mean value? Mean value is nothing but 14.12. Let me print mean. Along with that, let me also print the standard deviation of MR, that is nothing but mean radius. So this is your mean and this is your standard deviation. Let me write it down for your understanding. Mean is equals to this, and then standard deviation STD, let me write as STD standard deviation is equals to this. So mean and standard deviation I have written down. So I can see your mean is 14 and as well as standard deviation is 3.52. So still I have not performed any scaling. Now I will start applying the scaling technique on top of this. So to apply the scaling, let me take the first record of the data and start applying the scaling, and let me do this entire loop. So firstly let me write as, what is the formula? That is xi minus mean all divided by standard deviation. So I am taking the first observation, that is this, minus mu, xi minus mean whole divided by standard deviation, that is this. Yes or no? So now if you execute this, you will get the output as 1.09. That's fine. So let me apply for all the different columns or all the different records first. For, let me apply for mean radius. Once this is successfully working, let me apply for all the different columns. So how to apply for entire mean radius? To apply for entire mean radius, let me use for loop because I want to iterate between the each and every record. So for I in x of, I am applying for mean radius here. Let me write as mean radius. So let me write as A is equals to, I will round it up because I don't want this many elements. So let me, what I can do, I can just round this information. So round is a function. So it takes how many digits that you want to round up. So if I write 2 digits, so it is rounding up with 2 digits, right? So this is how round functionality works. So here I am telling a round. So let me write a function that is nothing but your I minus xi minus mean mr whole divided by standard deviation std underscore mr. I have written the same thing. I have copied this. I will paste it here. So I will also perform number of decimal places. Let me write it as 5 decimal places. So let me print the value of a. Print a. So can you see here the value of a is printing. So let me also make this as 5 decimal places so I can compare it. So this I have applied for one record. So now I have applied for entire column, that is mean radius. So I can see the information for mean radius. So it is successfully working fine. So now how do I do the same thing for all the different columns? So let me use lambda function to perform this particular task. I hope everyone knows what is lambda function, right? Lambda functions are nothing but an anonymous function. So if you want to understand still more better of lambda function, you can go to my Python playlist and you can search the video for lambda function and you can start seeing those videos. So we can just write it as now will apply for all the columns using lambda function. So let me write it as x standardized data that is nothing but x dot apply. I am applying get. Apply is nothing but it iterates for all the records. So I am using lambda as a function. I am using call for the columns. So colon for row I am performing this operation. So the same thing what I have mentioned, that is nothing but xi. Xi is nothing but your call, right? Because that is iterating with all the element. Xi minus mean, that is nothing but call dot mean. For individual column I am checking the mean whole divided by standard deviation. Call dot standard deviation. I want to provide the axis. So axis is equals to, let me provide it as 0 because I want to iterate with row wise. So it is telling that there is an error in the axis 0. So let me fix this error. So I have used lambda dot apply call of this. So I want to close it here, right? Because I am iterating this xi minus mu whole divided by standard deviation. So I want to remove this. So this works fine. So whenever you get any error, start reading the error and then try to fix it up, guys. Do not get panic when you get the errors, right? So these where a actual data analyst or data scientist comes into picture. Whenever you get any error, start reading what is the error and try to fix that error. So if you want to understand like how to fix the error, so again you can see one of my video how to handle the error handling. So you can go to the error Python playlist and you can find the error handling particular video and you can start understanding what type of error you can get and what kind of solution that you can use to overcome that error. So now we can see all the records has been scaled down and each and every columns has the same units, right? So that's pretty cool. Now if I want to check the mean and median or mean and standard deviation of the particular column, so let me do it. So as I mentioned, mean should be almost equals to 0 and standard deviation is equals to almost equals to 1. So to do that, let me check for any of the column. For example, let me check this for mean area. Let me write as mean area. So how to check for mean dot mean. So you can see here almost equals to 0, right? That means e to the power of minus 16 in the sense 0.0016 times it is printed, then it is printing 16 times 218 almost equals to 0, close to 0. So as I mentioned, where your mean will convert to 0 and let me check with standard deviation. So your standard deviation should be 1. So let me change this mean to STD, standard deviation. Can you see here? Your standard deviation is almost equals to 1. So all the, it's not only for one column, if you go for any of the column, for example, let me check for mean radius now. Can you see here, even mean radius is also working the same way. And as well as you can see here, where your mean becomes 0 and your standard deviation is 1. So this is how you can perform manually. Now let me start using the sklearn library to perform the same job. So now we'll try to perform using sklearn library. So to perform this by using sklearn library, first you want to import the necessary libraries. So I will import it from sklearn dot data pre-processing technique, right? So you want to write as from sklearn dot pre-processing import standard scalar. S should be capital, standard and scalar. So I can just use tab and you can select the preferred argument that you want. So I've imported the standard scalar. Always you want to make sure that while performing a standard scaling technique, you want to use fit underscore transform only for training set, and for the test set you can just directly transform the data. No need to perform fit transform for the test data, right? So I'll be not doing for training and testing set for now. If you want, you can do it. You can make you can do feel free to divide the data set into training set and testing set, and you can perform the task. So if you want, I can also do that, dividing the data set into training set and testing set and then performing the task. So consider from sklearn dot pre-processing import train test split. From sklearn dot model selection import train test split. So train test split is used to split the data into training set and testing set. So let me execute train test split. So let me copy this. Let me write as x train comma x test comma y train comma y test. So I'm dividing the data into training set and as well as testing set. In general, we follow 70-30 split or 80-20 split. So let me use 70-30 split for now. So I want to first write down train test split of provide the x information comma y comma test size. So let me provide the test size as 0.3. So I am dividing the data into 70-30 split. If you want, you can explicitly also mention the train size. So by default, the train size will be 70%, right? If you don't mention also, by default it is 70% because you are using 30% of the test size. And also do write down random state because I want the same set of records whenever I pull the data from. Random state is equals to 0. So this is perfectly fine. This is working fine. Now let me use xtrain.shape. So out of how many records? So I was having x.shape. So this was 569 records. You can use index 0 to see the number of records. That is 569 records. In that, I have taken how much percent of the data? 70% of the data, 0.7. So you can see here 398 record is extracted. That is what it has done, 398 records. So this is totally working fine. If you also want to see the test set, you can also use x test.shape. So the test record as 171, that is nothing but your 30% of the data, 0.3. Can you see here 170.7 is nothing but 171, it has rounded up. So this is totally working fine. So now let me start applying the scaling technique. So to apply the scaling technique, SC, first I will initialize it. SC is equals to standard scalar. First I want to initialize it. Once it is initialized, next you want to write down scaled, that is a variable that I am assigning here, is equals to st dot fit underscore transform. I am fitting my data and again I am transforming then and there. So I will copy this X train and let me paste it. I am fitting and I am transforming the data set. So once you scale the data will be in the form of array. It won't be in the form of dictionary. I mean, it won't be in the form of data frame. It will be in the array format. Can you see here? The data is converted and it is in the form of array. So now, if you want to convert that into data frame, you can write as df is equals to pd dot data frame. So let me write as scaled comma columns is equals to x dot columns. So now your scaled data is properly assigned. Scaled df, can you see here? Now it is in the data frame format. That's great. So now if you want to apply the same thing for the test data, what you can do, you can just simply write it as sc dot transform. Do not try fit underscore transform. Fit in the sense you are telling your model to learn the pattern. So model has already learned the pattern with the training set. In the testing set, the model should not learn. It should just transform the data, whatever it has learnt in the training set. So you can just write sc dot transform and you want to provide your x test. So this data is in the array form. If you want to convert into data frame, you can just write pd dot data frame and you can write the column names as columns is equals to x dot columns. So that's great. It is totally working fine. So this is how you want to do it in the real world. So you can also directly apply to the entire data frame, but always it's good practice you're following this step. So now let me directly apply to the entire data frame because in the while doing the manual step, I applied to the entire data frame. So let me write it as, let me copy the same thing and let me paste it here. So rather than x string, what I will do, I will directly apply this for x. So let me execute this scaled df. So this is your scaled df. The manually we did manually somewhere here. So x scaled df. So you can see here both are on the same, both did the same task. For example, let me take it as a dash 2. So you can see here the first record is 1.097 and the first record is 1.097. The second record is 1.82, 1.82. So all the data has been properly transformed. So again, if you want to see what is the mean and median here, as I mentioned, what should be the mean of the data? The mean will be 0 and standard deviation will be 1, right? So let me recheck this once again. Mean radius dot mean. So you can see here it is perfectly working fine. If you also want to see the standard deviation, same thing, just copy the same, Control C, Control V dot std. So this is working totally perfectly fine. I hope everyone enjoyed while understanding what is the standard scaler. Now we'll try to do with min-max scaler. So what min-max scaler does? Min-max scaler converts your data from the ranges between 0 to 1. So let me write as min-max scaler. So to perform min-max scaler, you want to write it as x is equals to x minus xi minus x minimum value all divided by x maximum value minus x minimum value. So this is your min-max scaler. So let me decrease the size of it. Yes. So now we'll try to do it manually as we did for standard scaler, and then we'll try to apply by using the sklearn library. So to perform manually, same thing. So first you want to find the minimum value and as well as maximum value of the data. So let me write as minimum mean radius is equals to and minimum of x of mean radius, right? Mean radius, and maximum mean radius is equals to max of x of mean radius, right? Mean radius. So now I got the minimum and maximum of the particular column. So what I want to do next, I want to use for loop, I want to iterate the data and I want to just apply for the first column. If it is working fine, I will apply for all the different columns by using lambda function. So I will write for I in x of mean radius. So you can just write it as a is equals to round, I am just rounding the data. So I will write I minus, that is nothing but xi minus x minimum, that is nothing but x minimum value what you have taken, that is minimum br, right? X minimum whole divided by x maximum minus x minimum. So that is what I have mentioned in the formula, right? Let me close this bracket. So let me write it as how many decimal places I want. Let me write it as 6 decimal places. So print the value of a. So can you see here? Now the data has been converted and this data will be ranging from 0 to 1. So this is totally working fine. Now let me apply by using the lambda function to all the different columns. Now we'll apply for all the columns using lambda function. So let me write it as x min max is equals to scaled. So x dot apply, same thing, apply is used to apply for all the different records, lambda of call colon call. So before call, let me write as xi minus, xi is nothing but your call minus x minimum value, call dot minimum, right? So I will divide by whole divided by call dot maximum minus call dot minimum value. So let me provide x is equals to 0. So this is perfectly fine. Now let me print the x min max scaled. So can you see here the data got transformed. Now what I said, once the data is transformed, the data will be ranging from 0 to 1. So the minimum value will be 0 and the maximum value will be 1. So we'll cross verify. So let me copy this variable name. So let me print it here, dot column name. So mean radius, right? Mean radius dot minimum value. So can you see here? Now it has successfully transformed. The minimum value of mean radius is 0. If you want to do the maximum value of mean radius, you can just check with max. Can you see how successfully it has transformed from the ranges between 0 to 1? Can we do the same thing by using sklearn library? Yes, you can do it. So now we'll perform using sklearn library, right? So how do you perform this by using sklearn library? You want to load the libraries first from sklearn dot. I want to perform the data pre-processing. So sklearn dot pre-processing import min max scaler. Guys, already I have mentioned that while you're performing the min max scaler or any type of scaling technique, you want to divide the data first into training set and testing set, and then you want to apply this scaling. You want to fit underscore transform for the training set, and then you want to just transform to the test set. So here I'm not splitting the information. because I've already given you the example before. So you're going to apply the same step. I will directly apply to the entire data now, just for confirmation. So let me write it as scalar is equals to min max scalar. I want to initialize first. Once it is initialized, what I can do, I want to call this scalar dot or scalar data is equals to scalar dot fit underscore transform, because I want to transform my data. So transforming the scale data. Okay. So scale data is defined. So once the scale data is defined, what you can do, you want to convert this into data frame. To convert into data frame, just let me copy this scale data. Let me paste it here. PD dot data frame of this scale data, comma, columns is equals to x dot columns, right. So there is some error. Let me read out what is the error. The float argument must be a string or yeah. Sorry, here I want to write down x, rather than x I have written scalars. So this information is completely scaled out. So now let me compare this with the manual method. So the manual method is nothing but where we saw that the data was 0.52, 0.64, 0.60, 0.52, 0.64 and 0.60. So successfully it is done. So now if you want to compare it, let me assign into the data frame name. Let me write as scaled df min underscore max. So this is the data frame name I have given here. So you can just copy paste this dot, the column name is mean radius dot minimum value. So the minimum is 0 and as well as the maximum should also be 1, right. So can you see here, it is working totally fine. Now we'll go for the next topic called RoboScaler. As I mentioned, when to use RoboScaler, the RoboScaler you want to use when you have an outlier that is present in the data set. Got it? So what RoboScaler does? Robust scaler. So RoboScaler is nothing but when the data is having an outlier at that particular time, you want to use it. Let me write it as the robust scaler scales the data based on percentiles and is robust to outlier. It subtracts the median and divides by the interquartile range. So this is what RoboScaler does. So if you want, let me also explain you in detail. So the scaler removes the median and scales the data according to the quantiles range. So default is nothing but we use IQR method here, interquartile range defaults to IQR, that is nothing but interquartile range. The IQR is the range between first quantile, that is nothing but first quartile, that is nothing but 25th quantile, and the third quartile, that is also called as 75th quantile. I hope that's clear to everyone. What is IQR method is? IQR is nothing but interquartile range. It will give you the middle 50% of the data. So the formula looks like this for robust scalar. X nu is equals to xi minus x median whole divided by interquartile range, IQR. So now we'll try to perform this operation. Let me make it into markdown cell. Yes. So let me add multiple cells. Now let me perform an IQR method. So let me first find the first quartile. To find the first quartile, you can just write as x mean radius dot quantile of 0.25. That is your first quantile. So you have founded the Q1, that is 11.7. So now let me also find the Q3, that is x of mean radius dot quantile of 0.75. So that is 75th percentile. So now let me write it as IQR, that is nothing but Q3 minus Q1. That gives you the middle 50% of the data, Q1. So once you have founded the IQR, so your IQR value looks like this, IQR, that is 4.08, that is the middle 50% of the data, that is 4.8. So now I will apply for the particular individual column by using for loop for I in x of mean radius So print I minus x median, right? I want to take the median value here. So to find the median value, let me print here above median radius is equals to your x of mean radius dot median. So I can just define it and I can just copy this variable rather than writing it, right? You can do anything that you want. Mean radius whole divided by IQR. IQR also I have already defined it. Let me close it and let me execute. So now it is printing the values. So this value does not contain an outliers. So it is treated successfully. So if you want to do for all the different columns, I have applied for only mean radius column. If you want to do for all the different columns, as I mentioned, you want to use lambda function. So now we'll apply for all the columns using lambda function. So let me write it as x robust is equals to x dot apply, and the same procedure where you want to use your lambda function call colon. So here I am writing your x value call minus call dot median divided by whole divided by standard deviation IQR interquartile range, right? So call dot quantile of 0.75 minus call dot quantile of 0. How much? 0.25. That is nothing but Q3 minus Q1. We have done. And let me specify axis is equals to 0. So this is working totally fine. So let me print as x robust. Can you see here? It is applied for individual columns here 1.31, 1.74, 1.76 and 1.5. So, it is successfully applied for all the different columns. So, now we will start using the sklearn library to perform the operation. So, to use sklearn library of robust scalar, first again you want to import the necessary libraries. Well, perform using sklearn libraries, right, from scikit-learn libraries. So, from sklearn dot pre-processing import robust scalar. So, I have imported the library successfully. Now, I want to scale the data. I want to initialize my robust scalar. Scalar is equals to, let me copy this robust scalar, copy it and then paste it here. I have initialized it. Now, I want to specify scalar or scaled data is equals to scalar dot fit underscore transform of x. So, I have transformed the data. So, my scaled data will be again in the array format. I want to convert this into data frame. So, pd dot data frame of this scale data. So, your indexing will be your columns. So, to overcome this, comma, columns is equals to x dot columns. So, now it is working totally fine. So, you can compare this value with this value. So, 1.13, 1.7 and 1.5, 1.13, 1.7 and 1.5. So, totally working fine. So, let me write this as robust scalar scaled. Dot add. Let me print only first two records. So, this is totally working fine. Now, we have left out with last topic, that is mean absolute scalar. So, we will start working on mean absolute scalar or max absolute scalar, max absolute scalar. So, as I mentioned, max absolute scalar will be ranging from -1 to +1, right. The max absolute scalar scales the data to the range of -1 to +1 based on the maximum absolute value in each feature. Okay. So, let me write down the formula for max absolute scalar, that is nothing but xi, x max absolute is equals to xi divided by magnitude of x max of magnitude. So, this is the formula for max absolute scalar. So, now we will perform manually, that is nothing but x max is equals to x of mean radius. I am applying for only one column, that is mean radius dot maximum value. So, x maximum value is extracted successfully. So, now let me apply this with all the records for the individual column for I in x of mean radius. So, I want to enclose this, yes. So, let me print, that is nothing but, as I mentioned, xi, that is nothing but I divided by absolute value of x max. So, you got the output. So simple, right. So, now I want to perform the same thing for all the different columns. So, now we will apply for all the columns using the lambda function. So to do that, what I can do, I can just write as x absolute is equals to x dot apply. So apply will try to apply for all the different columns and as well as related through all the different rows. So I am writing lambda of call colon call divided by, that is nothing but individual I divided by call dot absolute of maximum value comma axis equals to 0. So this is successfully done. So now let me print this value max absolute. Can you see here the data is completely scaled. So you can compare this values with 0.63, 0.71, 0.73 and 0.70. 0.63, 0.73 and 0.70. So this is totally working fine. So now we'll try to import the necessary libraries to deal with it using sklearn. So by using sklearn, so now let me write it as from sklearn dot pre-processing import max absolute scalar. So we have imported the max absolute scalar successfully. So let me write it as scalar is equals to max absolute scalar. Let me initialize it. Once it is initialized, I want to feed the data, right? Scaled data is equals to scalar dot fit underscore transform of what? Your x. So your data is completely scaled data. So it is in the array format. If you want to convert it into data frame, you can just write as pd dot data frame. So now the data is converted into data frame, but the column name is just an indexing. To overcome that, I will write x dot columns. So you have different value of x. Let me write as, I have not specified the column names here. Columns is equals to x dot columns. So here now you can define this into any of the variable name as max abs scalar is equals to max absolute scalar dot add. So I can compare with the manual approach and then as well as by using the sklearn library 0.63, 0.73, 0.70. So I hope this everyone understood like what is the max absolute scalar. So let me revise this once again, all the different topics that we have learned. So the first thing we have learned is standard scalar. Standard scalar. So what standard scalar does, it is scaling the data from 0 to 1. It is scaling or adjusting the mean to 0 and standard deviation to 1. But whenever the data is having an outliers, you should never use standard scalar because it does not work properly. Always you want to make sure there is no outliers in the data while using the standard scalar. So it is not suitable for data that have outliers. Got it, everyone? So next we started dealing with min max scalar. Min max scalar. So min max scalar is nothing but it is not suitable for outliers. Same thing, suitable for data that have outliers, and it adjusts the data between 0 to 1. So next we started understanding of roboscaler. Roboscaler, what roboscaler did? It handles the outliers that is present in the data, right? So by using the IQR method. So it is more suitable for data that have outliers. So lastly, we have max absolute scalar. So it is not suitable for data that have outliers, but it will adjust the data between -1 to +1. It adjusts the data between -1 to +1. So this is the major topic of scaling the data, guys. Whenever you want to perform any data pre-processing technique, so feature scaling is one of the highly used technique to scale the features into the same required scale. Thank you. I hope you all understand the entire topic and you really like the entire video. Thank you so much. So please click on like button and subscribe for the more videos. Thank you.